Welcome to Top 100 Best-Selling Audiobooks, bringing the greatest books of all time to life, in full. Hello dear listener. If you're here, it's probably because you're as passionate about books and the knowledge and wisdom they bring as we are. So you might also want to own this book or any other from this podcast in physical form, either to add to your personal library or to gift it to a friend. That's why we've included a link in the description, where you can get it at a discount and with shipping to almost anywhere in the world. Also, if you make your purchase through these links, the editors of this podcast will receive a small commission, which helps support us in continuing to upload more and more audiobooks for free. Let's make the world a better place through books, together. Pigeon Publishing House presents The Countess of Rudolstadt. Author, George Sand. Preface. The Countess of Rudolstadt is a work of passion, philosophy, and rebellion, the luminous continuation of George Sand's masterpiece Consuelo. Written in 1843, it carries forward the story of a woman who embodies not only artistic genius but also the eternal struggle for spiritual and intellectual freedom. Through Consuelo's journey, Sand explores questions that transcend time. What is the purpose of art? What is the soul's duty to truth? How can one remain pure and compassionate in a world divided by power and illusion? The novel moves from the world of music to the realm of mysticism and revolution. It is both a tale of love and a meditation on liberty, uniting the emotional fire of romanticism with the moral and social consciousness that defines Sand's voice. George Sand does not merely tell a story, she envisions an ideal of women who think, artists who serve humanity, and men and women who rise together in search of justice and peace. The Countess of Rudolstadt stands among her greatest testaments to the belief that the human spirit, when guided by love and intellect, can transform suffering into wisdom and individuality into harmony. This Pigeon Deluxe edition restores Sand's lyrical power in its complete English form, offering modern readers and listeners a window into one of the most visionary hearts of 19th century literature. The Countess of Rudolstadt. Chapter 1. The Italian Opera in Berlin, built during the first years of the reign of Frederick the Great, was then one of the most beautiful auditoriums in all Europe. There was no charge for admission, as the king paid for the show. Yet tickets were required because the boxes had all been permanently assigned. Here the princes and princesses of the royal family, there the diplomats, then the traveling celebrities and the members of the academy, elsewhere the generals, finally, everywhere the king's family, the king's household, the king's employees, the king's protégés, and no one had grounds for complaint, since it was the king's theater and the king's players. For the fine inhabitants of the fine city of Berlin there remained a few spots in the orchestra, occupied for the most part by the military, as every regiment had the right to send a certain number of men per company. Instead of the joyous, impressionable, and quick-witted populace of Paris, the artists looked out upon an orchestra thronged with 6-foot heroes, as Voltaire used to call them. With their high-crowned caps, and most of them with their wives hoisted up on their shoulders, this rather brutish fellowship reeked of tobacco and schnapps, understood absolutely nothing, and looked goggle-eyed at everything. Out of respect for their orders, they neither clapped nor whistled, yet made lots of noise with their perpetual jostling. Behind these gentlemen there were invariably 2 rows of boxes from which no one could see or hear a single thing. Yet, for reasons of propriety, the occupants of these boxes were forced to attend on a regular basis the performances that His Majesty so generously provided them. His Majesty never missed a show. This was a way of keeping a military eye on his numerous family and the restless anthill of his courtiers. Here he followed the example of his father, Big Willie, who had made the royal family and court spend every winter evening in front of third-rate German actors in a hall of poorly joined planks. Bored to death and chilled to the bone, there they sat without batting an eye while rain dripped down on them and the king snoozed. Frederick had suffered from this domestic tyranny. He had cursed it and endured it, and no sooner had he in turn become master than he promptly re-established the same system, along with several other much more despotic and cruel customs, whose excellence he had come to recognize now that he was the only one in his kingdom not to suffer from them any longer. Yet no one dared complain. The building was superb and luxuriously appointed, the artists remarkable, and the king, almost always standing in the orchestra near the footlights, his opera glass trained on the stage, gave an example of indefatigable enthusiasm for the arts. Everyone knows how Voltaire, recently installed in Berlin, praised the splendors of the court of this Solomon of the North. Scorned by Louis XV, neglected by his patroness Madame de Pompadour, persecuted by the vulgar Jesuits, hooted down at the Théâtre Français, he got fed up one day and came in search of honors, a salary, a chamberlain's title, a grand sash, and an intimate friendship with a philosopher king, which, in his estimation, was more flattering than all the rest. Like an overgrown child, the great Voltaire was pouting at France and thought that he had really found a way to get the goat of his ungrateful compatriots. He was therefore a bit drunk on his new glory when he wrote to his friends that Berlin was as fine as Versailles, that Phaeton was the most beautiful opera ever, and that the prima donna had the most beautiful voice in all Europe. Yet, at the time when we resume our tale, so as not to weary our dear readers, we'll let them know that nearly a year has passed since Consuelo's last adventures. Winter in all its rigor had settled down on Berlin, the great king had shown his true colors a bit, and Voltaire was starting to feel singularly disillusioned about Prussia. Seated in his box between D'Argens and La Métrie, he no longer pretended to love music, for which he had no more feeling than for true poetry. His bowels were bothering him, and he was mournfully remembering those thankless audiences in Parisian theaters, whose resistance had been such a bitter pill for him, whose applause had tasted so sweet, whose contact, in a word, had put him in such terrible turmoil that he had sworn not to expose himself to that again, even though he could think of nothing else and endlessly toiled for them. Yet that evening the performance was excellent. It was carnival, the entire royal family, even the Margraves who had married into the depths of the German provinces, had assembled in Berlin. Titus by Metastasio and Hasi was on the program, and the two leading members of the Italian company, Porporino and Porporina, had the starring roles. With a slight effort of memory, our dear readers will recall that these two were not husband and wife, as their stage names would seem to suggest. The first was Signor Uberti, an excellent contralto, and the second was the Zingarella Consuelo, with her admirable voice, both students of Professor Porpora, who had allowed them, according to the Italian custom of the time, to take their teacher's glorious name. One must admit that in Prussia Signora Porporina did not sing with all the spirit of which she had felt capable in better days. While her colleague's clear contralto, sheltered by a secure livelihood, a habit of uncontested success and a fixed fee of £15,000 for 2 months of work, resonated without fail under the vaulted ceiling of the Berlin Opera, the poor Zingarella, perhaps of a more romantic mind, certainly more disinterested and less accustomed to the icy north and the chilly reception of Prussian corporals, did not feel any electricity and sang with that conscientious, perfect method that kept her safe from criticism but failed to arouse any enthusiasm. There is a close reciprocal relationship between the enthusiasm of the dramatic artist and that of the audience, and there was no enthusiasm in Berlin during the glorious reign of Frederick the Great. Regularity, obedience, and what was called reason in the 18th century and especially at Frederick's court were the only virtues that could blossom in that atmosphere weighed and measured by the king's hand. In any assembly over which he presided, one breathed in and out only as much as the king deigned to allow. In that whole crowded auditorium there was but one spectator free to give way to his impressions, and that was the king. He himself was the entire audience, and even though he was a good musician and loved music, all his faculties and tastes were subordinated to such an icy logic that the royal opera glass fixed on every gesture and seemingly every inflection of the diva's voice, instead of stimulating her, made her feel totally paralyzed. It was moreover fortunate for her to be subjected to this harrowing fascination. The tiniest dose of inspiration, the slightest burst of unexpected passion would probably have scandalized the king and his court, whereas intricate, arduous passages executed with the purity of an irreproachable instrument thrilled the king, the court, and Voltaire. As everyone knows, Voltaire said, Italian music is far superior to French music because it has more ornaments, and triumphing over difficulty is something at least. That sums up Voltaire's aesthetics. He could have said, like a certain witty contemporary when someone asked if he liked music, "It doesn't exactly bother me." Everything was going well, and the opera was drawing to a close without mishap. The king was very pleased, and every now and then he turned around to nod in approval at his choirmaster. He was even preparing to applaud Porporina at the end of her cavatina, as he was kind enough to do in person and always judiciously. Just then, by some inexplicable whim, Porporina, in the middle of a brilliant trill that had never given her any trouble, stopped short, stared with a haggard eye into a corner of the auditorium, clasped her hands, exclaimed, "Oh my God," and fell down flat in a faint on the stage. Porporino hastened to get her up, she had to be carried off stage, and the auditorium began to buzz with questions, remarks, and observations. During this commotion that muffled his curt, imperious tone, the king bellowed to the tenor still on stage, "Well, what's going on? What's the meaning of this? Consigliere, go have a look, and make it snappy." Consigliere returned a few seconds later. Respectfully bowing over the footlights near which the king was still standing, leaning on an elbow, he said, "Your Majesty, it's as though Signora Porporina were dead. It is feared that she'll be unable to finish the opera." "Nonsense," said the king, shrugging his shoulders. "Get her a glass of water and some smelling salts, and let's wind this up as soon we can." Consigliere, who had no desire to provoke the king and suffer a public broadside of temper, scurried back into the wings like a rat, and the king began a lively chat with the head of the orchestra and the musicians. Those in the audience who found the king's mood far more interesting than poor Porporina made extraordinary efforts, but all in vain, to hear what the monarch was saying. Baron von Polnitz, the king's great chamberlain and theater director, promptly appeared and gave Frederick an account of the situation. In Frederick's realm nothing happened with the solemnity imposed by an independent, powerful people. The king's place was everywhere, the performance was his, and for him. No one was surprised to see him take the starring role in this unexpected interlude. "Now let's see, Baron," said he in a voice loud enough to be heard by a portion of the orchestra, "won't this soon be over? It's ridiculous. Don't you have a doctor in the wings? You've always got to have a doctor at the theater." "Sire, the doctor is with her. He doesn't dare bleed her for fear of aggravating her weakness and making it impossible for her to carry on. Yet he'll be forced to do so if she doesn't come out of her swoon. So it's serious. She's not faking?" "Sire, this strikes me as very serious." "In that case, drop the curtain, and let's get going. Better yet, let's have Porporino come sing us something for our trouble so that we don't end on a catastrophe." Porporino obeyed and sang two pieces admirably well. The king clapped his hands, the audience imitated him, and the show was over. A minute later, while the court and townspeople were leaving, the king was up on stage, having Polnich show him the way to Porporina's dressing room. When an actress is taken ill on stage, audiences are not always as compassionate as they ought to be. However much dilettantes may adore an idol, their pleasure is generally so egotistical that they are much more annoyed to forfeit some part of it due to an interrupted performance than they are affected by the victim's sufferings and anguish. A few sensitive ladies, as people then used to say, deplored the evening's catastrophe in the following terms. Poor little thing! She probably got a frog in her throat just as she was about to start on the trill, and for fear of getting it wrong, she preferred to have a spell. As for me, I'm willing to believe that she wasn't faking, said an even more sensitive lady. You don't fall like a heap of bricks unless you're truly ill. Oh, who knows, my dear, replied the first lady. Great actresses fall as they wish, and they don't worry about hurting themselves a bit. It has such an effect on the audience. What the devil was going on with Porporina this evening, for her to make such a scene? La Maître asked the Marquis d'Argens in another part of the vestibule from which an elegant crowd was exiting. Do you suppose her lover beat her? Don't talk that way about a charming, virtuous girl, replied the Marquis. She hasn't got a lover, and if she ever does, she'll never deserve such outrage, unless he's the vilest of men. Oh! I beg your pardon, Marquis. I forgot that I was addressing the valiant champion and defender of all theater girls, past, present, and future. By the way, how is Mli Kokois? At that same moment Princess Amalia, the king's sister and abbess of Quedlinburg, was saying to her usual confidant, the beautiful Countess von Kleist, while they were being driven back to the palace, my dear child, did you notice how upset my brother got this evening? No, madam, replied Madame de Maupertuis, the princess's head governess, an excellent person, very simple and very absent-minded, I didn't notice. Well, I'm not talking to you, the princess retorted in the brusque, determined tone that made her seem so much like Frederick on occasion. Do you notice anything? Notice the stars just now. I've got something to say to von Kleist that I don't want you to hear. Madame de Maupertuis conscientiously closed her ears. The princess leaned over toward Madame von Kleist, seated across from her, and said, Say what you will, it seems to me that the king, maybe for the first time in 15 or 20 years, since the time that I've been old enough to observe and understand, is in love. Your Royal Highness said as much last year with regard to Signora Barberini. Yet the king had never dreamed of it. Never dreamed of it. You're wrong, my child. He had dreamed of it so much that when young Chancellor Kokyai made her his wife, my brother suffered 3 days long the worst repressed rage of his entire life. Your Highness is well aware that His Majesty cannot bear misalliances. Oh, yes, that's what it's called when people marry for love. A misalliance. Oh, what a grand word! Devoid of meaning, like all the words that rule the world and tyrannize every single soul. The princess heaved a great sigh. Then, as was her custom, she slipped into another mood. Now ironic and impatient, she said to her head governess, Maupertuis, you're eavesdropping. You're not looking at the stars, and those were my orders. It's no good being the wife of such a great scholar if you're going to listen to the twaddle of two silly women like von Kleist and me. Yes, I'm telling you, she said, turning back to her favorite, the king had a vague fancy for that Barberini girl. I know from reliable sources that he often went for tea with Jordan and Chazals in her rooms after the show. She even attended a few midnight suppers at Sanssouci, which was unheard of in Potsdam before she came along. Do you want to hear more? She stayed there. She had her own rooms for weeks, maybe for months on end. You see that I know quite well what's going on and that my brother's airs of mystery don't fool me. Since your Royal Highness is so well informed, she knows that, for reasons of state which it is not my place to guess, the king has occasionally wanted to make people think that he was less austere than generally assumed, even though at bottom my brother hasn't ever loved a woman, not even his own wife. That's what they say, and that's how things look, right? Well, I don't believe in his virtue, even less his coldness. Frederick has always been a hypocrite, you see. But he won't convince me that Signora Barberini stayed in his palace just to pretend to be his mistress. She's as pretty as an angel, devilishly smart, well-educated, and speaks I don't know how many languages. She's very virtuous and adores her husband. And her husband adores her, all the more because their marriage is a horrible misalliance, right, von Kleist? Come now, you don't want to answer me? I suspect, noble widow, that you are contemplating a misalliance with some poor page or skinny bachelor of science. And your highness would also like to see an unseemly love affair between the king and some girl from the opera? Oh! With Porporina the thing would be more plausible and the distance less alarming. I imagine that in the theater, as at court, there is a hierarchy, for that bias is the whim and malady of the human race. A singer must have a much higher opinion of herself than a dancer. Besides, people say that Porporina is more intelligent, better educated, more gracious, that she knows even more languages than Barberini. Speaking languages he doesn't know is my brother's little quirk. And then there's music, which he also pretends to love, even though he has no notion of it, you see? Yet another point of contact with our prima donna. Finally, she too goes to Potsdam in the summer. She has Barberini's old rooms in the new Sanssouci. She sings in the king's little concerts. Isn't this enough for my conjecture to be true? Your Highness vainly flatters herself to discover some weakness in the life of our great prince. All this is too conspicuous, too solemn for it to be a matter of love. No, not love. Frederick doesn't know what love is. But a certain attraction, a little intrigue. That's what everybody's whispering, and there's no denying it. No one believes it, madam. They say that the king, to relieve his boredom, does his best to enjoy an actress's chatter and pretty trills. But after 15 minutes he says, as though he were speaking to one of his secretaries, "That's enough for today. If I want more tomorrow, I'll let you know." What a cad! If that's how he courted Madame de Coquillai, I'm not surprised that she couldn't put up with him. Does Porporina return the favor? What are people saying? They say that she is perfectly modest, proper, timid, and sad. Well, that's the best way to please the king. Maybe she's very clever. If only she were. If only we could trust her. Don't put your trust in anyone, madam, I beg you, not even Madame de Maupertuis, who is sleeping so soundly. Let her snore. Awake or asleep, she's always the same old dolt. Be that as it may, von Kleist, I want to get to know this Porporina and see if one can get anything out of her. I sorely regret having refused to have her in when the king proposed bringing her over one morning to make music. You know I was biased against her. For no good reason, I'm sure. It was altogether impossible. Well, now it's in the hands of God. I've been so racked with grief and horror for the last year that less important worries have vanished. I want to see the girl. Who knows if she won't succeed in winning from the king what we've been begging for in vain? That's what I've been thinking for the last few days, and since the only thing I think about is you know what, when I saw Frederick worried and upset about her this evening, I became firmer in the opinion that therein lay our salvation. Beware, Your Highness. The danger is great. That's what you always say. I'm more wary and circumspect than you are. Well, we'll have to mull it over. Wake up, dear governess, we've arrived. Chapter 2. While the beautiful young Abbess one was making these observations, the king swept into Porporina's dressing room without knocking. She had just begun to regain consciousness. Well, mademoiselle, he said in a tone without much sympathy or even courtesy, how are you feeling? Do you often suffer such spells? In your profession, that would be a serious inconvenience. Has something irked you? Are you so ill that you cannot answer me? Then you'll answer for her, doctor. Is she seriously ill? Indeed, sire, replied the doctor. Her pulse is scarcely perceptible, her circulation is greatly perturbed, and her basic functions seem suspended. Her skin is cold as ice. True, said the king, taking the girl's hand. Her eyes are vacant, and her lips pale. Give her some of Dr. von Hoffmann's drops, damn it. I thought it was all a sham, and I was wrong. The girl is terribly ill. She's not unruly or flighty, right, Signor Porporino? Did anybody upset her tonight? Nobody's ever had any reason to complain about her, right? Sire, she's not an actress, but an angel, replied Porporino. Nothing less, eh? Are you in love with her? No, sire, I have infinite respect for her, she's like a sister to me. Thanks to the two of you, to God as well who doesn't send actors straight to hell any longer, my theater is turning into a real academy of virtue. Look, she's coming around a bit. Porporina, you know who I am, don't you? No, sir, she said, gazing with alarm at the king who was slapping her wrists. Perhaps she's had a seizure, said the king. Have you ever noticed any signs of epilepsy? Oh. Sire, impossible. What a dreadful thought, exclaimed Porporino, wounded by the king's boorish way of talking about such a fine person. Hold on, don't bleed her, said the king, pushing away the doctor and his scalpel. I don't like to see innocent blood spilled nonchalantly off the battlefield. You doctors aren't soldiers, but assassins. Leave her be, and give her some air. Porporino, don't let him bleed her. See here, that can kill a person. These doctors have some nerve. I'm turning her over to you. Take her home in your carriage, Polnitz. She's your responsibility now. The greatest diva we've ever had, and we won't find another one like her right now, maybe never. By the way, what are you singing for me tomorrow, Consigliere? Chatting about some other matter, the king accompanied the tenor down the theater stairs and went to supper with Voltaire, La Mettrie, D'Argens, Algarotti, and General Quintus Icilius. Frederick was tough, violent, and profoundly selfish. He was also generous and kind, even tender and affectionate when the spirit moved him. There is no paradox here. Everyone knows the simultaneously terrifying and seductive character of that man of many faces, a complex constitution full of contrasts, like all strong natures, especially when they've been invested with absolute power and tried by turbulent times. Over supper, amidst jokes and small talk that was by turns bitter, elegant, brutish and subtle, among these dear friends whom he failed to find endearing and these admirable wits whom he did not admire much at all, Frederick suddenly turned introspective. He looked preoccupied for a moment or two, then got up and said to his guests, "Carry on, I'm listening." He went into the next room, took his cap and sword, gestured to a page to follow, and descended into the subterranean passages and mysterious stairways of his ancient palace. His guests, meanwhile, thinking that he was still within earshot, measured their words and dared not say a single thing that ought not fall on the king's ears. Besides, they were also wary of each other, and for good reason, that anywhere at all within the borders of Prussia they always felt Frederick's terrifying, malicious spirit hovering overhead. La Mettrie, a doctor whom the king rarely consulted and a reader to whom the king rarely listened, was the only one who knew no fear, nor did he inspire any. Considered altogether inoffensive, he had discovered a way to make himself invulnerable to harm. He did and said so many impertinent, outrageous, and silly things right under the royal nose that it was impossible to suspect him of anything more, and there was no enemy or spy who could ascribe to this impudent wag a wrong that he had not already openly, audaciously proclaimed before the king's eyes. He seemed to take literally the egalitarian philosophy that the king affected in private with the 7 or 8 people whom he honored with his familiarity. At that time, about 10 years into his reign, Frederick, who was still a young man, had not entirely thrown off the informal affability of the crown prince, of the bold philosopher of Rheinsberg. Those who knew the man were careful not to trust him. Voltaire, the most pampered of all and the latest arrival, was starting to get worried, having caught a few glimpses of the tyrant's face beneath the mask of the good prince, of Dionysius of Syracuse lurking behind Marcus Aurelius. Yet La Mettrie, out of incredible naivete, deep design, or bold indifference, gave the king the cavalier treatment that he purportedly desired. He removed his cravat, his wig, even his shoes in the king's rooms, lounged on the sofas, spoke his mind, openly contradicted the king, made offhand remarks about the vanity of this world's pomp, the throne, the altar, and all the other preconceived ideas against which present-day reason had done battle. In short, he acted like a true cynic, and his behavior gave so many grounds for disgrace or dismissal that it was a miracle to see him still standing when so many others had been knocked down and smashed for mere peccadillos. For people like Frederick, prone to suspicion and quick to take offense, an insidious word relayed by his spies, a semblance of hypocrisy, or a slight doubt create more of an impression than 1,000 reckless stunts. Frederick, who considered La Mettrie insane, was often so astonished by the man that he would stop short, petrified with surprise, and say to himself, "The impudence of this animal is truly a scandal," then add this aside, "But the man is sincere, and he's not playing a double game with me. There's no way he could abuse me more in secret than he does right to my face." Yet all the rest of them, who do nothing but fawn at my feet, what don't they say and do when my back is turned and they stand back up? So La Mettrie must be the most honest man I've got, and I must tolerate him all the more because he's intolerable. Thus, their routine was set. La Mettrie, who could no longer ruffle the king, even managed to make him chortle over capers that would have been judged revolting on the part of anyone else. From the very start Voltaire had launched into a system of adulation that he found impossible to sustain, and now even he was growing weary and strangely sick of it. La Mettrie, meanwhile, went on amusing himself. He was as much at ease with Frederick as with anybody else, and he felt no need to curse and overthrow an idol to whom he had neither sacrificed nor promised a single thing. For that reason Frederick, who was also growing weary of Voltaire, heartily enjoyed La Mettrie's company and could scarcely do without him, since La Mettrie was the only one who did not merely pretend to enjoy Frederick's. The Marquis d'Argens, a chamberlain with a stipend of 6,000 francs, Voltaire, as first chamberlain, was paid 20,000 francs, was a light philosopher, a facile, superficial writer, a true Frenchman of his time, kind, scatterbrained, libertine, sentimental, at one and the same time stout-hearted, effeminate, witty, generous, and derisive, a man neither young nor old, romantic as a swain, skeptical as a greybeard. Having spent his entire youth with actresses, deceiving and deceived in turn, but always madly in love with the latest one, he wound up contracting a secret marriage with Mlle Cocois, the star of the Comédie Française in Berlin, a most ugly and most intelligent person, to whom he enjoyed giving an education. Frederick was still unaware of their clandestine union, and d'Argens carefully concealed it from those who could betray him. Voltaire, however, was in on the secret. D'Argens sincerely loved the king, but he was no more loved than anyone else. Frederick did not believe in anyone's affection, and poor d'Argens was now the accessory, now the butt of his cruelest jokes. The colonel whom Frederick had decorated with the pompous sobriquet of Quintus Icilius was, as everyone knows, a man of French ancestry named Guichard. He was an energetic soldier, a clever tactician, also a great pillager, like all the men of his sort, and a courtier in the fullest sense of the term. We shall say nothing about Algarotti, so as not to weary the reader with a whole gallery of historical characters. It will suffice to relate the worries of Frederick's guests while he was elsewhere. Finding no relief from the secret discomfort that oppressed them, they felt even more uneasy, unable to say a single word without glancing at the half-open door through which the king had passed, behind which he was perhaps keeping an eye on them. La Mettrie was the sole exception. Observing that the table service had been neglected in the king's absence, he blurted out, "Gracious, how rude of the master of the house to leave us like this without servants or champagne, and I'm going to go see if he's there to bring him my complaint." He got up and, without fear of indiscretion, went into the king's bedroom, then came back exclaiming, "Nobody there! How amusing!" He may well have mounted up and gone for a torchlight drill to stimulate his digestion. What an odd one he is! "You're the odd one," replied Quintus Icilius, who could not stomach La Mettrie's strange ways. "So the king has gone out?" asked Voltaire, beginning to breathe more easily. "Yes, the king has gone out," said Baron von Poellnitz, entering the room. "I just ran across him in a back courtyard with a single page as escort. He was going totally incognito in his drab cloak. That's why I didn't know who he was." This freshly arrived third chamberlain requires a word of explanation. Otherwise, the reader will never understand why someone other than La Mettrie dared talk about the king so unceremoniously. Poellnitz, whose age, stipend, and functions were equally problematic, was the Prussian baron, the Regency rake who, in his youth, had played such a brilliant role at the court of the Palatine princess, the Duke of Orleans' mother, a wild gambler whose debts the Prussian king no longer wished to reimburse, a great adventurer, a cynical libertine, very much a spy, a bit of a crook, a cheeky courtier who was fed, chained, scorned, ridiculed, and paid only a pittance by his master, who nevertheless could not do without him, for an absolute monarch always needs to have at hand a man who is capable of the worst things, who finds therein a compensation for his humiliations and the justification of his existence. At this time Poellnitz was also the director of His Majesty's theatres, a sort of supreme steward of the king's trivial pleasures. People already called him Old Poellnitz, and that was still the case 30 years later. He was the eternal courtier and had been a page to the previous king. In his person he joined the elegant vices of the Regency, the cynical vulgarity of Big Willie's smoking dens, and the impertinent stiffness of Frederick the Great's witty, militaristic reign. As Frederick considered him in a chronic state of disgrace, Polnitz worried little about losing favor. Besides, since he always acted as an agent provocateur, he truly had no fear that anyone could do him harm around the master who employed him. Good God! My dear Baron, exclaimed La Mettrie, you should have followed the king and come back to tell us his adventures. Then, upon his return, we would have made him mad as hell saying that we'd seen everything without so much as leaving the table. Even better, laughed Polnitz, we'd only tell him tomorrow, giving the sorcerer all the credit. What sorcerer? Asked Voltaire. The famous Count de Saint-Germain, who arrived here this morning. Truly? I'm very curious to know if he's a charlatan or a madman. There's the rub, said La Mettrie. He plays his cards so close to his chest that nobody can decide. I say, that's not so crazy, added Algarotti. Tell me about Frederick, said La Mettrie. I'd like to whet his curiosity with a good anecdote so that he'll treat us to a supper of Saint Germain and his antediluvian adventures. How amusing! Now let's see, where can our dear monarch be at this hour? Surely you know, Baron. You're too curious not to have followed him, or too clever not to have guessed. So you want me to tell you? Asked Polnitz. I do hope, said Quintus, turning purple with indignation, that you won't answer La Mettrie's strange questions. If His Majesty. Oh, my dear friend, said La Mettrie, from 10 in the evening until 2 in the morning no king is present here. Frederick established the rule once and for all, and it's the only rule I know, there are no kings at supper. Don't you see that this poor king gets bored? And you, bad servant and bad friend that you are, you're not eager to help him forget the burden of his greatness during the sweet hours of the night? Come, Polnitz, dear Baron, tell us. Where is the king just now? I don't wish to know, said Quintus, standing up and leaving the table. As you wish, said Polnitz. Let those who don't want to hear plug their ears. I'm opening mine, said La Mettrie. Here, here. Me, too, chortled Algarotti. Gentlemen, said Polnitz, His Majesty is at Signora Porporina's place. And you really think we'll believe that one? La Mettrie howled, adding a Latin phrase that I cannot translate because I don't know the tongue. Quintus Icilius paled and left the room. Algarotti recited an Italian sonnet that I don't much understand either. Voltaire improvised 4 lines of verse comparing Frederick to Julius Caesar, at which point the 3 learned men exchanged smiles. Then Polnitz continued with a solemn look, I give you my word of honor that the king is at Porporina's. Couldn't you give us something else? Asked Diogenes, who found all this basically unpleasant, as he was not a man to betray others in order to augment his own credit. Polnitz replied, unperturbed, blast it, Marquis, when the king tells us that you're at Nli Cocois's place, we're not the least bit scandalized. So why are you scandalized about his being at Nli Porporina's place? On the contrary, you should feel edified, Algarotti chimed in. And if it's true, I'll go proclaim it at Rome. And His Holiness, who likes to poke a bit of fun, will have the loveliest things to say, Voltaire added. At what will His Holiness be poking fun? Inquired the king, suddenly at the door of the dining room. At Frederick the Great's love affair with Porporina of Venice, La Mettrie brazenly replied. The king paled, shot a terrifying look at his guests, who all paled more or less, except for La Mettrie. What do you expect? He calmly went on. At the opera this evening Monsieur de Saint-Germain predicted that when Saturn passed between Regulus and Virgo, His Majesty, followed by a page. Indeed, who is this Count de Saint-Germain? Asked the king, calm as could be. He took a seat and held out his glass so that La Mettrie would replenish his champagne. They talked about the Count de Saint-Germain, and the storm was diverted without explosion. The initial impact of the remarks he had overheard, the impertinence of Polnitz, who had betrayed him, and the audacity of La Mettrie, who had dared tell him so, had transported the king with rage. Yet, while La Mettrie was saying a word or two, Frederick remembered telling Polnitz, at the first opportunity, to gossip about a certain topic and get the others going. So he repossessed himself with the supreme ease and freedom of mind that he enjoyed to the highest degree. There was no further mention of his nocturnal outing, as if no one had noticed a thing. Had it occurred to him, La Mettrie would have dared return to the charge. Yet his frivolous mind followed Frederick down the new path the king was blazing. In this way Frederick often managed to keep even La Mettrie under control. He treated him like a child ready to smash a mirror or jump out a window, to whom one showed a new toy to distract and divert him from his whim. Everybody had something to say and a good anecdote about the famous Count de Saint-Germain. Polnitz claimed to have seen him in France 20 years earlier. And when I saw him this morning, he added, he looked as though it had been only yesterday. I remember one evening in France when, hearing mention of the Passion of our Lord Jesus Christ, he burst out in the most amusing and incredibly earnest fashion, but I told him that he'd wind up being killed by those nasty Jews. I even told him more or less everything that would happen to him, but he wouldn't listen. His zeal was such that he scorned every danger. That's why I'll never get over his tragic death. Just thinking about it brings tears to my eyes. At that point the wretched little count began to weep, and he nearly made the rest of us weep, too. I'm not surprised to hear that about you, said the king. After all, you're such a good Christian. 3 or 4 times already Polnitz had, within the course of a day, changed religion to apply for various benefices or positions with which the king had led him on, as practical jokes. People tell that story everywhere, Diogenes said to the baron, and it's nothing but a silly yarn. I've heard much better ones. To my mind, what makes this Count de Saint-Germain a person of interest and note is the quantity of observations, altogether new and ingenious, with which he explains events that have remained profound enigmas in history. No matter the topic or time period on which he is questioned, everyone finds it amazing, or so I'm told, that he either knows so much or comes up with so many plausible, interesting insights that are apt to shed a new light on the greatest mysteries. If he says plausible things, Algarotti remarked, he must be a man of prodigious learning and extraordinary memory. Better than that, said the king. Scholarship alone cannot explain history. The man must have a powerful mind and profound knowledge of the human heart. Yet it remains to be seen if that fine constitution has been perverted by the desire to play a bizarre role, claiming to enjoy eternal life and the remembrance of things that preceded his life as a human. Or it may be that his brain, after long study and deep meditation, has become deranged and subject to monomania. I can at least vouch for our man's good faith and modesty, said Polnitz. It's not easy to get him to talk about the marvelous things he believes to have witnessed. He knows that people have called him a dreamer and a charlatan, and it's had quite an effect on him. That's why he won't discuss his supernatural power anymore. So, sire, aren't you dying to hear and see the man? Asked La Maîtrise. I certainly am. Why so eager? Replied the king. Seeing a madman is anything but jolly. If he's mad, right, but what if he isn't? Are you listening, gentlemen? Asked the king. This man, the epitome of unbelief and atheism, is falling for the supernatural and already believes in the eternal life of Saint Germain. But that shouldn't come as any surprise, since everybody knows that La Maîtrise is terrified of death, thunder, and ghosts. Fear of ghosts, that's a weakness, I confess, said La Maîtrise. As for fear of thunder and everything that is capable of killing us, I maintain that it's reasonable and wise. What the devil should we be afraid of, I ask you, if not of the very things that jeopardize our lives? Long live Panurge, said Voltaire. Back to Saint Germain, La Maîtrise continued, Master Pantagruel should invite him to sup with us tomorrow. Certainly not, said the king. You're crazy enough as it is, my poor fellow. If that man were to set foot in my house, the superstitious minds that here abound would instantly dream up 100 ludicrous tales, and they'd soon make the rounds of the whole continent of Europe. Oh, reason! My dear Voltaire, may we soon see the reign of reason. That's the prayer that ought to be on our lips night and morning. Reason, reason, spouted La Maîtrise. Reason is fine and good when it helps excuse and justify my passions, vices, or appetites. Call them what you will. But when it becomes a bother, I demand the freedom to throw it out the door. What the hell, I want no part of any reason that forces me to act brave when I'm frightened, put on a stoical face when I'm suffering, look meek when I'm fuming with rage. Enough of it. That's not my kind of reason. It's a monster, a chimera dreamed up by those dotty old Greeks and Romans that you all admire, God knows why. May the reign of such reason never come. I don't like absolute power of any kind, and if somebody tried to force me not to believe in God, whose existence I happily and wholeheartedly reject, I believe that I'd go straight to the confessional, just for the sake of contradiction. Oh! You're capable of anything, as we all well know, said D'Argens, even believing that Saint Germain has a philosopher's stone. And why not? That would be so nice, and I could really use one. Ah! exclaimed Polnitz, shaking pockets so empty that they refused to jingle while shooting a meaningful glance at the king. May the reign of the philosopher's stone come as soon as possible. That's the prayer that night and morning. Right, interrupted Frederick, who always turned a deaf ear to such insinuations. So this Saint Germain also believes in the secret of making gold? That you hadn't mentioned. Now then, let me invite him, on your behalf, to supper tomorrow night, said La Maîtrise, for I'm of the opinion that a bit of his secret wouldn't do you any harm either, Sire Gargantua. Both as king and reformer, you've got huge needs and a gigantic stomach. Pipe down, Panurge, Frederick replied. Here's my verdict on Saint Germain. He's an impudent impostor that I plan to put under strict surveillance, for we all know that someone with that fine secret takes more money out of a country than he leaves behind. Now then, gentlemen, have you already forgotten Cagliostro, the great necromancer, whom I wisely expelled from Berlin no more than 6 months ago? And who made off with 100 crowns of mine, said La Maîtrise. May the devil give him a dose of his own medicine. And who would have done the same to Polnitz, if he'd had 100 crowns, Diogenes chimed in. You had him expelled, La Mettrie said to Frederick, and he played a fine trick on you, no less. What trick? Oh. So you don't know? Well, I've got a treat of a story for you. Brevity is the soul of wit, observed the king. Mine is brief. On the day your Pantagruelian Majesty ordered the sublime Cagliostro to pack up his alembics, spectres, and demons, it is common knowledge that he, in person, in his own carriage, at the stroke of noon, passed through all the city gates at one and the same time. Oh! More than 20,000 people have attested to the fact. The guards posted at every gate all saw him, with the same hat, wig, carriage, baggage, horses, and you'll never rid them of the idea that there were 5 or 6 Cagliostros afoot that day. Everyone had a good laugh, except for Frederick. The progress of reason, his dear reason, was something that he took very seriously. Superstition, which inspired Voltaire with such wit and glee, caused him merely scorn and indignation. That's the common man for you, he exclaimed, shrugging his shoulders. Ah! Voltaire, that's the common man, and while you're alive and waving your torch with its splendid flame over the world. You've been exiled, persecuted, and embattled in every way, and Cagliostro only has to show his face, and everybody falls under his spell. They all but carry him in triumph. Are you aware, asked La Mettrie, that your greatest ladies here at court believe in Cagliostro quite as much as the women in the street? Let me tell you that it was one of the finest beauties at your court who told me that remarkable tale. Madame von Kleist, I'll wager, said the king. It is thou who hast named her, recited La Mettrie. And now he's using informal address with the king, grumbled Quintus Icilius, having returned a few seconds earlier. That Kleist woman is insane, Frederick continued. The most intrepid visionary, the most fanatic about horoscopes and spells. She needs a good lesson and had better watch out. She addles the brains of all the ladies, and it's even said that she drove her husband mad, that he was sacrificing black billy goats to Satan so as to discover hidden treasure beneath our Brandenburg sands. But such things are the very height of fashion and refinement at your court, my dear old Pantagruel, said La Mettrie. Why on earth do you want women to submit to your grumpy goddess of reason? Women are on this earth to amuse themselves and us, too. By God, when they stop being silly, we men will be real fools. Madame von Kleist is charming with all her tales about sorcerers. She regales Tsar Amalia with them. What does he mean by this Tsar Amalia? Asked the king, taken aback. Well, your noble and charming sister, the Abbess of Quedlinburg, who, as everyone knows, wholeheartedly believes in magic. Hush up, Panurge, thundered the king, beating his snuff-box on the table. 1. Frederick gave abbeys, canonries, and bishoprics to his favorites, military officers, and Protestant relatives. As Princess Amalia refused to marry, Frederick endowed her with the Abbey of Quedlinburg, a royal benefice that provided an income of £100,000 and the title which she bore after the fashion of Catholic canonesses. Chapter 3. There was a moment of silence as the bell slowly tolled the midnight hour. 1 Ordinarily, when a cloud came over his dear Trajan's face, Voltaire knew how to get the conversation rolling again and erase the bad feeling washing over the other guests. Yet that particular evening Voltaire, gloomy and out of sorts, was feeling the insidious attack of that Prussian spleen that promptly seized all the happy mortals summoned to contemplate Frederick in his glory. Just that morning La Mettrie had repeated to him Frederick's lethal quip, which turned the feigned friendship between the two great men into very real aversion. Point 2. So Voltaire kept quiet. Indeed, he thought to himself, let him throw away La Maîtrise peel when he so desires, let him glower and suffer, and let supper be over. I'm having a bout of colic, and all these compliments won't stop me from feeling it. So Frederick had to give in and regain his philosophical composure all by himself. Since we're on the topic of Cagliostro, he said, and the hour for ghost stories has just tolled, I'll tell you mine, and you'll decide what ought to be believed about sorcerers and their skills. My story is very true, and I learned it from the very person to whom it happened last summer. What happened at the theater tonight brings it back to mind, and perhaps there's a link between that and the story you're about to hear. Will it be a bit scary? Asked La Maîtrise. Perhaps, replied the king. In that case, I'm shutting the door behind me. I can't stand having a door open when people are talking about ghosts and the supernatural. La Maîtrise closed the door, and the king began his tale. Cagliostro, as you all know, had a knack for showing credulous folks blackboards, rather magic mirrors, in which he would make absent individuals come into view. He claimed to be able to catch them unawares at the very moment and to reveal their most secret pursuits and deeds. Jealous wives went to him to learn about the infidelities of their husbands or lovers. There are even some lovers and husbands who have had from him strange revelations about the behavior of certain ladies, and I've heard that the magic mirror has betrayed some secret iniquities. One evening, in any case, the Italian singers at the opera got together and offered him a lovely supper with good music in exchange for seeing a few of his tricks. He agreed and set up an appointment with Porporino, Conciolini, Signora Astrua, and Signora Porporina at his place in order to show them all the heaven or hell that they wished to see. The Barbarinis even went along. Signora Giovanna Barberini asked to see the late Doge of Venice, and as Cagliostro very properly raises the dead, she saw him, took a terrible fright, and was all in a state when she stepped out of the little dark room where the sorcerer had put her alone together with the ghost. I strongly suspect that the Barberini woman, who likes to poke a bit of fun, as Voltaire says, was pretending to be terrified to make fools of our Italian histrions, who by trade are not very brave and flatly refuse to subject themselves to the same ordeal. Signora Porporina, with that sedate look told Cagliostro that she would believe in his skill if he were to show her a person who was in her thoughts just then. There was no need for her to name that person since he, Cagliostro, was a sorcerer and was supposed to read her soul like a book. What you're asking of me is no trivial matter, replied Cagliostro, and yet I believe that I can satisfy you as long as you swear by all that is most solemn and most terrible not to say a single word to the person that I'll show you, nor to make the slightest motion, gesture, or noise during the apparition. Porporina pledged her word and very determinedly entered the little dark room. It is useful to remind you, gentlemen, that this young person has one of the most rigorous, soundest minds you can encounter. She is educated, reasons well about all matters, and I have cause to believe that she is impervious to any false and narrow ideas. She stayed in the viewing room long enough to amaze and worry her colleagues. Yet no one made a sound. When she came out, her face was exceedingly pale and, it is said, covered with tears. Yet she immediately said to them, "Friends, if Cagliostro is a sorcerer, he's a sorcerer who lies. Don't believe a single thing he shows you." She refused to explain herself further. But after Conciolini, at one of my concerts a few days later, told me about that supernatural evening, I vowed to question Porporina and did just that the first time she came to sing at Sans Souci. It wasn't easy to get her to talk. Here's what she finally told me: without a doubt, Cagliostro has an extraordinary ability to create apparitions that are so like reality that even the coolest heads cannot fail to be moved. Yet he is no sorcerer, and he claimed to read my mind only because he surely knew a few particulars about my life. But his knowledge was incomplete, and I would not advise you, sire, this is still Porporina talking, observed the king, to hire him as your minister of police, for he would make serious blunders. So, when I asked him to show me the absent person that I desired to see, I had in mind Professor Purpura, my music teacher, who is now in Vienna, and instead of him I saw appear in the magic room a very dear friend whom I lost this year. Good heavens, Diogenes blurted out. That's far trickier than producing a live one. Wait, gentlemen, continued the king. Cagliostro, ill-informed, had no idea that the person he had shown was dead, for, when the ghost had disappeared, he asked Signora Porporina if she was satisfied by what she had just seen. First of all, sir, she said, I would like to understand what that was. Kindly explain it to me. That is beyond my power, he replied. Be content with knowing that your friend is calm and making himself useful. Hearing that, she said, alas, sir, you've unwittingly done me great harm. You've shown me a person that I never dreamed of seeing again, and now you claim that he is alive, whereas I closed his eyes 6 months ago. That, gentlemen, Frederick continued, shows you how sorcerers delude themselves while attempting to delude others, and how their schemes are foiled by something their secret police missed. Up to a certain point they penetrate the mysteries of families and intimate feelings. Given that all the stories in this world are more or less alike, and that those with an inclination for the supernatural don't generally take a close look at things, these sorcerers guess right 20 times out of 30, but a third of the time they miss the mark. No one pays any attention to that, whereas everybody makes a great fuss when they get it right. It's absolutely the same thing with horoscopes and their predictions of a humdrum series of events that must of course happen to everybody, such as voyages, illnesses, the loss of a friend or relative, an inheritance, a meeting, an interesting letter, and other commonplaces of human life. Yet just imagine the catastrophes and domestic woes to which the false revelations of a Cagliostro expose weak, impassioned minds. A husband who takes his word for it and kills his innocent wife, a mother who goes mad with grief because she thinks that she has seen her absent son die, and 1,000 other disasters caused by this purported divinatory skill of magicians. It's all infamous, and you must agree that I was right to expel from my realm this Cagliostro with all his great guesses and wonderful news about people dead and buried. That's all fine and good, said La Maîtrise, but it fails to explain to me how your Majesty's Porporina saw the dead man upright. For, in short, if she has the qualities of mind affirmed by your Majesty, this goes against your Majesty's argument. True, the sorcerer made a mistake when he pulled a dead man out of his bag of tricks, instead of the live one that had been requested. But it's only all the more certain that he disposes of death and life, and, in that respect, he knows more than your Majesty, who, with all due respect to your Majesty, has had many men killed at war without ever being able to resurrect a single one. So we believe in the devil, my dear subject, said the king, laughing at the comic glances that La Maîtrise shot in Quintus Icilius's direction at each emphatic utterance of the royal title. Why wouldn't we believe in Satan? Everybody heaps calumny on the poor old fellow, and he's so witty, La Maîtrise retorted. Off to the stake with the Manichean, said Voltaire, putting a candle near the young doctor's wig. Well, my sublime Fritz, he continued, I've handed you a troublesome argument. Either the charming Porporina is silly and gullible, and she saw her dead man, or she's philosophical, and didn't see a thing. Yet she was frightened, which she admits, right? She wasn't frightened, said the king. She was grief-stricken, as you would be seeing a portrait that looks exactly like a person you have loved and knowing too well that you'll never see him again. But if all must be said, I'm inclined to think that she became frightened after the fact and did not emerge from the ordeal with her inner strength as sound as it once was. Since then she has been subject to attacks of black melancholy, which are always proof of weakness or disorder within us. I'm sure that her mind is still suffering from shock, even though she denies it. There are always consequences when one plays with lies. In my opinion, the sort of attack she had this evening is a result of that whole experience, and I would wager that her troubled brain harbors some dread of the magic power ascribed to Saint Germain. I've been told that she does nothing but weep since returning home. Ah! That I can't believe, dear Majesty, said La Maîtrise. You've been to see her, therefore, she weeps no more. You're very curious, aren't you, Panurge, to learn the reason for my visit? You, too, Diogenes, despite your silence and airs of indifference, and the same may go for you, dear Voltaire. How could one fail to be curious about each and everything that Frederick the Great sees fit to do, replied Voltaire, who made an effort to oblige, seeing that the king was talking. Perhaps certain men don't have the right to conceal anything when the least of their words is a precept, the least of their actions an example. My dear friend, you want to swell my head. Who wouldn't be proud to be praised by Voltaire? You were nevertheless making fun of me for the quarter hour that I was away. Yet you can't possibly think that in 15 minutes I would have had the time to get as far as the opera, where Porporina lives, recite her a long madrigal, and return on foot, for I was on foot. Bah! Sire, the opera is very close by, and you win a battle in less time than that. Wrong, that requires much more time, replied the king in a rather chilly tone. Just ask Quintus Icilius. As for the Marquis, who has such intimate knowledge of actresses and their virtue, he'll tell you that it takes more than a quarter of an hour to conquer them. Well, sire, that depends. Yes, that depends, but I hope for your own sake that Mli Cocois gave you more trouble than that. The fact is, gentlemen, I did not see Signora Porporina tonight. I merely went to talk to her maid and find out how she was doing. You, sire, exclaimed La Maîtrise. I wanted to take her myself a little flask. I suddenly remembered having such good effects on those stomach spasms that would occasionally make me pass out. Well, you're speechless? Are you all flabbergasted? You want to praise my fatherly, kingly kindness, and you don't dare, for deep in your hearts you find me perfectly ludicrous. Indeed, sire, if you've fallen in love like a mere mortal, I don't find it bad, said La Maîtrise. And I don't see that it's a matter for either praise or ridicule. Well, my good Panurge, I'm not at all in love, since one must speak one's mind. True, I'm a mere mortal, but I'm not the King of France, and the gallant ways that suit a great monarch like Louis XV would be most inappropriate for a modest Margrave of Brandenburg like me. I've got other fish to fry to keep my poor little shop humming along, and there's no leisure for naps in the groves of Cytherea. In that case, I utterly fail to understand your concern for this little opera singer, said La Maîtrise. Unless it's the product of a raging fit of melancholia, I simply give up. That being so, my friends, I'll have you know that I'm not Porporina's lover, nor am I in love with her. Yet I'm very attached to her because, in an incident too long to relate to you just now, she saved my life without knowing who I was. A bizarre adventure, which I'll relate to you another time. It's too late this evening, and Voltaire is falling asleep. Be content knowing that if I am here, and not in hell, where Zeal wanted to send me, I owe it to that girl. Now you can understand that I, knowing her to be dangerously ill, might go see if she hadn't died and bring her a little flask of Dr. Stahl's remedy without wanting you for that reason to take me for the likes of a Richelieu or a Lawson. Well, gentlemen, good night to you. I've been in my boots for the last 18 hours, and in 6 hours I'll have to put them back on. I pray God to keep you under His holy, noble protection, as one says at the end of a letter. When the great clock of the palace struck 12, the young and worldly abbess of Quedlinburg had just slipped into her pink satin bed. While arranging her mistress's slippers on her ermine rug, the head chambermaid suddenly shuddered and uttered a shriek. Someone had just knocked on the door of the princess's bedroom. "Well, have you gone mad?" asked the beautiful Amalia, half opening her bed curtains. "What's making you start and sigh like that? Your Royal Highness didn't hear that knock?" "There was a knock at the door?" "Then go see what it is." "Oh, madam, who alive would dare knock at your Highness's door knowing that she's in bed?" "No living person would dare? Is that what you're saying? In that case, it's a dead one. In the meantime, go open the door. Now there's another knock. Go on, you're making me impatient." The chambermaid, more dead than alive, dragged herself to the door and quavered, "Who's there?" "It's me, Madame von Kleist," replied a familiar voice. "If the princess is not yet asleep, tell her that I've got something important to tell her." "Quick, quick! Let her in," exclaimed the princess, "and leave us alone." As soon as the abbess and her favorite were alone, Madame von Kleist sat down on the foot of the bed and said, "Your Royal Highness was not mistaken. The king is madly in love with Porporina, and he is not yet her lover. That surely gives the girl, for the time being, unlimited influence over his mind." "How did you come to learn this in the last hour?" "While undressing for bed, I got my chambermaid chattering, and she told me that one of her sisters is Porporina's maid. So I start asking her questions, worming things out of her, and bit by bit I learned that this maid had just got back from visiting her sister at Porporina's place and that just as she was leaving, so was the king." "Are you quite sure of this?" "My maid saw the king as clearly as I'm seeing you now. He spoke to her, taking her for her sister, who was off in another room looking after her mistress who was either ill or pretending to be ill. The king asked about Porporina with extraordinary concern. He stamped his foot and looked thoroughly distressed when he was told that Porporina was still weeping. He didn't ask to see her, for fear of bothering her, he said. He gave her a very precious little flask for her mistress. Then he left, urging her to tell Porporina in the morning that he had come by at 11 in the evening." "Here's an adventure, I hope," exclaimed the princess, "and I dare not believe my ears. Does your maid really know what the king looks like?" "Who doesn't know a king who is always out on horseback?" Besides, a page had been sent as a scout 5 minutes earlier to see if the fair lady was alone. Meanwhile the king, wrapped and muffled, was waiting down in the street, all in disguise, as is his habit. So, disguise, anxiety, and especially respect. It's love, or I don't know what I'm talking about, von Kleist. And, despite the cold and the dark, you came to tell me right away. Ah! My poor child, how very kind. Despite the ghosts, too. Do you know that for the last few nights there's been a new terror afoot in the castle? My footman was trembling like an idiot while escorting me down the halls. What's going on? The woman in white again? Yes, the sweeper. This time, We're not the ones playing that trick, my poor Von Kleist. Our ghosts are far away. May God bring them back to us. At first I thought the king was playing the ghost, since he now has reasons for wanting to chase nosy footmen out of his way. But I'm truly amazed to see that the witch's Sabbath doesn't take place near his rooms nor along the way he takes to go see Porporina. The spirits are congregating around your highness. Now that I don't have anything to do with these doings, I must confess that I find them a bit frightening. What are you saying, child? How could you believe in ghosts, you who know them so well? There's the rub. I've heard that ghosts sorely resent impostors. They thirst for revenge and hunt down the offenders. In that case, they'd really be taking their time, for they've left us in peace for over a year now. Go on, don't worry about such nonsense. As for these lost souls, we know precisely what to believe. Surely it's just some page or junior officer who comes by night to woo the prettiest of my chambermaids. That's why my old chambermaid, whom nobody bothers to woo any longer, was stricken with terror when she heard your knock. She almost refused to open the door. But why are we talking about that? Von Kleist, we've found out the king's secret, and we must take full advantage. But how are we going to do it? We have to win over Porporina and be quick about it before his favor makes her vain and mistrustful. We must spare nothing, showering her with presents, promises, and compliments. Tomorrow you'll pay her a visit and ask her to send me some music, for example, original pieces by Porpora. She must have lots of unpublished manuscripts by Italian masters. You'll promise her in return manuscripts by Sebastian Bach, of which I have several. We'll begin by exchanging things. Then I'll ask her to come give me lessons. As soon as I've got her with me, I'll take it upon myself to seduce her, to put her under my control. I'll go tomorrow, madam. Good night, Von Kleist. Here, come give me a kiss, my one and only friend. Off to bed with you now, and if you catch a glimpse of the sweeper out in the hall, take a good, long look and see if she's not wearing spurs under her dress. The opera started and finished earlier than it did in our day. Frederick began supper at 10 o'clock. I'm still keeping him because I need him. Come next year he won't be of any further use to me, and I'll get rid of him. I squeeze the orange, then throw away the peel. This remark was known to be a raw wound for Voltaire's pride. Chapter 4. The next day, as Porporina was emerging from a distressing night's sleep and feeling quite overwhelmed, she found on her bed two objects that her chambermaid had just placed there: a little rock crystal flask bearing a gold clasp engraved with the letter F under a royal crown, as well as a sealed scroll. When Porporina asked about them, the maid told her that the king had come in person the night before to deliver the flask. Porporina was touched to hear about his visit, so respectful, so delicately naive. What a strange man, she thought to herself, wondering how to reconcile such kindness in the private realm with such severity and despotism in public life. She slipped into a daydream, gradually forgetting about the king and turning her thoughts inward. When confused memories of the previous evening came back to her, she once again began to weep. "What's this, mademoiselle?" asked the maid, who was a kind-hearted chatterbox. "Are you going to start sobbing again, as you did last night falling asleep?" It broke our hearts, and the king, who was listening through the door, shook his head a few times like a man in pain. "Yet many people would envy your lot, mademoiselle. The king doesn't court every woman. I even hear that he doesn't court anybody at all. And, for sure, here he is in love with you. In love? What are you saying there, you poor wretch? Porporina exclaimed with a shudder. Never again say such an absurd, indecent thing. The king in love with me, God in heaven. Well, mademoiselle, but what if he were? God help me. But that's not the case, and it never will be. What is this scroll, Catherine? A servant delivered it early this morning. Whose servant? A hired servant. At first he wouldn't tell me who sent him, but he wound up admitting that he worked for a certain Countess Saint-Germain, who arrived here only yesterday. And why did you ask him so many questions? Because I wanted to know, mademoiselle. How naive. Now go. As soon as Porporina was alone, she opened the scroll and found a parchment covered with bizarre, indecipherable characters. Although she had heard much talk about the Countess Saint-Germain, she was not acquainted with him. She turned the manuscript every which way. Completely baffled by it and bewildered as to why a person with whom she had never had anything to do would send her such a riddle, she concluded, along with many others, that he was insane. Yet, while examining the scroll, she found a loose scrap of paper with these words: Princess Amalia of Prussia takes great interest in divination and astrology. Deliver this parchment to her, and you can rest assured of her protection and favors. There was no signature, the handwriting was unknown to her, and the scroll bore no address. Porporina was amazed that the Countess Saint-Germain, in order to reach Princess Amalia, would turn to her, as she had never approached Her Highness. Thinking that the scroll had been delivered to her by mistake, she was about to roll it up and send it back. But when she picked up the sheet of rough white paper in which it was wrapped, she saw music printed on the inside face. This awakened a memory. It took her only a second to look for a certain symbol in a corner of the sheet, recognize it as one that she herself had scratched there with a pencil 18 months before, and verify that this page of music was part of the complete score that she had given as an identifier. This memento from an absent, unhappy friend stirred up such tender feelings that she forgot her own sorrows. Yet she still did not know what to do with the arcane missive, nor why she had been charged with delivering it to the Prussian princess. Was it really to ensure her that lady's favor and protection? Porporina had neither desire nor need of that. Was it in order to set up a connection between the princess and the prisoner that would help save or succor the latter? The young woman hesitated, remembering the proverb, "When in doubt, don't." Then she thought that there are good and bad proverbs, some for prudent egotism, others for courageous self-sacrifice. She stood up and said to herself, "When in doubt, do, when the only person you're putting in jeopardy is yourself and you can hope to serve your friend and fellow creature." Still very weak and shattered by the crisis of the previous evening, she had nearly finished dressing in a somewhat leisurely fashion. While doing up her beautiful black hair, she wondered how to get the mysterious parchment promptly and safely to the princess. At that very moment there arrived a splendidly trimmed footman wanting to know if she was alone, if she could receive a visit from a nameless lady who wished to have a few words with her. The young singer often cursed the subjection in which artists of that time lived vis-a-vis people in high places. She was tempted to reply, in order to dismiss the importune lady, that she was with the male singers of the opera. While that was a way of shocking certain prudish ladies and driving them away, it was also guaranteed to attract others even faster, she told herself. Thus, she resigned herself to the visit, and Madame von Kleist entered a moment later. The very polished great lady had resolved to use her charm and make the singer forget all matters of rank, but she was ill at ease. On the one hand, she had heard that the girl was very proud. On the other, Madame von Kleist, feeling most curious on her own account, was eager to make Porporina talk and reveal the very depths of her mind. For that reason, although the lovely lady was kind and harmless, there was just then something fake and forced in her whole countenance that struck Porporina. Curiosity is so close to treachery that it can make the most beautiful faces ugly. Porporina recognized Madame von Kleist as the person whom she saw in Princess Amelia's box every evening at the opera. Knowing that Madame von Kleist was very fond of necromancy, her first impulse was to seize upon this pretext and request an interview with her mistress. Yet, as she dared not trust a person who was reputed to be a little eccentric and also something of a schemer, Porporina resolved to see what her game was and began scrutinizing her guest with the quiet, penetrating eye of someone on the defensive, therefore superior to attacks of restless curiosity. At last the ice was broken, and when Madame von Kleist conveyed the princess's request for music, Porporina, masking her pleasure a bit at this happy juncture, ran to fetch several unpublished scores. Feeling a sudden burst of inspiration, she exclaimed, "Ah! What a joy, madam, to lay all my little treasures at the feet of Her Highness, and I'd be so happy if she were to allow me to do so in person." "Truly, my lovely child," asked Madame von Kleist, "you wish to speak to Her Royal Highness?" "Yes, madam," replied Porporina. "I'd throw myself at her feet and beg a favor that she would surely not refuse me, for I understand that she's a great musician and no doubt the patroness of many artists. People also say that she is as kind as she is beautiful. Were she to hear me out, I hope that she would help me get His Majesty to call my music teacher, the great Porpora, back to Berlin." The king had agreed that Porpora should come to Berlin. Upon his arrival at the border, he was turned away on the pretext of some faulty paperwork in his passport and virtually banished. Since then, despite His Majesty's assurances and promises, I haven't been able to get this interminable affair settled. I no longer dare importune the king with a request in which he can take only little interest. That always slips his mind, I'm sure. Yet, if the princess deigns say a word to the administrators in charge of expediting this business, I would have the joy of finally being reunited with my adoptive father, my one and only protector in the world. "What you're saying amazes me no end," exclaimed Madame von Kleist. "What? The lovely Porporina, who I thought held the king in her sway, has to ask someone else's help for something that seems so simple? In this case, His Majesty must fear in your adoptive father, as you call him, a guardian too severe or an adviser too adverse to his interests." "Try as I may, madam, your meaning escapes me," replied Porporina with a seriousness that disconcerted Madame von Kleist. "Apparently I'm wrong about the extreme benevolence and boundless admiration that the king professes for the greatest diva in the universe. It is not seemly for such a lady as Madame von Kleist to mock a poor, harmless artist without pretensions." "Do you think I'm mocking you? Who could dream of mocking such an angel? Now then, I'm sure you'll win over the princess, who is a most impulsive person. She's already so fond of your talent. Once she sees you up close, she'll be just as fond of your person." "On the contrary, madam, I had been told that Her Royal Highness was always very hard on me, that she didn't like my homely face and highly disapproved of my singing method." "Who on earth could tell you such lies?" "The king told those lies," replied the girl a bit mischievously. "It was a trap, a test of your sweet, modest disposition," Madame von Kleist continued. "As a mere mortal I have no right to lie to you like a very cunning great king, and this I want to prove by taking you and your musical scores straight off to see the princess." "And you think she'll be glad to see me? Will you trust me?" "But if you're wrong, madam, who'll be disgraced?" "I alone, and you'll have my permission to tell one and all that while I boast about enjoying the princess's affection, she has for me neither respect nor regard." "After you, madam," said Porporina, ringing for her muffin mantelet. "I'm dressed very simply. Then again, I wasn't expecting you." "You look charming as you are, and you'll find our dear princess in even more informal attire. Come, let's go." Porporina put the mysterious scroll in her pocket, loaded Madame von Kleist's carriage with musical scores, and resolutely followed, telling herself, "For a man who risked his life for me, I can certainly risk wasting my time waiting around for a little princess." For 5 minutes she sat in a dressing room while the abbess and her confidant exchanged the following words in the next room. "Madam, I've brought her to you, she's in there." "So soon? Oh, admirable ambassadress! How should I receive her? What is she like? Reserved, prudent or simple-minded, highly secretive or admirably stupid?" "Oh, we'll soon find out," exclaimed the princess, who was practiced in divining motives and doubting appearances. Her eyes flashed with excitement. "Show her in." During this short wait in the dressing room, Porporina had surveyed with surprise the strangest collection of paraphernalia that ever decorated a beautiful princess's inner sanctum: globes, compasses, astrolabes, astrological charts, jars filled with nameless mixtures, skulls, in short, a sorcerer's workshop. "My friend is not wrong," she thought to herself, "and the secrets of the king's sister are public knowledge. I don't even think that she tries to hide them. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been allowed to set eyes on all these bizarre objects. Come now, there's no reason to be afraid." The abbess of Quedlinburg was then about 28 or 30 years old. She had been pretty as an angel, and this was still the case in the evening by candlelight and viewed from afar, but seeing her close up, in full daylight, Porporina was surprised to find her withered and blotchy. Her blue eyes, once the most beautiful in the world and now red-rimmed as though she had just been crying, had a sickly glint as well as a deep transparence that did not inspire trust. Her family and the whole court had adored her, and for a long time she had been the most affable, lively, benevolent, and gracious princess ever portrayed in those novels about people of rank in the old patrician literature. Over the last few years, however, her character had deteriorated as well as her beauty. She had fits of bad, even violent temper that made her resemble Frederick at his worst. Without trying to take him as her model, and even secretly excoriating him, she seemed invincibly driven to take on every fault that she blamed in him. Thus, she risked becoming an imperious, absolute mistress as well as a narrow-minded, condescending woman of learning with a skeptical, bitter frame of mind. And yet, under these dreadful defects that were fatally spreading through her every day, one could still see signs of an innate kindness, a judicious mind, a courageous soul, and a passionate heart. So what was happening in the soul of that poor princess? She was being devoured by a terrible sorrow, and she had to smother it in her breast, suffering stoically beneath a cheerful mask in front of a curious, malevolent, or indifferent world. As a result of this continual disguise and self-constraint, she had managed to develop within herself two quite different beings, one that she dared reveal to almost no one, and one that she flaunted with a sort of hatred and despair. People noticed that her conversation had taken a lively, brilliant turn, but that nervous, forced gaiety pained the eye, and its icy, almost frightening effects seemed inexplicable. By turns childishly sentimental and harshly cruel, she astonished others as well as herself. Floods of tears extinguished the fires of her wrath, then, a sudden burst of ferocious irony or unholy disdain would break her out of the salutary depressions that she could neither harbor in her soul nor disclose on her countenance. The first thing that Porporina noticed upon meeting the princess was that sort of duality within her. She had two aspects, two faces, one tender, the other threatening, and two voices, one sweet and harmonious that seemed God's gift to an angel, the other harsh and rasping that seemed to spew out of some fiend's burning breast. Amazed by such a bizarre creature, torn between fear and compassion, our heroine wondered whether it was a good or a bad genie that was going to invade and dominate her. As for the princess, she found Porporina far more daunting than she had imagined. She had been hoping that the singer, stripped of her theater costumes and that makeup that, no matter what people may say, uglifies women in the extreme, would justify the things that Madame von Kleist had said to reassure her, that she was more ugly than beautiful. Yet her olive complexion, so smooth and without a single blemish, her dark eyes so strong and sweet, her frank mouth, her supple figure with its easy, natural carriage, the whole effect of a good, forthright creature brimming with composure or at least the inner strength that comes from integrity and true wisdom forced upon restless Amalia a sort of respect and even shame, as though she sensed in Porporina a soul of unassailable loyalty. The princess endeavored to conceal her uneasiness. Taking note of this, Porporina was amazed, as one can believe, to see that such a great princess felt intimidated in her presence. So, in order to revive the conversation that was flagging at every moment, Porporina began opening one of her scores in which she had slipped the cabalistic letter, making sure that this huge sheet of parchment with its huge characters caught the princess's eye. Once the effect had been achieved, she made as though to remove it, as though she were surprised to find it there, but the abbess snatched it up and exclaimed, "What's this, mademoiselle? In the name of heaven, where did you get this?" "If I must confess," replied Porporina in meaningful tone, "it's an astrological exercise. I was meaning to present it to Her Highness when she wished to ask me about a subject that is not altogether foreign to me." The princess fastened her ardent gaze on Porporina, looked back at the magic characters, and dashed to a window. She studied the mysterious parchment for a second, then shrieked and sank, as though she were suffocating, into the arms of Madame von Kleist who, seeing her stagger, had raced toward her. "Out, mademoiselle," the queen's favorite hastily ordered. "Go back to the dressing room, don't say a word, don't call anybody, not a single, solitary person. Do you hear?" "No, no, I don't want her to leave," choked the princess. "Here, I want her here, near me." "Ah! My child," she exclaimed as soon as Porporina came close, "what a service you've rendered me!" And convulsively seizing Porporina in her skinny, white arms, the princess clasped her to her heart and covered her cheeks with jerky, pointed kisses that left the poor child feeling bruised in body and soul. "Obviously this country makes people insane," she thought to herself. "Several times I've thought I was going mad, and now I see that people of the highest rank are far worse off than I. There is madness in the air." At last the princess removed her arms from Porporina's neck, then wrapped them around Madame von Kleist's, all the while shrieking, crying, and repeating in her strangest voice, "Saved! Saved! He is saved! My friends, my dear friends, Trenck has escaped from the fortress of Glatz, he's off and running, still running." And the poor princess fell into a fit of convulsive laughter, interspersed with sobs that were painful to the eyes and ears. "Oh, madam, for the love of God, contain your joy," pleaded Madame von Kleist. "Beware that anyone hear you." Picking up the so-called Kabbalah, which was nothing more than a coded letter from the Baron von Trenck, she helped the princess go on reading, a task interrupted thousands of times by bursts of feverish, almost frenetic joy. Chapter 5. Seducing, by means that my incomparable friend provided me, the junior officers of the garrison, making a pact with a prisoner who shares my fondness for liberty, delivering a good punch to one guard, a swift kick to another, and a fine stroke of my sword to a third, making an amazing leap down to the base of the ramparts, while giving a shove to my friend who couldn't make up his mind fast enough and dislocated his foot in his fall, picking him up, throwing him over my shoulders, running in this fashion for a quarter of an hour, crossing the Nice in a pea-soup fog and water up to my waist, taking off again in a run once I got to the other side, walking all night long, a dreadful night, getting lost, trudging through the snow round and round a mountain without knowing where we were, then hearing the bells of Glatz toll out the hour of 4 in the morning. That is to say, having wasted my time and energy only to find myself in the shadow of the city walls at dawn, reviving my courage, entering a peasant's abode, putting my pistol to his throat and stealing 2 horses, then galloping off God knows where, conquering my liberty by means of 1,000 tricks, terrors, pains, and struggles, finally finding myself penniless, practically naked, almost starving in a foreign land in brutal cold, but feeling free after having been condemned to a dreadful, perpetual captivity, thinking about an adorable friend, telling myself that this news will fill her with joy, making 1,000 bold, delightful plans to come closer to her. This is being happier than Frederick of Prussia, this is being the happiest of men, the elect of Providence. This was, in short, young Frederick von Trenck's letter to Princess Amalia, and the ease with which Madame von Kleist read it to her mistress proved to Porporina, who was both surprised and touched, that this method of correspondence was very familiar to them. There was a postscript that read, "The person who will give you this letter is as much to be trusted as the others were not. You can, in short, confide in her without reservation and give her all your messages for me, with the Count de Saint-Germain serving as our conduit, but it is necessary that the aforesaid Count, who does not enjoy my complete trust, never hear your name. He must believe that I'm smitten with Porporina, even though that is not at all the case and my feelings for her have never gone beyond pure, untroubled friendship. So, let no cloud darken the lovely brow of the goddess whom I adore. I live for her alone and would sooner die than betray her." While Madame von Kleist was deciphering the postscript aloud and dwelling on every word, Princess Amalia was scrutinizing Porporina's face for any sign of pain, humiliation, or resentment. Totally reassured by her angelic serenity, she once again began smothering the singer with kisses and exclaimed, "And to think I harbored suspicions about you, poor child. You don't know how jealous I was, how much I hated and cursed you. I wanted to think you ugly and a poor actress just because I feared thinking you too beautiful and good. This is on account of my brother who was afraid that I would take up with you. All the while pretending that he wanted to bring you to my concerts, he carefully led me to understand that you had been Trenck's mistress in Vienna, his idol, knowing full well that this was the way to keep me forever at a distance from you. And I believed it, while you've been risking life and limb to bring me this happy news. So you don't love the king? Oh, how right you are. Of all the men in the world, he's the most perverse, the most cruel." "Oh, Madam, cried Madame von Kleist, terrified by the princess's abandon and delirious volubility in front of Porporina. "To what dangers you'd be exposing yourself just now if she weren't an angel of courage and self-sacrifice." "That's true. What a state I'm in. I must have lost my head. Shut the doors tight, von Kleist, and first check to see if anyone in the anterooms overheard me." As for her, the princess added, pointing to Porporina, take a look and tell me if it's possible to doubt such a face.
No, no. I'm not as careless as I look.
Dear Porporina, don't think I'm opening my heart to you inadvertently, nor that I'll come to regret it in a calmer moment. You see, my child, I've got an infallible instinct, an eye that has never led me astray. It runs in the family, and my brother, the king who prides himself on the very same thing, can't hold a candle to me.
No, you won't betray me, I see it, I know it.
You wouldn't want to betray a woman devoured by an unhappy love, a woman who has suffered things no one can ever imagine.
Oh.
Madam, never, said Porporina, kneeling down near her, as if to take God as her witness. Neither you, nor Herr von Trenck, who saved my life, nor anyone in the world, for that matter.
He saved your life? Ah.
I'm sure that he has saved many others. He is so brave, so good, so handsome.
Don't you find him very handsome?
Then again, you must not have looked at him too much.
Otherwise, you'd be in love with him, and you aren't, isn't that true?
You'll tell me how you met him, how he saved your life, but not now.
I just couldn't listen. I have to talk, my heart is brimming over.
For such a long time it's been drying up in my breast.
I want to talk, then talk some more. Let me be, Kleist.
I must vent my joy, or I'll burst. Just close the doors, keep watch, protect me, look after me. Have pity on me, my poor friends, for I am very happy. Thereupon the princess burst into tears. You know, I found him attractive from the first day I laid eyes on him, she said a few seconds later in a voice choked with sobs, but prey to such agitation that nothing could calm her.
He was 18, beautiful as an angel, and so knowledgeable, so frank, so brave.
I was supposed to marry the King of Sweden.
Oh yes.
And my sister Ulrika was vexed to tears that I should become queen while she remained unmarried. My dear sister, I told her, we can work this out. The great men who govern Sweden want a Catholic queen. I don't wish to abjure my religion. They want a nice little queen, very idle, very calm, very aloof from any political doings. If I were queen, I'd want to rule. I'm going to make all this clear to the ambassadors, and you'll see that tomorrow they'll write to their prince saying that you're right for Sweden and not I. I did as I said, and my sister is the Queen of Sweden.
Since that day I've been acting a part every day of my life. Ah. Porporina, you think you're an actress?
No, you don't know what it's like acting a part one's whole life long, morning, noon, evening, and often at night. For everything that has breath around here does nothing but spy on us, trying to read our minds and betray us. I was forced to make a great show of grief and resentment when my sister, thanks to me, stole the throne of Sweden out from under my nose. I was forced to pretend that I detested Trenck and found him ridiculous, to make fun of him, and what else? All the while I was his adoring mistress, choking with drunken joy then as I am now.
Ah! More than now, alas! But Trenck wasn't as strong and wary as I was. He wasn't born a prince, he didn't have my talent for lying and dissembling. The king discovered everything.
As kings do, he lied and pretended to see nothing. But he persecuted Trenck, and this beautiful page, the king's favorite, became the object of his hatred and wrath. The king rained down on him humiliation and harsh treatment, kept him under arrest 7 days out of 8. But on the 8th Trenck was in my arms, for nothing frightens or disheartens him. How can one not adore such courage? Well, the king entrusted him with a foreign mission. After he had brought the affair to a fine and speedy resolution, my brother was so vile as to accuse him of having handed over to his cousin Trank the Pander, who serves under Maria Theresa, the designs of our fortresses as well as military secrets. This was the way not only to get him away from me by locking him up forever, but also to disgrace him and make him die of grief, despair, and rage in some horrible dungeon.
See if I can honor and bless my brother. He's a great man, or so people say. But I'm telling you, he's a monster. Ah!
Beware of loving him, girl.
He'll snap you in two, like a twig. But you must pretend, you see, always pretend. In the atmosphere where we live, you have to breathe in secret.
I pretend to worship my brother. I'm his beloved sister, as everyone knows, or thinks. He attends to my every desire.
He gathers cherries himself from the espaliers at Sanssouci. He deprives himself, he who loves this one thing alone on this earth, in order to send them to me, and before handing them over to the page who will bring me the basket, he counts the cherries just to make sure that the page won't eat any on the way. What dainty care! What artlessness worthy of Henry IV of France and King René! Yet he makes my lover perish in an underground dungeon and tries to disgrace him in my eyes to punish me for loving him. What a big heart! What a good brother! And what love we have for each other! While she was talking, the princess went pale. Her voice grew weaker and weaker, then died. With her eyes bulging in a blank stare, she remained motionless, mute, and livid, having lost consciousness. Porporina, frightened, helped Madame von Kleist unlace her corset and carry her to bed, where she recovered her spirits a bit and went on muttering unintelligible things. "This will pass, thank heaven," said Madame von Kleist. "When she's in control of herself again, I'll call her maids. As for you, dear child, it is absolutely imperative that you go to the music room and sing for the walls, rather the ears of the anteroom. For without fail the king will learn of your visit, and it must not seem that you and the princess were occupied with anything other than music. The princess will be indisposed, which will help conceal her joy. She must not seem to know a thing about Trank's escape, and the same goes for you. The king certainly knows about it by now. He'll be in a foul mood, entertaining horrible suspicions about every living soul. Be careful, very careful. If he finds out that you're the one who delivered this letter to the princess, we're both lost. In this country women, just as well as men, are sent to the fortress. And they are deliberately forgotten, just the same as men. They die there, just the same as men. Now that you've been warned, adieu. Go sing, then leave without fuss or mystery. We won't see you again for at least a week, in order to divert any suspicions. You may count on the princess's gratitude. She is magnificent and knows how to compensate dedication. Alas, madam. Porporina said in a sad voice, you think that you have to use threats and promises with me? I'm sorry you think so. Worn out from all the violent emotions she had just shared, and still feeling ill from her own shock the evening before, Porporina nonetheless sat down at the harpsichord and began to sing. Behind her there opened a door so silently that it escaped her notice. All of a sudden she saw in an adjacent mirror the king standing right beside her. She started and wanted to get up, but the king, pressing the ends of his bony fingers down on her shoulder, forced her to sit and continue. She obeyed most reluctantly, uneasily. Never had she felt less inclined to sing, never had she found Frederick's presence more chilling, more contrary to musical inspiration. Sung to perfection, said the king after her piece.
While singing, she had been terrified to see him tiptoe up behind the half-open door of his sister's bedroom to eavesdrop.
Yet I'm sorry to say that this beautiful voice is not at its best this morning.
You should have rested, instead of yielding to the odd whimsy of Princess Amalia, who summons you in order not to listen to you.
Her Royal Highness was suddenly taken ill, she replied, frightened by the king's somber, worried look, and I was ordered to keep on singing to distract her a bit.
I assure you that it's a waste of energy.
She's not listening to you one whit, said the king curtly.
She's in there whispering with Madame von Kleist, as though nothing at all had happened.
Since that's the case, we can certainly whisper together here, without worrying about the two of them. The illness doesn't look serious to me. I think that in this category your sex goes very quickly from one extreme to the other. Last night everyone thought you were dead. Whoever would have thought that you'd be here this morning looking after my sister and entertaining her? Now, would you please tell me what on earth you're doing here all of a sudden?
Porporina, stunned by the question, prayed for inspiration.
Sire, she replied, striving for confidence, I scarcely know the answer to that myself. This morning I was asked to give her this score. I thought I ought to bring it here myself and was meaning to leave my music in the anteroom and go right back home. Madame von Kleist caught sight of me. She mentioned my name to Her Highness, who was apparently curious to see me up close. I was forced to go in. Her Highness asked me about the style of several pieces of music. Then, when she felt ill, she ordered me to perform this piece for her while she was taking to her bed. And now, if I may go to the rehearsal.
It's not yet time, said the king. I don't know why you're burning to run along when I want to chat with you.
I always fear being out of place in the presence of your majesty.
You have no common sense, my dear.
All the more reason, sire.
You shall stay, he said, forcing her to sit back down at the piano and remaining on his feet facing her. Then he added, fixing on her a gaze half paternal, half inquisitorial, is it true, everything you've just told me?
Porporina overcame her horror of lying.
She had often told herself that she would be sincere with the terrifying man on her own account but tell a lie if it were ever a question of his victim's welfare. Now she was suddenly facing that moment of crisis in which the master's kindliness could turn to fury, which she would have gladly suffered rather than to stoop to dissimulation. Yet Trank's fate and that of the princess depended on her wits and presence of mind. Calling the skill of the actress to her aid, she smiled knowingly and withstood the king's eagle eye, which looked more like a vulture's just then.
Well, asked the king, why don't you answer me? Why does your majesty wish to frighten me by pretending to doubt what I've just said? You don't seem at all frightened. On the contrary, I find your gaze quite bold this morning.
Sire, one only fears what one hates.
Why do you want me to fear you?
Frederick bristled with armor like a crocodile so as not to be moved by this reply, the most flirtatious he had thus far obtained from Porporina. As was his habit, he immediately changed the subject, which is a great art, more difficult than one would think.
Why did you faint on stage yesterday evening?
Sire, that's the least of your majesty's worries and my own secret.
So what did you have for breakfast this morning to be taking such a perky tone with me?
I took a breath from a certain flask that filled me with confidence as to the kindness and justice of the one who brought it to me.
Ah! So you took that for a declaration, said Frederick icily, with cynical contempt.
Thank God, no, she replied, with a very sincere shudder of fear.
Why do you say thank God? Because I know that your Majesty only makes declarations of war, even to the ladies. You're neither the Tsarina nor Maria Theresa. What kind of war can I have with you? The kind a lion has with a gnat. And what gnat has been biting you, for you to cite such a fable? The gnat killed the lion, harassed him to death. It was no doubt a poor lion, irascible and therefore weak. So I couldn't have been thinking of that fable. But the gnat was grimly determined and had a nasty sting. Perhaps the fable suits you well. Does your Majesty think so? Yes. Sire, are you lying?
Frederick seized her wrist and convulsively squeezed it to make a bruise. There was anger and love in this bizarre gesture. Porporina's face did not change. The king looked at her red, swollen hand and added, "You've got courage." "No, sire, but I don't pretend to lack courage, like everyone in your entourage."
What do you mean?
That one often plays dead so as not to be killed. If I were you, I wouldn't like people to be so terrified of me.
Who are you in love with? Asked the king, once again changing the subject. With no one, sire. That being the case, why do you have attacks of nerves?
That doesn't concern the destiny of Prussia, and consequently the king doesn't care to know the answer to that question.
So you think that it is the king speaking to you right now? That would be impossible to forget. Yet that's what you must resolve to do.
Never will the king speak to you. It's not the king's life you saved, mademoiselle. But I haven't seen Baron von Kreutz again around here.
If that's a reproach, it wouldn't be fair.
It wasn't the king who went to inquire about your health yesterday, but Captain Kreutz. The distinction is too subtle for me, Captain.
Well, try and learn. Here, when I put my cap on like that, a little to the left, I'll be the captain, when it tips to the right, I'll be the king, and according to who I am, you'll be Consuelo or Signorina Porporina. I see, sire. Well, that I can do. Your Majesty is free to be 2, or 3, or 100 different people. I only know how to be one. You're lying.
You wouldn't talk to me on stage in front of your fellow performers as you're doing right now.
Sire, don't be too sure. Well, you're certainly full of the devil today. That's because your Majesty's cap is neither to the right nor the left, and I don't know to whom I'm speaking.
Overwhelmed by the attraction he felt to Porporina, especially at that moment, the king lifted his hand to his cap in a playful, genial way and tipped it so far down over his left ear that his terrifying face looked comical. He was doing his best to act like a mere mortal and a king on vacation, but all of a sudden he remembered that his purpose in coming here was not to take his mind off his worries, but to fathom the secrets of the Abbess of Quedlinburg. He peevishly whipped the cap off his head and dropped his smile. Furrowing his brow, he got up and said to the girl, "Stay here, I'll be back for you." And he went into the bedroom of the princess, who trembled awaiting his visit. Madame von Kleist, having seen the king chatting with Porporina, had not dared leave her mistress's side. She had made futile attempts to hear their conversation, but not having been able to catch a single word because of the dimension of the rooms, she was more dead than alive. As for Porporina, she shuddered at the thought of what was going to happen. Usually solemn and respectfully sincere with the king, she had just coerced herself to distract him, by means of coquetries somewhat contrived, from the dangerous interrogation he was starting to put her through. She had hoped to divert him altogether from torturing his poor sister. Frederick, however, was not a man to depart from his plan, and the poor creature's efforts failed in front of the despot's single-mindedness. She commended Princess Amalia to God, for she understood that the king was forcing her to stay there in order to compare her explanations with those being prepared in the next room. The great care with which he closed the door behind him on his way in there only confirmed her in this opinion. So she spent an uncomfortable quarter of an hour waiting, agitated with a bit of fever, frightened by the scheme in which she found herself involved, and unhappy with the role she was being made to play. With horror she recalled the insinuations that were beginning to come at her from all directions regarding the king's possible love for her and the sort of agitation that he himself had just betrayed in that respect with his strange behavior. Chapter 6. Yet, my God! The cunning of the most terrifying Dominican who ever served as a great inquisitor, what chance does it stand against 3 women when love, fear, and friendship inspire them all to the same end? Frederick tried everything, but nothing worked, neither friendly endearments, nor provocative irony, nor surprise questions, nor feigned indifference, nor indirect threats. Madame von Kleist and Amalia explained Consuelo's presence in the princess's suite in absolutely the same terms that Consuelo had so felicitously improvised. This explanation was the most natural, the most plausible. Putting everything down to chance is the best way. Chance says nothing and issues no contradictions. Worn out fighting, the king gave up, or changed tactics, for he suddenly exclaimed, "And Porporina, whom I'm forgetting in all this. Dear little sister, since you're feeling better, have her step in. Her chatter will entertain us." "I feel like a nap," replied the princess, fearing a trap. "Well then, wish her good day and dismiss her yourself." With these words, the king got to the door ahead of Madame von Kleist, opened it himself, and called in Porporina. But instead of sending her away, he on the spot began a dissertation on German and Italian music. Once that subject had been exhausted, he suddenly exclaimed, "Ah! Signora Porporina, here's a bit of news I was forgetting to tell you, something that will certainly please you. Your friend, Baron von Trenck, is no longer in prison." "Which Baron von Trenck, sire?" she asked with cunning ingenuousness. "I know 2 of them, and they're both in prison." "Oh! Trenck the Pander will perish in Spielberg. It's the Prussian Trenck who has escaped." "Well, sire," replied Porporina, "as for me, I'm grateful to you. That was a fair and generous act on your Majesty's part." "Much obliged for the compliment, mademoiselle. What do you think, my dear sister?" "What are you talking about?" asked the princess. "I was half asleep and didn't hear you, brother." "I'm talking about your protégé, the handsome Trenck, who has gone over the walls at Glatz." "Ah! Good for him," said the princess with great composure. "Bad for him," the king said curtly. "His case was coming up for study, and perhaps he could have cleared himself of the charges against him. His escape amounts to a confession of his crimes." "If that's so, I forsake him," said Amalia, still impassive. "Mademoiselle Porporina will persist in defending him, I'm sure," Frederick continued. "I can see it in her eyes." "I can't believe that he's a traitor," she said. "Especially when the traitor is so handsome? Do you know, sister, that Mademoiselle Porporina is very close to Baron von Trenck?" "May that do her a lot of good," Amalia said in a chilly voice. "If the man is disgraced, I nevertheless advise her to forget him."
Now I wish you good day, mademoiselle, for I feel very tired. Please come back in a few days to help me read that score. It looks quite beautiful. You're fond of music again? Asked the king. I thought you had forsaken it altogether. I want to try and get back to it, and I hope, brother, that you'll agree to come help me. People say that you've made great progress, and now you'll give me lessons. We'll both take lessons from the Signora. I'll bring her over. Fine. That will be delightful. Madame von Kleist escorted Porporina back to the anteroom. Soon she was all alone in long hallways, knowing none too well how to get out of the palace and scarcely remembering how she had come in. As the king's household was managed with the strictest economy, to say the least, one did not run across many footmen in the castle. Not finding a single one to give her any directions, Porporina began wandering aimlessly through the vast, dreary manor. Preoccupied by what had just transpired, shattered with exhaustion, her stomach empty since the night before, Porporina felt very light-headed, but, as sometimes happens in such a case, a sickly excitement nevertheless sustained her physical strength. She walked haphazardly, faster than her normal pace. Pursued by her own thoughts, a source of strange torment since the evening before, she completely forgot where she was, lost her way, passed through hallways and courtyards, retraced her steps, climbed up and down stairs, crossed several people without thinking of asking them where to go, and finally found herself, as if on the far side of a dream, at the entrance of a huge hall filled with a motley collection of strange objects. On the threshold a solemn, polite figure gave her a very courteous greeting and invited her in. Porporina recognized the very learned academician Stoss, the conservator of the castle's library and curio collection. Several times he had brought her precious manuscripts of Protestant music from the early Reformation, treasures of calligraphy with which he had enriched the royal holdings, so that she could read through them. When he learned that she was seeking a way out of the palace, he immediately offered to see her home. Yet he so earnestly begged her to take a look at the precious collection entrusted to his care, in which he took such legitimate pride, that she could not refuse a tour leaning on his arm. Easily entertained like all those with artistic constitutions, she was soon more interested than she had thought herself disposed to be. She became totally absorbed by an object to which the most worthy professor particularly insisted on drawing her attention. This drum, which doesn't seem at all special at first glance, whose authenticity I even suspect, is nonetheless very famous, he said. This much is sure. The membrane of this instrument of war is human skin, as you yourself can see by the trace of the pectoral bulge. This trophy, which His Majesty carried off from Prague in the glorious war that he has just concluded, is allegedly made from the skin of Jan Žižka of the Chalice, the famous head of the great Hussite revolt of the 15th century. It is said that he bequeathed this sacred hide to his fellow soldiers, promising them that where it would be, there too would be victory. The Bohemians say that the sound of this dreadful drum made their enemies take to their heels, that it conjured up the ghosts of their leaders who had died fighting for the holy cause, and 1,000 other marvels. Yet, apart from the fact that such superstitions deserve only contempt in this splendid century of reason in which we are fortunate to live, Monsieur l'Enfant, Her Majesty the Queen Mother's preacher and the author of a commendable history of the Hussites, asserts that Jan Žižka was buried with his skin on, that consequently. You seem to be growing pale, mademoiselle. Are you ill, or does the sight of this bizarre object disgust you? This Žižka was a great scoundrel as well as a most ferocious rebel. That may be, monsieur, replied Porporina, but I have lived in Bohemia, and I've heard it said that he was a very great man.
His memory is still as alive there as Louis XIV's in France, and he's considered the savior of his country.
Alas!
A country very poorly saved, said Herstauss with a smile. However much I might beat the resonant breast of Bohemia's liberator, I wouldn't even conjure up his shamefully captive shade in the palace of the man who conquered his descendants. While uttering these words in a pedantic tone, the commendable Herstauss ran his fingers over the membrane, which made a dull, sinister sound like that of drums when they are muffled in mourning and pounded in funeral marches. But this profane entertainment on the part of the learned conservator was suddenly cut short by a piercing shriek out of Porporina, who threw herself into his arms and hid her face in the crook of his shoulder, like a child terrified by some odd or dreadful thing. The solemn Herstauss looked around for the cause of this sudden terror and saw, standing on the threshold, a person whose aspect engendered only disdain in him. He was going to wave him away, but by the time Porporina, still clinging to him, had left him free to move, the person was gone. "Truly, mademoiselle," he said, leading her to a chair into which she slumped, trembling and overwhelmed, "I do not understand what has come over you. I didn't see anything to cause such an upset."
"You didn't see anything? Nobody at all?" Porporina's voice was faint, her mien distraught.
"There, on the threshold."
"You didn't see a man just standing there, looking at me with terrifying eyes?"
"I saw perfectly well a man who often wanders through the castle, who might like to make himself look terrifying, as you say so well. Yet I have to say that he doesn't intimidate me much, and I'm not taken in by him."
"You saw him? Ah! Monsieur, so he was really there? I wasn't just dreaming? My God, what does this mean?"
"This means that, by virtue of the special protection of a lovable and august princess who, I believe, is entertained by his follies more than she lends credence to them, he has entered the castle on his way to see Her Royal Highness."
"But who is he? What is his name?" "You don't know? Why then are you afraid?" "In the name of heaven, monsieur, just tell me who he is."
"Well, Trismegistus, Princess Amelia's sorcerer. One of those charlatans who ply the trade of predicting the future, revealing hidden treasures, making gold, and 1,000 other parlor tricks that were all the fashion here before the glorious reign of Frederick the Great."
"You've certainly heard, Signora, that the Abbess of Quedlinburg is still fond."
Yes, monsieur, I know she studies the Kabbalah, out of curiosity no doubt."
"Oh, certainly.
How could one think that a princess, who is so enlightened, so learned, would take a serious interest in such nonsense?"
"In short, monsieur, you know the man?"
"Oh, I've known him for quite a while. For the last 4 years or so he has been appearing here at least once every 6 to 8 months. Since he's very peaceable and doesn't dabble in intrigue, His Majesty, having no wish to deprive his dear sister of any innocent pastimes, tolerates his presence in the city and even his unrestricted access to the palace. He doesn't abuse the privilege and only practices his so-called science here with Her Highness. Herr von Gallican is his protector and answers for him.
That's all I can tell you. But why do you take such a lively interest in this, mademoiselle?
Rest assured, monsieur, it doesn't interest me in the least. And since I don't want you to take me for a madwoman, I must tell you that this man seemed to bear an illusion, no doubt a striking resemblance to a person who was once dear to me, and who still is, for, isn't it true, monsieur, that death doesn't sever the bonds of affection? A noble sentiment, mademoiselle, and most worthy of a person of your merit. But you've had quite a shock, and I see that you can hardly stand on your feet.
allow me to see you home."
Once home, Porporina took to her bed for several days, tormented by a fever and an extraordinary nervous commotion. Then there was a letter from Madame von Kleist inviting her to come make music in her rooms at 8 in the evening.
This was merely a pretext for furtively getting Porporina into the palace.
Having made their way through secret passages to the princess's suite, they found her charmingly attired, even though the rooms were scarcely lit, and all her servants had been dismissed for the evening, as she claimed to be indisposed. She gave the singer a most affectionate welcome. Taking her arm like an old friend, she led Porporina to a pretty little round room lit with 50 candles, where a dainty, tastefully elegant supper had been served.
French Rococo style had not yet invaded the Prussian court.
At that time, moreover, Prussian aristocrats displayed sovereign contempt for the reigning king of France and confined themselves to imitating the traditions of the century of Louis XIV, for whom Frederick, secretly eager to ape the great king, professed boundless admiration.
Yet Princess Amalia was dressed in the latest fashion. Though more chastely adorned than Madame de Pompadour was wont to be, she was no less splendid. Madame von Kleist had also put on her loveliest finery. And yet there were but 3 place settings and not a single servant. "You're flabbergasted by our little feast," laughed the princess. "Well, you'll be even more so when you hear that the 3 of us shall sup and serve each other, as Madame von Kleist and I have already prepared everything ourselves. We set the table and lit the candles, and I've never had such fun. For the first time in my life I dressed and did my hair all by myself, and, to my mind at least, I've never looked better. In short, we're going to entertain ourselves incognito. The king is at Potsdam for the night, the queen at Charlottenburg, my sisters with the queen mother at Montbijou, my brothers, I don't know where, so we're alone in the castle. I'm supposed to be ill, and I'm taking advantage of this night of freedom to feel myself live a little and celebrate with the 2 of you, the only people in the world whom I can trust, my dear Trank's escape. So we're going to toast his health with champagne, and if one of us gets tipsy, the others will keep the secret." Ah! This splendid, jolly feast will outshine Frederick's fine philosophical suppers.
They sat down, and the princess showed herself in a whole new light to Porporina. She was kind, congenial, unaffected, lively, beautiful as an angel, in a word, adorable that evening, as she had been in her salad days. She seemed to swim in happiness, a pure, generous, unselfish happiness. Her lover was fleeing far away from her, she did not know if she would ever see him again, but he was free, his sufferings were over, and this radiant lover was pouring blessings upon fate.
"Ah, how fine I feel between the 2 of you," she said to her confidants, who formed with her the loveliest trio that refined coquetry has ever hidden away from the eyes of men. "I feel as free as Trank right now, I feel as benevolent as he has always been, as I believed I would never be again. The fortress of Glatz was always pressing my soul. At night it weighed on my breast like a nightmare. I was cold in my feather bed, thinking that the man I loved was shivering on damp flagstones in a dark dungeon. I was no longer alive and couldn't enjoy a single thing. Ah!
Dear Porporina, just imagine how horrible it feels to tell yourself, it's because of me that he's suffering all this.
It's my fatal love that has buried him alive."
That thought turned every morsel of food to gall, just like the harpy's breath.
"Pour me some champagne, Porporina."
"I've never liked it, and for 2 years I've drunk only water."
"Well, now it tastes like ambrosia."
"The candlelight is lovely, the flowers smell sweet, the delicacies are exquisite, and most of all, you are beautiful as 2 angels, you and von Kleist."
"Oh! Yes, I see, I hear, I breathe, I'm alive again, no longer the statue, the cadaver that I was. Here, raise a toast with me, first to Trank's health, then to the friend who escaped with him, next, to the fine guards who let him escape, and, finally, to my brother Frederick who couldn't prevent it. No, no bitter thought will trouble this festival day. Now I don't feel bitterness toward anyone. I think I love the king. Now then, to the king's health, Porporina. Long live the king. Her good-natured ways and the perfect equality that she made reign among the three enhanced the well-being that the joy of this poor princess communicated to her two lovely guests. She got up, changed the plates when it was her turn, carved, and served her companions with a childlike, moving pleasure. Ah! While I wasn't born for the life of equality, love at least has made me understand it, she said, and my wretched situation has shown me the idiocy of these antiquated notions of rank and birth. My sisters aren't like me. My sister von Ansbach would rather lose her head than drop the first curtsy to anyone not wearing a crown, and my sister von Bayreuth, who plays the philosopher and freethinker with Monsieur Voltaire, would rip out the eyes of any duchess who dared have a train even an inch longer than hers. It's because they've never loved, you see. They'll spend their whole lives inside that vacuum pump they call the dignity of their rank. Like mummies, they'll die embalmed in their majesty. They won't have known my bitter sorrows, but neither will they have had, at any time in their lives of etiquette and fancy balls, a quarter hour of abandon, pleasure, and trust like the one I'm savoring just now. My little dears, you must make this the perfect feast and speak to me tonight as though I weren't a princess. I want to be Amalia for you, no more your highness, just Amalia. Ah, you look reluctant, von Kleist. The court has spoiled you, my child. You've taken in that unhealthy air, despite yourself. But you, dear Porporina, even though you're an actress, you seem a child of nature. You'll yield to my innocent desire. Yes, my dear Amalia, with all my heart I will, as a favor to you, laughed Porporina. Heavens, exclaimed the princess. If you only knew how it makes me feel to hear someone speaking to me like that, calling me Amalia. Amalia! Oh, he had such a way of saying my name, he did. I found it was the most beautiful name on earth, the sweetest name a woman ever bore whenever he'd say it. Little by little the princess's soul became so enraptured that she forgot herself and turned all her attention to her friends, and this experiment in equality made her feel so grand, happy, and good that she instinctively sloughed off the acrimonious self that passion and suffering had developed in her. No longer talking only about herself, no longer giving herself a little pat on the back for being so lovable and simple, she asked Madame von Kleist about her family, situation, and sentiments, which she had neglected to do since being absorbed in her own sorrows. She also wanted to know about the life of the artist, the excitement of the theater, and Porporina's thoughts and feelings. Inspiring trust, enjoying it as well, she took infinite pleasure reading in the souls of others and finally seeing, in these beings different from her up to this point, beings of the same essence, as worthy in God's eyes, as well endowed by nature, as important on the face of the earth as she was, all qualities with regard to which she had long been convinced to take priority over others. It was especially Porporina whose ingenuous replies and sympathetic expansiveness filled her with respect mingled with sweet surprise. "You seem like an angel to me," the princess told her. "You, a theater girl. You speak and think more nobly than any crowned head of my acquaintance. I feel a respect for you that goes to the point of infatuation. You must accord me all your respect, lovely Porporina. You must open your heart to me and tell me your life, the circumstances of your birth, your upbringing,
your loves, your sorrows, even your faults, if you've committed any.
Of course, they can only be noble faults, like the one I keep not on my conscience but in the sanctuary of my heart. It is 11 o'clock, we've got the whole night before us, our little orgy is winding down since now we're only talking, and I see that the second bottle of champagne would be too much. Will you tell me your story as I'm asking you to do? I have a feeling that learning your heart and seeing a life where everything will be new and unfamiliar to me is going to teach me more about our real duties in this world than my own meditations have ever succeeded in doing. I feel able to listen and follow you as I've never been able to listen to anything alien to my passion. Will you gratify my wish? I would gladly do so, madam, Porporina replied. Who are you talking to? Where did that madam come from? The princess merrily cut in. I say, my dear Amalia, that I'd be pleased to, Porporina continued, if in my life there weren't a great, almost dreadful secret on which everything hinges, a secret that no need to pour out my feelings nor any impulse of the heart allows me to reveal. Well, my dear child, your secret is known to me. I kept quiet about it at the start of our supper out of discretion. Now I feel no compunction about putting my affection for you above such considerations. What? You know my secret, exclaimed Porporina, petrified with surprise. Oh, madam, I beg your pardon. I think that's impossible. A penalty for that, madam. You're still treating me like a princess. Pardon me, Amalia, but you can't know my secret, not unless you're really in league with Cagliostro, as some people say. After hearing about your adventure with Cagliostro some time ago, I was dying to know all the details. But this evening my motivation is not curiosity, but affection, as I said in all sincerity. So, to encourage you, I'll tell you that since this morning I know that Signora Consuelo Porporina could legitimately take, if she so desired, the title of Countess von Rudolstadt. In the name of heaven, madam. Amalia. Who on earth could have told you that? My dear Rudolstadt, don't you know that my sister, the Margravine von Bayreuth, is here? I'm aware of that. And that Supperville, her doctor, came with her? I see. Monsieur Supperville failed to keep his word, his promise. He's blabbed. Don't worry. He's only blabbed to me, and under the seal of secrecy. Besides, I don't see why you're so afraid of people finding out something that only does you such honor and can no longer do anyone harm. The Rudolstadt family has all died out except for an ancient canoness who'll soon join her brothers in the grave. True, in Saxony there are some Rudolstadt princes who are your close relatives, second cousins, and very proud of their name. Yet, if my brother is willing to support you, you'll bear the name and they won't dare protest, unless you go on preferring your name of Porporina, which is just as glorious and much sweeter to the ear. That is indeed my intention, no matter what happens, replied the singer. Yet I'd really like to know how Monsieur Supperville came to tell all this. When I've learned that, and when my conscience is no longer bound by an oath, I promise to tell you, madam. Amalia, every single thing about that sad, strange wedding. Here's how it happened, said the princess. One of my maids was ill, so I asked Supperville, who I had heard was here at the castle with my sister, to come by to see her. Supperville is an intelligent man whom I got to know when he was in residence here. He didn't ever like my brother, which put me at ease to chat with him. We just happened to start talking about music and opera and therefore about you. I said such fine things about you that he, whether trying to please me or speaking out of conviction,
went even further and praised you to the skies. I liked listening to him and remarked as well a keen desire on his part to make me sense in you a romantic life worthy of interest and a magnanimity surpassing all my fine suppositions. I pressed him a good deal, I have to tell you, and he needed a good deal of coaxing, I must say in his defense. Finally, after making me promise not to betray him, he told me about your wedding at the deathbed of Count von Rudolstadt and your generous renunciation of all the rights and privileges that had become yours. You see, my child, without compunction you can tell me the rest if you are not duty-bound to keep it from me. That being the case, said Porporina after a moment of silence and keen emotion, although this tale will certainly reawaken terribly painful memories in me, especially since I've been here in Berlin, I'll trustfully reply to your majesties. I mean, my dear Amelia's expressions of interest. Chapter 7. I was born somewhere or other in Spain, and I don't know exactly when, but I must be 23 or 24. I don't know my father's name, and as for that of my mother's father, I'm quite sure that she had the same uncertainty about her own parents. In Venice she was known as the Zingara, and I the Zingarella. My mother gave me Maria del Consuelo as my patron saint, in other words, Our Lady of Consolation. My early years were rambling and wretched, my mother and I traveling on foot all over the world and living off our songs. I have a vague memory about our receiving hospitality at a castle in the Bohemian forest where a handsome adolescent named Albert, the Lord's son, showered me with care and affection and gave my mother a guitar. The castle was the castle of the giants, of which I would one day refuse to be the lady. The young lord was Count Albert von Rudolstadt, whose wife I was to become. At the age of 10 I started singing in the streets. One day when I was doing my little song on the Piazza San Marco in Venice in front of a cafe, Professor Porpora, who happened to be there, was struck by the accuracy of my voice and the natural method that my mother had passed on to me. He called me over, asked me questions, followed me back to my hovel, gave my mother some help, and promised her that he'd get me into the Scuola dei Mendicanti, one of those free music schools you find all over Italy. All the eminent singers, men and women, come out of these schools because they're run by the best music teachers. There I made rapid progress, and Professor Porpora grew fond of me. Before long that made me the butt of my fellow students' jealousy and mean tricks. Their unfair resentment and contempt for my rags gave me early on the habits of patience, reserve, and resignation. I don't remember when I first saw him, but it is certain that by the age of 7 or 8 I already loved a young man, or rather a boy, an abandoned orphan. Like me, he studied music thanks to patronage and charity. Like me, he lived on the streets. Our friendship or love, for it was the same thing, was a chaste, delightful sentiment. The hours that weren't devoted to study we spent together, innocently wandering around. My mother, after having vainly opposed our feelings, sanctioned them by the promise she made us contract on her deathbed, namely, we would get married as soon as our work put us in a position to raise a family. By the time I was 18 or 19 my singing was fairly advanced. Count Giustiniani, a Venetian nobleman and the owner of the Teatro San Samuel, heard me singing in church and hired me as the female lead to replace Carilla, a lovely, robust virtuoso whose lover he had been and who was unfaithful to him. This same Giustiniani was also the patron of my fiancé, Anzelito, who was hired with me to sing the male leads. Our debuts were heralded by the most brilliant auspices. He had a magnificent voice, an extraordinary natural facility, a seductive appearance. All the beautiful ladies took him under their wing. But he was lazy. His professor hadn't been as clever and zealous as mine. His success was less brilliant. At first he was sad, then spiteful, and finally jealous, and that's how I lost his love."
"Can that be?" asked Princess Amalia, "for such a reason? Was he really so vile?" "Alas!
"No, madam, but he was vain and artistic. He managed to gain the patronage of Kurilla, the disgraced and furious diva, who stole his heart away from me and soon had him wound and rip apart my own. One evening, Professor Purpura, who had always opposed our feelings since he maintains that no woman can become a great artist unless her heart remains a stranger to all passion and commitment, made me discover Anzalito's betrayal.
The next evening Count Giustiniani declared his love for me.
I was far from expecting this and felt deeply offended. Anzalito pretended to be jealous, to believe that I had been defiled.
He wanted to break things off with me.
I fled into the night and went to see my professor, a man of quick inspiration who had got me used to quick execution.
He gave me some letters, a small sum of money, and a travel itinerary.
Then he put me in a gondola, accompanied me to the mainland, and at dawn I was off to Bohemia all by myself.
"Bohemia?" asked Madame von Kleist, wide-eyed with amazement at Purpurina's courage and virtue.
"Yes, madam. In our lingo of itinerant artists we often talk about roaming through Bohemia, which means launching into a perilous life of poverty, toil, and often shame, the life of the Zingari, whom the French also call Bohemians. As for me, I wasn't heading for that symbolic Bohemia to which I, like so many others, seemed destined by my fate, but toward the troubled, chivalrous land of the Czechs, the homeland of Huss and Ziska, the Bohemian forest, and finally the castle of the giants where I was generously welcomed by the Rudolstadt family." "But why were you going to them?" asked the princess, who was listening attentively.
"Did they remember seeing you as a child?" "Not in the least. I had forgotten about it myself. It was only much later and by accident that Count Albert remembered, then helped me remember that little adventure, but in Germany, Professor Purpura had become a close acquaintance of the venerable Christian von Rudolstadt, the head of the family. Young Baroness Amalia, his niece, was asking for a governess, meaning a young lady companion who would pretend to teach her music and relieve her boredom amid the austere, dreary life that one led at Riesenberg Point. When her good, noble family welcomed me like a friend, almost a relative. Despite my good intentions, I didn't teach my pretty, capricious student a single thing, and Count Albert fell in love with you, as was bound to happen?"
"Alas! Madam, I can't speak lightly of such a solemn, painful thing. Count Albert, whom people took for a madman, who conjoined a sublime soul and an inspired spirit with such strange oddities and an altogether inexplicable disorder of the imagination. I've already heard that from Supperville, who didn't believe it nor try to explain it to me either. People said the young man had supernatural powers, the gift of prophecy, second sight, the ability to make himself invisible. His family told the most extraordinary tales about him. But all this stuff is impossible, and I hope you don't lend it any credence. Spare me, madam, the pain and perplexity of taking a position on matters that go beyond my ken. I saw inconceivable things, and at certain moments Count Albert seemed to me superhuman. At other moments I only saw in him a poor wretch deprived of the light of reason by the very excess of his virtue. Yet at no time did I ever see him as an ordinary human. Delirious or calm, inspired or dejected, he was always the best, the fairest, either the most sagely enlightened or the most poetically fanatic of men. In a word, I cannot think of him or say his name without a shudder of respect, keen emotion, and a sort of horror, for I am the involuntary though not altogether innocent cause of his death. Now, Dear Countess, dry your lovely eyes, take courage, and tell me more.
I'm listening to you without irony or profane levity, I swear. In the beginning it was impossible for me to guess that he loved me. He never spoke to me, he didn't even seem to see me. I think he first took notice that I was at the castle when he heard me singing. I have to tell you that he was a fine musician and played the violin as no one in the world suspects it can be played. Yet I believe that I'm the only one at Riesenberg who ever heard him, for his family never knew about that incomparable talent of his. So his love for me was born of a burst of enthusiasm and musical affinity. His cousin, Baroness Amalia, his fiancée of 2 years whom he didn't love, came to resent me, even though she didn't love him either. She let me know it in ways that were frank more so than mean, for along with her failings, she had a certain magnanimity. She was weary of Albert's coldness, the dreary castle, and one fine morning she left, kidnapping, as it were, her father, Baron Frederick, who was Count Christian's brother. Baron Frederick was an excellent man with a narrow, lazy mind and a simple heart, a slave to his daughter and a great fan of hunting. You haven't said a word about Count Albert's invisibility, when he would disappear for 15 or 20 days at a time, then suddenly reappear, believing or pretending to believe that he hadn't left the house, unwilling or unable to say what he had been doing while everyone had been searching all over for him. Since Monsieur Supperville has already told you about this apparently supernatural phenomenon, I'll explain it to you. I'm the only one who can, for this was always a secret between Albert and me. Near the castle of the giants is a mountain called Schreckenstein, and hidden away inside are a cave and several mysterious chambers, an ancient subterranean construction going back to the time of the Hussites. Albert, all the while reading a series of very daring philosophical opinions and with a religious enthusiasm carried to the point of mysticism, had remained in his heart a Hussite or, more exactly, a Taborite. As a descendant of King George Podiebrad on his mother's side, he had retained and developed the patriotic independence and evangelical equality with which the sermons of John Huss and the victories of Jan Žižka had, as it were, inoculated the Bohemians. How she talks about history and philosophy, exclaimed the princess, casting an eye at Madame von Kleist. Who would ever have tried to tell me that a theater girl would understand these things as I do, having spent my life poring over them in books? Wasn't I telling you, von Kleist, that among these beings that court opinion relegates to the lowest ranks of society there were minds equal if not superior to those formed in the highest ranks with such care and at such expense? Alas, madam, continued Porporina, I am very ignorant, and I hadn't read a thing before I arrived at Riesenberg. But there I heard so much talk about these matters, and I was forced to think so much in order to understand what was happening in Albert's mind that I wound up acquiring some notion of them. Yes, but you've gone mystical and a bit mad yourself, my child. Go ahead and admire the military campaigns of Jan Žižka and the republican spirit of Bohemia. On that score, my ideas may be just as democratic as yours, for love has revealed to me, too, a truth that contradicts what my pedants had taught me about people's rights and individual merit. Yet I don't share your admiration for Taborite fanaticism and their mania for Christian equality. It's absurd, unrealizable, and it leads to ferocious excesses. It's fine with me if they overthrow kings, and I might give them a hand if necessary. Fine too if they set up republics like those in Sparta, Athens, Rome, or Old Venice. I can accept that. But I don't like your bloodthirsty, filthy Taborites any better than the Waldensians of blazing memory, the odious Anabaptists of Munster and the Picards of ancient Germany. I heard Count Albert say that these are not all exactly the same thing, Consuelo modestly replied.
But I wouldn't dare discuss with your highness subjects that she has studied. Here in Berlin you've got historians and scholars who have dealt with these weighty matters, and you're a better judge than I of their wisdom and fairness. Yet, even with the good fortune of having a whole academy to teach me things, I doubt that my sympathies would change. But I'll go on with my tale. Yes, I interrupted you with pedantries, and I ask your forgiveness. Count Albert, who was infatuated with his forefathers' exploits, this is quite conceivable and quite excusable, who was also enamored of you, which is more natural and even more legitimate, wouldn't accept that you were not deemed his equal before God and man. He was quite right, but that was no reason to desert his father's house and leave his whole family in distress. That's the point I wanted to make, replied Consuelo. For a long time he had been going off to the Hussite cave at Schreckenstein to dream and meditate, and he liked these subterranean dwellings all the more because only he and a poor, crazy peasant who followed him on his walks knew about them. He got into the habit of retreating there every time a domestic sorrow or violent emotion made him lose control of himself. He could feel his spells coming on, and to hide his delirium from his dismayed relatives, he would make his way to Schreckenstein through an underground passage that he had discovered, the entrance being a cistern in a flower-bed near his rooms. Once in his cave, he would forget the hours, the days, the weeks. Looked after by Zdenko, this peasant who was a poet and visionary, whose fanaticism was somewhat like his, Albert wouldn't dream of seeing the light of day again and returning home until the spell began to subside, and unfortunately his spells were growing each time longer and more intense. Finally, he was once gone so long that they thought he was dead, and I undertook to find his retreat. I succeeded, but not without considerable trouble and danger. One night I had seen Zdenko stealthily creeping out of that cistern in the garden, and that's where I started down. Not knowing my way through these unfathomable depths, I nearly lost my life. At last I found Albert, managed to dissipate the dismal torpor in which he was immersed, brought him back to his relatives, and made him promise never to go back to that fateful cave without me. He gave in, but predicted that this would be a death sentence for him. That prediction was only too true. But how? On the contrary, you were bringing him back to life. No, madam, not unless I managed to love him and never to be a cause of pain for him. What? You didn't love him? You went down into a hole, you risked your life going down into the bowels of the earth. Where crazy Zdenko, not understanding my intentions and eager to protect his master like a faithful, stupid dog, nearly killed me. A torrent nearly swallowed me up. Albert didn't recognize me at first and nearly made me share his madness, for fear and strong emotion make hallucinations contagious. Finally, he lapsed into another spell of delirium while leading me back into the caves and came close to shutting me in and abandoning me there. And to all that I exposed myself without loving Albert. So you had made a vow to Maria del Consuelo to save him? Something like that, indeed, said Consuelo with a sad smile. An act of tender pity for his family, of deep affection for him, perhaps romantic attraction, certainly sincere friendship, but not love, at least nothing like that blind, drunken, sweet love I had felt for that thankless Anzelito, which I think wore my heart out prematurely. What can I say, madam? After that terrifying expedition I was delirious and at death's door. Albert, who is as great a doctor as he is a musician, saved me. My slow convalescence and his assiduous care put us on a close footing, like a sister and brother. He completely returned to his senses. His father gave me his blessing and cherished me like a daughter. His hunchbacked old aunt, Countess Wenslawa,
an angel of tenderness and a patrician brimming with prejudices, would even have resigned herself to accepting me.
Albert beseeched me to love him. Count Christian went so far as to plead his son's case. I was touched as well as frightened. I loved Albert as one loves virtue, truth, and ideal beauty, yet I was still afraid of him and abhorred the thought of becoming a countess, of contracting a marriage that would stir up the local gentry against him and his family, that would prompt accusations of sordid designs and vile intrigue against me.
And then, must I confess it? This may be my only crime.
I missed my career, my freedom, my old teacher, my life as an artist, and that thrilling arena of the theater where I had momentarily appeared, blazing forth and disappearing like a meteor, that ardent stage where my love had been shattered, my grief consummated, that I thought I could always curse and scorn, yet where every night in my dreams people were either clapping or hooting me down. This must seem to you strange and contemptible. Yet, when one has been reared for the theater, when one has worked her whole life long to join these battles and take these victories, when the first contests have been won, the thought of never going back is as frightening as would be to you, madam and dear Amalia, the idea of not being a princess any longer except on stage, as I am now twice a week. Wrong, you're spouting nonsense, dear friend.
If I could turn from a princess into an artist, I'd marry Trenck and be happy.
You didn't want to turn from an artist into a princess to marry Rudolstadt. It's clear you didn't love him.
But that's not your fault. Love is not subject to command.
Madam, that's an aphorism I'd very much like to be able to believe, it would put my conscience at rest.
But I've spent my life trying to resolve this problem, and I'm not there yet.
Let's see, said the princess. This is a solemn matter, and as an abbess, I have to try and adjudicate cases of conscience.
You doubt that we're free to love or not to love? So you think that love is a matter of choice and reason? That's how it ought to be.
A noble heart should be ruled not by what the world calls reason, which is nothing but folly and lies, but by that noble discernment that is merely the love of beauty and truth. You're proof of that, madam, and I'm condemned by your example. Born to occupy a throne, you've sacrificed false grandeur to true passion, to the possession of a heart worthy of your own. I was born to be a queen, too, on stage, but I lacked the courage and generosity to make a joyful sacrifice of all that glittering, deceptive glory for the sake of the serene life and sublime affection being offered me. I was ready to do so out of a sense of devotion, but not without sorrow and dread, and Albert, who saw how anxious I was, didn't want me to agree to marry him as a sacrifice. He was asking me for enthusiasm, shared joys, a heart free of all regret. It wouldn't have been right to try and deceive him. Besides, is it possible to deceive anyone about such things? So I requested more time, which was granted me. I promised to do what I could to love him as he loved me. I was sincere, but it was terrifying to feel that I wanted my conscience not to force me into making this formidable commitment. What a strange girl you are! You still love the other one, I'd wager. Oh, my God! I truly believe that I didn't, but one morning while waiting for Albert on the mountain to take a walk with him, I hear a voice down in the ravine. I recognize a piece that I had once studied with Anzelito. Above all, I recognize that penetrating voice I had loved so dearly, and that Venetian accent so sweet to my memory. I lean over and see a man on horseback. It was he, Madame Anzelito. Good God! What was he doing in Bohemia? I've since learned that he had broken his contract and was fleeing Venice and Count Giustiniani's wrath. Soon weary of the quarrelsome, despotic love of Carilla, with whom he had performed again at the Teatro San Samuel to much applause, he had won the favors of a certain Clorinda, a second soprano and my old schoolmate, whom Giustiniani had made his mistress.
As a man of the world, in other words, a frivolous libertine, the Count took vengeance by taking back Carilla without dismissing Clorinda. In the middle of this double intrigue, Anzelito became the butt of his rival's jokes, which he resented. Resentment turned to rage, and one fine summer night he delivered a tremendous kick to the gondola in which Giustiniani was enjoying the cool with Carilla. The gondola capsized, and they got off with a lukewarm bath. The waters of Venice are not deep everywhere. Yet Anzelito, who felt sure that this joke would mean a little trip to the prison of Lede, took flight. Headed for Prague, he passed by the Castle of the Giants. He continued on his way, and I caught up with Albert for a pilgrimage to the Schreckenstein cave that he wanted to see again with me. Gloomy and upset, I experienced the most painful emotions in that cave. The lugubrious place, the bones out of which Albert had fashioned an altar near the mysterious spring, the admirable, heart-rending sounds of his violin, vague terrors, the shadows, the superstitious notions that came back to him in this place, from which I no longer had the strength to protect him. Say it all. He thought he was Jan Žižka. He claimed to have eternal life, the remembrance of centuries past. In short, he had the same delusions as the Count de Saint-Germain? Well, yes, madam, since you already know this, and his firm belief in that regard made such an impression on me that, instead of curing him of these notions, I almost came to share them. Could it be that, despite your brave heart, your head is weak and suggestible? I cannot pretend to be a free thinker. Where would I have come by that? The only serious education I've had was given to me by Albert. How could I not fall under his influence and come to share his illusions? There were so many and such lofty truths in his soul that I couldn't distinguish fact from fallacy. In that cave I felt my mind coming unhinged. What terrified me the most was that I didn't find Zdenko there, as I had expected him to be. He hadn't been seen for several months. Because Zdenko had persisted in his rage against me, Albert had sent him away, expelled him from his presence, no doubt after some violent argument, for he seemed remorseful. Perhaps he thought that Zdenko had gone away and killed himself. In any case, he talked about him in puzzling terms and with a mysterious reserve that made me shudder. I imagined, God forgive me, that in a fit of frenzy Albert, unable to make the poor wretch give up his murderous intentions toward me, had murdered him himself. And why did Zdenko hate you so? That was a result of his madness. He had dreamed, he said, that I killed his master, then danced on his grave. Oh, madam! That sinister prediction came true. My love killed Albert, and a week later I made my debut here in Berlin in the merriest comic opera. True, I was forced to do so and felt sick at heart. Even so, Albert's somber fate had been fulfilled, in accordance with Zdenko's terrifying prognostic. My word, your story is so diabolical that I'm starting to lose my place as well as my wits. But go on. That will all be explained, no doubt? No, madam. I never got an explanation for the fantastic world that Albert and Zdenko carried in their souls. Like me, you'll just have to make do with seeing what happened. Come on. At least, Rudolstadt hadn't killed his poor buffoon? Zdenko wasn't a buffoon for him, but a companion in misery, a friend, a devoted servant. Albert mourned him, but, thank God, it had never crossed his mind to sacrifice his friend to his love for me. Yet I, foolish and guilty, felt sure that the deed had been done.
There was a freshly turned grave in the cave. I went into a cold sweat when Albert, who was accusing himself of I don't know what crime, told me that it contained what had been most dear to him before we had known each other. There was no doubt in my mind that this was Zdenko's tomb, and I ran out of the cave screaming like a madwoman and weeping like a baby.
And with good reason, said Madame von Kleist.
I'd have been scared to death. A lover like your Albert wouldn't have suited me in the least. My worthy husband believed in the devil and made sacrifices to him. It's because of him that I'm such a coward. If I hadn't made up my mind to divorce him, he'd have driven me mad.
It's clear that he nearly succeeded, said Princess Amalia.
I think you divorced a bit too late.
But don't interrupt our Countess von Rudolstadt.
When I got back to the castle with Albert, who followed me without giving a thought to clearing himself of my suspicions, can you guess who was there, madam?
Anzelito.
Having introduced himself as my brother, he was waiting for me. I don't know how he had learned en route that I lived there and was going to marry Albert, for people in the area were saying so before anything had been settled. Whether out of spite, a vestige of love, or a love of trouble, he had come back with the sudden intention of stopping the wedding and whisking me away from the Count. He tried everything: entreaties, tears, enticements, and threats. I looked unshakable, but deep in my fainting heart I was upset and no longer felt in control. Thanks to the lie that had got him into the castle, and which I dared not refute, even though I had never mentioned to Albert this non-existent brother, he spent the whole day at the castle. That evening the old Count had us sing Venetian airs, and these songs of my adoptive land reawakened all my memories of childhood, of my pure love, beautiful dreams, and past happiness. I felt that I still loved, and that it wasn't the one I was supposed to love, wanted to love and had promised to love. In a whisper, Anzelito begged me to allow him a visit to my room that night, threatening to come, despite my objections, at his own risk and especially at mine. I had only ever been a sister to him, so he put the best possible face on his intentions. He submitted to my decree and was leaving at daybreak, but he wanted to bid me farewell. I thought he intended to create a fuss in the castle, a scandal, that there would be some terrible scene with Albert and I would be sullied. I made a desperate resolution and carried it out. At midnight I packed a few necessities, wrote Albert a note, and took the little money I had, and, in parenthesis, forgetting the half of it. I left my room, jumped on Anzelito's hired horse, paid his guide to help me get away, crossed the drawbridge, and reached the next town. This was my first time on a horse. I galloped 4 leagues, then sent the guide on his way. Pretending that I was going to wait for Anzelito on the road to Prague, I gave the man false instructions about where my so-called brother was to meet me. I headed toward Vienna and at the break of day found myself alone, on foot, without resources, in an unknown country and marching as fast as I could to escape from these two loves that to my mind were equally deadly. Yet I must say that after a few hours the phantom of perfidious Anzelito left my soul, never to return, whereas the pure image of my noble Albert followed me, like a shield and a promise for the future, through the dangers and toils of my voyage.
And why were you going to Vienna, instead of back to Venice?
Professor Porpora had just arrived in Vienna, brought there by our ambassador, who wanted to restore his depleted fortune as well as his former glory which had paled and drooped before the successes of more felicitous innovators. I was lucky to make the acquaintance of an excellent boy, already a musician full of promise. On his travels through the Bohemian forest he had heard about me and decided to seek me out to ask that I recommend him to Porpora. We hiked back to Vienna together, often very tired, always merry, always friends and brothers.
I grew all the more attached to him for two reasons. He didn't dream of courting me, nor did it ever cross my mind that he might dream of it. I dressed as a boy and played the role so well that I was the cause of all kinds of amusing misapprehensions. Yet there was one that was nearly fatal to both of us. I'll keep silent about the others so that this tale doesn't go on too long, and I'll only mention this one because I know that it will interest your Highness much more than all the rest of my story. The Castle of the Giants, in German. The Rock of Horror. Chapter 8. I guess you're going to talk to me about him, said the princess, pushing aside the candles to see the storyteller better and setting her elbows on the table. While Haydn and I were traveling down the banks of the Moldau, on the Bavarian border, we were kidnapped by army recruiters working for your brother the king and delighted by the cheery prospect of becoming fife and drum in the glorious armies of his majesty. You, a drummer boy, the princess burst out laughing. Ah! If von Kleist had caught sight of you like that, I bet you would have swept her off her feet. My brother would have made you his page, and God knows what a swath you would have cut through the hearts of our lovely ladies. But what's this about Haydn? The name is familiar to me. I received some music from this Haydn a little while back, and it's good stuff. He's not the boy you're talking about? I beg your pardon, madam. Haydn is a boy of about 20 who looks about 15. He was my traveling companion, a true and faithful friend as well. At the edge of a little wood where our kidnappers stopped for lunch, we bolted. They followed. We ran like hares and were fortunate to catch up with a traveling coach in which the noble, handsome Frederick von Trenck and an erstwhile conquering hero, Count Hauditz von Roswald, were riding. You mean the husband of my aunt, the Margravine von Kulmbach, exclaimed the princess. There's another love match for you, von Kleist. In her whole life, moreover, that's the only wise and honest thing my portly aunt ever did. So, what is he like, this Count Hauditz? Consuelo was about to undertake a full portrait of the Lord of Roswald, but the princess interrupted with 1,000 questions about Trenck, what he was wearing that day, down to every last detail. And when Consuelo told her how Trenck had flown to her defense, how he had almost taken a bullet, how finally he had chased off the marauders and freed a poor deserter whom they found bound hand and foot in their little cart, she had to start all over again, explaining every little thing and relating the most trivial of words. The princess's joy and emotion reached a zenith when she heard that once Trenck and Count Hauditz had taken the two young travelers into their coach, the Baron paid no attention to Consuelo and kept gazing at a portrait hidden in his bosom, sighing and talking to the Count about a mysterious love for a highly placed person, the joy and despair of his life. When Consuelo was finally allowed to go on, she told how Count Hauditz, having divined her sex at Passau, had tried to take a bit too much advantage of the protection he had granted her, after which she ran away with Haydn to continue her humble, adventurous voyage on a boat going down the Danube. Finally, she told how she with her shepherd's pipe and Haydn with his violin had been making peasants dance and playing for their supper when one evening, still disguised as Signor Bertoni, itinerant musician and zingaro by trade, she arrived at a nice little priory. The hospitaller of this priory, Consuelo continued, was a passionate music lover as well as an intelligent man with an excellent heart. He was very friendly to us, especially to me, and even wanted to adopt me, promising me a nice benefice if I would only take minor orders. I was growing weary of the male sex. I didn't like the tonsure any better than the drum, but a bizarre event made me stay on a bit with that kind host. A woman traveling by express coach went into labor at the priory gate and gave birth to a little girl that she abandoned the next morning, and I persuaded the fine canon to adopt the baby in my place. She was named Angela,
after her father Anzelito, and Madame Carilla, her mother, went off to Vienna to solicit a contract at the Imperial Theatre.
She got it, at my exclusion.
Prince von Kaunitz presented her to Empress Maria Theresa as a respectable widow, and I was rejected, as someone accused and vehemently suspected of being in love with Joseph Haydn, who was taking lessons from Purpura and living in the same building as we did.
Consuelo detailed her interview with the great Empress.
Princess Amalia was very curious to hear about that extraordinary woman, whose virtue was considered most dubious in Berlin, where it was said that Prince von Kaunitz, Dr. van Swieten, and the poet Metastasio were all her lovers. Finally, Consuelo recounted her reconciliation with Carilla in connection with Angela and her debut in the leading roles at the Imperial Theatre, thanks to that strange girl's twinges of conscience and burst of generosity. Then she turned to her sweet, noble friendship with Baron von Trenck at the Venetian ambassador's house and reported in minute detail that while saying their goodbyes they had agreed upon a way of communicating with each other if the persecution on the part of the Prussian king were to make it necessary. She talked about the musical score whose pages would serve both as the envelope and signature of the letters that he would send her, if need be, for his beloved Amalia, and also explained how she had been recently enlightened by one of these sheets as to importance of the Kabbalistic text she had delivered to the princess. These elucidations, of course, took more time than the rest of her story. Finally, after having recounted how she had left Vienna with Purpura and met Frederick the Great, wearing the uniform of a lowly officer and bearing the name of Baron von Kreutz, at the fabulous castle of Count Hautitz in Moravia, she was forced to mention the tremendous favor she had done the king without knowing who he was.
"This I'm curious to hear," said Madame von Kleist.
Herr von Polnitz, who loves to prattle, confided to me that His Majesty recently told guests over supper that his feelings for the lovely Purpurina were caused by something more serious than a simple passing fancy.
"Yet what I did was very simple," replied Madame von Rudolstadt.
"I used my influence over a miserable fanatic to prevent him from assassinating the king. Karl, the wretched Bohemian giant that Baron von Trenck had rescued from the recruiters along with me, had become one of Count Hautitz's servants. He had just recognized the king and wanted to take vengeance on him for his wife and child, who had both died of poverty and grief after he'd been kidnapped for the second time. Fortunately, he hadn't forgotten that I had helped save him and given his wife a hand.
He let himself be talked into giving up his gun.
The king, concealed in a nearby lodge, overheard everything, as he has since told me. Afraid that his would-be assassin might suffer some relapse of rage, he decided to leave by a road other than the one where Karl had planned to ambush him. The king was traveling alone on horseback with Herr von Buddenbrock, so it's very likely that a good shot like Karl would not have missed his target. That very morning I had seen him hit the pigeon on a pole 3 times at the festivities that Count Hautitz had arranged for us. God knows, said the princess, with a dreamy look, what changes that misfortune would have brought about in the politics of Europe and the fate of individuals.
Now, my dear Rudolstadt, I think I know very well the rest of your story up until Count Albert's death. In Prague you met up with his uncle the Baron, who took you back to the castle of the giants to see him die of some wasting disease only seconds after having married you. So you hadn't been able to make up your mind to love him? Alas, madam.
I loved him too late, and I've been very cruelly punished for all my hesitations in love of the theater. Forced by Professor Purpura to make my debut in Vienna, deceived by him about Albert's condition, he did away with the last letters of Albert, who I thought cured of his fatal love for me. I let myself get carried away by the glamour of the stage and wound up, while awaiting my contract in Berlin, performing in Vienna with a sort of rapture.
And with glory, the princess added. That we know. Wretched, fatal glory, Consuelo went on. What your highness doesn't know is that Albert made a secret trip to Vienna and saw me perform. Following me around like a mysterious shadow, he overheard me confess to Joseph Haydn in the wings of the theater that I couldn't give up singing without a dreadful sense of regret. Yet I loved Albert. I had recognized, I swear to God, that giving him up was even more impossible than giving up my vocation, and I had written to tell him this, but Porpora, who called our love a chimera, madness, had intercepted my letter and burned it. When I returned to the castle, Albert was wasting away before my very eyes. I gave him my troth and could not give him back life. I saw him lying in state, dressed like a lord of old, beautiful in the arms of death, his brow serene like that of an angel of forgiveness. But I couldn't accompany him to his final resting place. I left him on a candlelit bier in the castle of the giants, under the watch of that poor, mad prophet, Zdenko, who shook my hand, laughing and rejoicing in his friend's tranquil sleep. He, at least, more pious and faithful than I, placed him in the tomb of his forefathers, not realizing that Albert would never rise from that bed of repose. And I left, dragged away by Porpora, a devoted but ferocious friend, with a fatherly but inflexible heart, who was shrieking in my ears even beside my husband's coffin. Next Saturday is your debut in the Virtuosi Ridicoli. The strange vicissitude, indeed, of an artist's life, said the princess, wiping away a tear, for Porporina was sobbing at the end of her story. But you haven't said a word, dear Consuelo, about your finest deed, and that's the thing that Supperville related to me admiringly. To spare the old canoness and abide by your romantic indifference to money and position, you gave up your title, your dower, and your name. You asked Supperville and Porpora, the only witnesses to this hasty wedding, to keep everything secret, and you came here, poor as before, a Zingarella as always. And an artist forever. Consuelo replied, meaning independent, virginal and dead to all feelings of love, finally just what Porpora had ceaselessly portrayed to me as the ideal for a priestess of the muses. He has won, my terrifying master. And now I'm right where he wanted me to be. I don't find that I'm any happier or better for it. Without loving, without feeling able to love any more, I no longer feel the flame of inspiration, the thrill of the theater. This icy climate and the atmosphere at court have thrown me into dreary despond. Porpora's absence, the sort of isolation I feel, and, if I may be so bold, madam, the king's desire to extend my engagement here against my will. I should have guessed as much. Poor child, people think you're proud of the king's predilection for you, but you're his prisoner and his slave, like me, like his whole family, like his favorites, his soldiers, his pages, his little dogs. Oh, the prestige of kings, the halo of great princes, what a sullen face you show to those whose life is drained to supply your radiant beams. But, dear Consuelo, you still have lots of things to tell me which interest me as well. I expect you, sincere as you are, to tell me exactly on what terms you are with my brother, and I'll call forth your sincerity with my own. Believing that you were his mistress, and flattering myself that you could wheedle out of him a pardon for Trank, I sought you out to place our cause in your hands. Now that we don't need you for that, thank heaven, and I'm delighted to love you for yourself, I think that you can tell me everything without compromising yourself, all the more because my brother doesn't seem to have made much headway with you. Your way of saying that makes me shudder, madam, said Consuelo, growing pale. For a week now people with solemn looks have been whispering around me about this so-called inclination of our king and master for his sad, trembling subject. Up to that point I had never seen as a possibility between us anything more than lively conversation, obliging on his part, deferential on mine.
He showed me friendship and excessive gratitude for such a simple gesture at Roswald. Yet there's a huge gulf between that and love, and I certainly hope he hasn't bridged it in his mind.
I think the opposite. He's abrupt, teasing, and familiar with you. He talks to you as if you were a little boy and pats you on the head as he would one of his greyhounds. For the last few days he's been claiming to his friends that he's less enamored of you than of anyone else. All this proves that he's starting to fall in love. I know him well, and I'm telling you that in a short while you'll have to make a decision. What will you do? If you resist, you're done for. If you surrender, you're in even bigger trouble. What will you do, should the occasion arise? I'll neither resist nor surrender, madam. Like his recruits, I'll desert. That's not easy, and I don't much like the idea, for I'm growing uncommonly attached to you, and I think I'd rather send the recruiters back out after you than see you go. Come on, we'll find a way. This is a serious matter, requiring careful thought. Tell me everything that has happened since Count Albert died.
A few bizarre and inexplicable events in the middle of a monotonous, gloomy life. I'll give you the bare facts, and perhaps your Highness can help me understand them. I'll try, as long as you call me Amalia, as you were doing a little while ago. It's not midnight, and I don't want to be your Highness before broad daylight tomorrow. So Porporina went on with her story. I already told Madame von Kleist, when she first paid me a visit, that on our way from Bohemia I was separated from Purpura at the Prussian border. Even now I still don't know if there was something wrong with his passport, or if the king had anticipated our arrival with one of those prodigiously fast orders forbidding Purpura's entry into his realm. That was my first thought, reprehensible perhaps, for I remembered the brusque levity and rebellious sincerity with which Purpura had defended Trink's honor and blamed the king's harsh treatment of the man. We were having supper at Count Hodett's castle in Moravia, and the king, passing himself off as Baron von Kreutz, had just told us about Trink's alleged treachery and his imprisonment at Glatz. You don't say, exclaimed the princess. So Trenk is the reason why the king is displeased with Professor Purpura? The king never mentioned it to me again, and I was afraid to bring it back up. But it is certain that, despite all my pleas and His Majesty's promises, Purpura has never been called back. And never will be, said Amalia. The king forgets nothing and never forgives frank words when they hurt his pride. The Solomon of the North hates and persecutes anyone who doubts the infallibility of his judgments, especially when his decree is just a crude sham, an odious pretext for getting rid of an enemy. So, go ahead and grieve, my child. You'll never see Purpura in Berlin. Despite my sadness at his absence, I no longer wish to see him here, madam, and I won't do anything more to try and get the king to pardon him. This morning I had a letter from my teacher telling me that the Imperial Theatre of Vienna has accepted one of his operas. After 1,000 setbacks he has finally achieved his goal, and the casting is about to begin. Now I'd rather think about joining him there than getting him here, but I'm very much afraid that I'm no freer to leave than I was free not to come. What do you mean by that? At the border, when I saw Purpura being forced into his carriage and made to turn back, I wanted to go with him and give up my engagement in Berlin. I was so outraged about the brutality and obvious bad faith of such a reception that I would have paid the penalty with the sweat of my brow rather than going one step farther into a country ruled so despotically. Yet at the first sign I gave of my intentions, the policeman ordered me to get into another express coach that was brought out and hitched up in a flash. Finding myself surrounded by soldiers who were very determined to use force if necessary, I kissed Porpora with tears in my eyes and decided to allow myself to be driven to Berlin, where I arrived at midnight, overwhelmed with exhaustion and distress. I was deposited in a pretty little house nearby the palace and not far from the opera. It belonged to the king and was set up in such a way that I'd be absolutely alone. There were servants at my disposal, with supper ready and waiting. I learned that Herr von Polnitz had received orders to arrange everything for my arrival. I had scarcely got settled when Baron von Kreutz asked if I could receive a visit. I had him immediately shown in, as I was eager to complain about Porpora's treatment and ask for amends. For that reason I pretended not to know that Baron von Kreutz was Frederick too. This was plausible, since Karl, the deserter, had told me without naming names that he had planned to assassinate a senior Prussian officer, and Count Haditz hadn't told me who that really was until after the king had left Roswald. He entered the room looking pleasant and affable, different from the way I'd seen him in disguise. Under a false name and in a foreign land, he had been a bit ill at ease. It seemed to me that in Berlin he had slipped back into all the majesty of his role, that is, the sheltering kindness and generous amiability with which he can so skillfully adorn his omnipotence on occasion. He came forward, offering me his hand and asking if I remembered seeing him somewhere. "Indeed, Baron," I replied, "and I remember that you offered and promised me your services in Berlin if I ever happened to need them." Then I gave him a lively account of my experiences at the border and asked if he couldn't transmit to the king a request that amends be made for the outrage inflicted upon an illustrious professor and the coercion exercised upon my person. "Amends," replied the king with a mischievous smile. "Nothing less? Monsieur Porpora wishes to challenge the King of Prussia to a duel. Perhaps Mlle Porporina will require that the king approach her on bended knee." This mockery made me even angrier. "Your Majesty may add irony to injury," I replied, "but I'd rather have to bless the king than to fear him." The king gave my arm a bit of a rough shake. "You two are trying to outfox me," he said, fixing his penetrating eyes on mine. "I thought you were simple and straightforward. But you knew exactly who I was at Roswald, right?" "No, sire," I replied, "I didn't know you, and would to heaven that I had never known you." "I can't say the same myself," he said in a sweet tone of voice. "Had it not been for you, I might have remained in some ditch on the grounds of Roswald. Success on the battlefield is no shield against an assassin's bullet, and I'll never forget that if I still hold Prussia's destiny in my hands, I owe it to a fine little soul who was the enemy of cowardly plots. For that reason, my dear Porporina, your bad temper won't make me ungrateful. Calm down, please, and tell me all your complaints, for I haven't understood much thus far." Either the king was pretending to know nothing about it, or maybe his police truly thought there was some procedural problem with my teacher's papers. In any case, he listened to my tale very attentively. Then, like a judge who doesn't want to pronounce a verdict without due consideration, he said, "I'll look into all this and get back to you with a proper account of the matter. I'd be most surprised if, for no reason, my men had picked a quarrel with someone whose papers were in order. There must be some misunderstanding. I'll find out, rest assured, and if somebody went beyond his mandate, he'll be punished." "Sire, that's not what I'm asking. I'm asking you to call Porpora back here to Berlin." "And that's what I'm promising you," he replied. "Now, stop looking so glum, and tell me how you penetrated the mystery of my disguise." Then I began talking freely with the king, and I found him so kind,
so amiable and his words so seductive that I forgot all my biases against him and just admired that judicious, brilliant mind, that easy benevolence that I had never found in Maria Theresa, in short, that delicacy of feeling expressed on every topic he broached in our conversation. "Listen," he said, picking up his cap on his way out, "here's a piece of friendly advice on your arrival here. Don't tell a single soul about the good turn you did me, and don't mention my visit tonight either. Although my eagerness to thank you only speaks highly for both of us, it would create a very false impression about the relations of intellect and affection I want to have with you. People would think you eager to curry, as they say in courtly circles, the master's favor. Some would be suspicious of you, others would be jealous. At the very least, you'd find yourself surrounded by a swarm of supplicants wanting to make you a conduit for their silly requests, and as you would probably have the good sense not to want to play this role, you'd be exposed to their obsessions or their enmity." "I promise your Majesty that I'll do as ordered," I replied. "I haven't given you any orders, Consuelo, but I'm counting on your wisdom and rectitude. When I first set eyes on you, I saw a beautiful soul and a just mind, and it's because I wanted to make you the true pearl of my Department of Fine Arts that I ordered from the depths of Silesia that immediately upon your arrival at the border you should be supplied with a carriage at my expense and driven to Berlin. It's not my fault if they made it a sort of prison on wheels and separated you from your protector. While you're waiting for him to be rendered to you, I'll take his place if you find me worthy of the same confidence and affection. I have to admit, my dear Amalia, that I was deeply moved by these fatherly words and delicate feelings. Perhaps there was also a touch of pride. Tears came to my eyes when the king gave me his hand in parting. I nearly kissed it, as was probably my duty. Yet, since I'm in the middle of a confession, I must say that just then I was gripped with terror and nearly paralyzed by the chill of suspicion. I felt that the king was making a fuss over me and flattering my pride to prevent me from telling others about that scene at Roswald, which could produce, in certain minds, an impression contrary to his interests. I also felt that he was afraid of looking like a fool for having shown me kindness and gratitude. Then, in a flash I thought of Prussia with its terrifying military regime, which Baron Trenck had described to me in such minute detail, the recruiter's ferocity, Karl's misfortunes, noble Trenck's imprisonment, which I attributed to the poor deserter's freedom, the screams of a soldier whom I saw being thrashed one morning while crossing a village, and the whole despotic system that makes the great Frederick's strength and glory. I could no longer feel any personal hatred for him. Yet I was already seeing him again as the absolute master, the natural enemy of those hearts that fail to understand the need for inhuman laws, that will never know how to penetrate the arcane mysteries of empires. Chapter 9. Since that day, Porporino went on, the king hasn't paid me any more visits at home. He has, however, summoned me to Sanssouci a few times, where I've even stayed several days in a row with my colleagues Porporino and Conciolini, and here at the palace, to play the harpsichord at his little concerts, accompanying her Gran or Benda on the violin, her Countess on the flute, or even the king himself. Which is much less pleasant than accompanying the others, said the Prussian princess, for I know from experience that whenever my dear brother hits a wrong note or loses the rhythm, he blames the people he's playing with and picks a quarrel. That's true, said Porporina. And his clever teacher, her Countess, hasn't always been safe from his petty injustices. Yet, when His Majesty lets himself go like that, he soon makes amends with marks of deference and delicate praise that are balm to wounded pride. With a fond word or just a whoop of admiration, he gets even artists, who are the touchiest people in the world, to forgive his harsh treatment and tantrums. But you, with everything you knew about him as well as your modest rectitude, you could allow yourself to be charmed by this basilisk?
I'll confess, madam, I've quite often fallen under his sway without realizing it. These little tricks have never been part of my trade, I never fail to fall for them, and it's only later, when I'm thinking things through, that I see them for what they are. Also, I've often seen the king on stage and even sometimes in my dressing room after the performance. He's always been fatherly with me. But I've been alone with him just 2 or 3 times in the gardens at Sanssouci, and only then, I must confess, after keeping my eye on the time of his walks and deliberately putting myself in his path. Then he would hail me or courteously approach, and I'd seize the occasion by the forelock to bring up propora and renew my request. Each time I'd get the same promises, but never any results. Later on I changed tactics and asked permission to go back to Vienna, but the king would listen to my pleas with fond reproach or icy silence, but most often with rather marked displeasure. My last try got me no further than the others, and even after the king had snapped, "Leave, mademoiselle, you are free," I received neither the wages owed me, nor a passport, nor permission to travel. That's how things stand now, and I see nothing but flight as a resort if my position here becomes unbearable. Alas, madam, though I was often hurt by Maria Theresa's lack of taste for music, it never occurred to me then that a music-loving king could be a far worse problem than an empress with a tin ear. That's the gist of my relations with His Majesty. Never have I had any reason to fear or even suspect this whim of loving me that your Highness wants to ascribe to him. Yet I've sometimes taken pride in thinking that the king felt some sort of affection for me, thanks to my modest musical talent and the romantic episode in which I had the good fortune to save his life. He's often said as much to me, and with such grace, an air of such sincere abandon, and he seemed to take such good-natured pleasure in our conversations that I've grown accustomed, perhaps unwittingly and certainly quite in spite of myself, to feeling some sort of affection for him too. That word may be odd and no doubt out of place in my mouth, but the fond respect and timid trust that this royal basilisk, as you call him, inspires in me with his presence, gaze, voice, and sweet words are as strange as they are sincere. We are not to hold anything back here, and it's agreed that I won't stand on ceremony. Well, I declare that I'm afraid of the king, almost horrified when he is out of sight, and I'm breathing the rarefied air of his empire, but when I see him, I'm under the spell and ready to give him all the proof of devotion that a shy but dutiful daughter can give an inflexible but kindly father. You're making me shudder, exclaimed the princess. Good God, what if you gave him the upper hand or let him cajole you into betraying our cause? Oh, madam, have no fear. That will never happen. When it's a matter of my friends or simply people other than myself, I challenge the king and even craftier sorts, if there be, to make me fall into a trap. That I believe. You are working on me, with your air of sincerity, the same spell that Frederick works on you. Now, don't get all excited, I'm not making any comparisons. Go on with your story and tell me about Cagliostro. I've heard tell that while doing his magic he showed you a dead man who was Count Albert, I suppose? I'm prepared to satisfy you, noble Amalia, but if I decide to tell you yet another painful adventure, one that I'd like to be able to forget, I have the right, by our agreement, to ask you a few questions. I'm prepared to answer. Well, madam, do you believe that the dead can leave the grave? Or, at least, that a reflection of their form, animated by the semblance of life, can be conjured up by a magician and take such hold of our imagination that it appears before our eyes and unsettles our minds? That's a very complicated question, and all I can say is that I don't believe in anything impossible, no more in magic than in the resurrection of the dead. As for our poor, mad imagination, it's capable of anything. Your Highness doesn't believe in magic, and yet.
But I'm no doubt being indiscreet?
Out with it, and yet I'm a devotee of magic, as everyone knows. Well, my child, let me explain that bizarre inconsistency to you at the proper time and place. Given that the magical formulas sent by the sorcerer Saint Germain boiled down to a letter to me from Trank, you can already sense that this so-called necromancy is apt to serve as a pretext for many things. But it would take a long time to reveal to you everything that magic hides from the eyes of ordinary folks, court espionage, and tyrannical laws. Just be patient, for I've resolved to initiate you into all my secrets. You're a worthier candidate than my dear Von Kleist, with her timid, superstitious mind. Yes, such as you see, this tender heart, this angel of kindness has no common sense. She believes in the devil, sorcerers, ghosts, and omens, just as if she weren't intimately acquainted with all the mysteries of the philosopher's stone. She's like those alchemists in times past who would patiently, knowingly set about creating monsters, then shudder with horror at what they had wrought and wind up enslaved to some genie having emerged from their alembic. Perhaps I'd be no braver than Madame von Kleist, Porporina continued, and I confess that I've had quite a sample of Cagliostro's power, if not of his infallibility. Just imagine, after having promised to make me see the person I had in mind, whose name he claimed to read in my eyes, he showed me someone else. What is more, he showed me this person as someone alive, all the while seeming to have no idea that he was dead. Yet, despite this double error, he resurrected before my eyes the husband I lost, which will never cease to be a painful, terrifying puzzle for me. He showed you some phantom or other, and your imagination did all the rest. It wasn't a matter of my imagination, let me assure you. I was expecting to see, behind a veil or reflected in a mirror, some portrait of Professor Purpura, for over supper I had mentioned his name several times, and while I was moaning about his absence, it hadn't escaped me that Cagliostro was paying close attention to my words. To make things easier for him, I decided on Purpura as the subject of the apparition and was resolutely waiting to see him, not taking things seriously up to that point. In short, if there was ever a moment in my life when I wasn't thinking about Count von Rudolstadt, it was just then. On the threshold of his magic laboratory, Cagliostro asked if I would let him cover my eyes and lead me by the hand. Knowing him to be a gentleman, I didn't hesitate to accept his offer, on the sole condition that he not leave me alone for a second. I was just about to ask you, he said, not to leave my side or drop my hand, no matter what happens, no matter what feelings come over you. I gave him my word, but a simple assertion wouldn't satisfy him. He made me solemnly swear not to make a single move or sound, in short, to remain mute and impassive during the apparition. Then he put on his glove, and after covering my head with a black velvet hood that went all the way down to my shoulders, he had me walk for 5 minutes or so, during which time I didn't hear any doors opening or closing. The hood prevented me from noticing any change of air, so I didn't know if we had left the laboratory, and in order to confuse my sense of direction, he led me this way and that. Finally, he stopped and removed the hood so deftly that I didn't even feel it come off. I knew that I was free to use my eyes again only because it was easier to breathe, but the darkness was so deep that eyes didn't do me any good. Yet, little by little I began to see a chink of light, at first flickering and feeble, then clear and bright in front of me. At first it seemed quite far away, and when it was fully lit, very close by. It was, I think, the effect of a light more or less intense shining behind a transparency. Cagliostro had me go right up to the chink, which came through the wall, and I saw on the other side of it a strangely decorated room with lots of candles systematically arranged. In its furnishings and layout it had all the characteristics of a magician's den. But I gave it just a passing glance, for my attention was absorbed by a person sitting at a table. He was alone, with his face hidden in his hands, as though immersed in meditation. I couldn't make out his features, and his size was disguised by an outfit the likes of which I have never seen. As far as I could see, it was a white satin robe or cloak lined with purple that fastened in front with bejeweled clasps of gold. These were covered in hieroglyphics, among which I could discern a rose, a cross, a triangle, a skull, and several rich cordons of various colors. One thing alone was clear to me: this person was not Porpora. A few minutes later, this mysterious character whom I had begun to take for a statue slowly moved his hands, and I distinctly saw Count Albert's face, not as I had seen it the last time, covered by the shadow of death, but lively in its pallor and brimming with soul in its serenity, in short, such as I had seen him in his finest hours of calm and confidence. I was on the verge of uttering a cry and breaking, with an involuntary movement, the plate of glass that separated me from him, but Cagliostro violently squeezed my hand, which reminded me of my oath and filled me with some vague terror. Just then, moreover, at the back of the room where my eyes were fixed on Albert, there opened a door, and several individuals, all unknown to me, all attired more or less like him, marched in with drawn swords. After having performed several odd movements, as though in a pantomime, each in turn took a solemn tone and addressed him in incomprehensible words. He stood up, marched toward them, and replied in words equally obscure and incomprehensible to me, even though I now know German as well as my mother tongue. This dialogue was like those one hears in dreams, and the eerie scene and supernatural apparition were so dreamlike that I tried to move just to make sure I wasn't really sleeping. Cagliostro, however, forced me to remain still, and Albert's voice rang so true in my ears that it was impossible for me to doubt the reality of what I was seeing. Finally, just when I was so carried away by the desire to speak to him that my oath was about to slip my mind, the black hood dropped back down over my head. I violently ripped it off, but the crystal star had vanished, and everything was dark. "If you move so much as a muscle," Cagliostro muttered in a quavering voice, "neither one of us shall ever see the light of day again." I had the strength to follow him and zigzag back and forth once again through long, empty spaces I didn't recognize. Finally, when the hood came off once and for all, I found myself back in his dimly lit laboratory, just as it had been at the beginning of this adventure. Cagliostro was very pale and still shaking, for on our way back I had felt that his arm was convulsed with tremors and that he was hurrying me along, as though he were prey to a great fright. His first words to me were bitter rebuke for my breach of faith and the horrible dangers to which I had exposed him by trying to violate my oaths. "I should have remembered," he said in a sharp, furious tone, "that no woman feels bound by her word of honor, that one must beware of giving into their vain, reckless curiosity." Up until that moment I hadn't dreamed of sharing my guide's terror. I had been so stunned by the idea of finding Albert once again alive that I hadn't stopped to wonder if this were humanly possible. I had even forgotten that death had forever taken this dear, precious friend away from me. The magician's keen emotion finally reminded me that this was almost extraordinary and that I had just seen a phantom. Yet my mind was beating back the impossible, and Cagliostro's harsh rebuke brought over me a sickly exasperation that saved me from weakness. My reply to him was brisk: "You're pretending to take your own lies seriously, and that's a terribly cruel game. Oh yes, you're playing with the most sacred things, with death itself." He hotly retorted, but with a commanding look, "You faithless, feeble soul. You believe in death like the common herd, and yet you had a great master who told you 100 times, no one dies, nothing dies, there is no death. You accuse me of lying, yet you don't seem to realize that the only lie here is the very word of death in your impious mouth." This strange reply, I confess, completely bewildered me and momentarily overwhelmed all my defenses.
How could the man know so well my relations with Albert, even the mysteries of the doctrine? Did he share Albert's faith, or was he using it as a weapon to sway my imagination?
I felt abashed and dismayed. But soon I told myself that I could not accept this crass interpretation of Albert's beliefs, that God alone, not this impostor Cagliostro, could conjure up death or reawaken life. Convinced at last that I had been the dupe of some inexplicable illusion, whose mystery I might fathom one day, I stood up and gave the sorcerer a chilly compliment on his know-how. With a touch of irony I asked him to explain the bizarre things that the ghostly figures were saying among themselves. On that matter it was impossible to give me satisfaction, he replied, and I would have to be content with having seen that person calm and usefully employed. It would be vain to ask, he added, what he thinks and does in life.
I don't even know his name.
When he entered your mind and you asked to see him, there took place between the two of you a mysterious communication that my power was able to make effective to the point of bringing him before you.
My knowledge goes no further.
Your knowledge, I told him, doesn't even go that far, for I was thinking about Professor Porpora, and that's not the one your power conjured up. I know nothing about that, he said, with frightening seriousness, and I don't want to know. I saw nothing, neither in your thoughts, nor in the magic tableau. My mind couldn't bear such spectacles, and I need to maintain all my lucidity to work my power. Yet the laws of science are infallible, and you must have thought, perhaps without even knowing it, about somebody else, since Porpora isn't the one you saw. That is the madman's fine way of talking, said the princess, shrugging her shoulders. Each in his own way, but they all manage, by means of a certain specious reasoning that could be called the logic of insanity, never to run out of things to say and to addle our brains with their grand words. He certainly addled mine, Consuelo continued. I just couldn't analyze things any longer. Albert's apparition, whether it was real or not, made me grieve even more that I had lost him forever, and I burst into tears. Consuelo, said the magician in a solemn voice, giving me his hand on the way out, and you can be sure that his calling me by my real name, which nobody here knows, was a further reason for amazement. You have great faults for which amends must be made, and I hope that you'll do everything to regain your peace of mind. I didn't have the strength to reply. In vain I tried to hide my tears from my colleagues who had been impatiently waiting for me in the nearby parlor. I was even more impatient to go home, and once I was alone and had given free rein to my grief, I spent the whole night lost in thoughts and commentary about the scenes of this fateful evening. The more I tried to understand it, the more I got lost in a maze of uncertainties, and I must admit that my suppositions were often madder and more morbid than would have been blind faith in the oracles of magic. Worn out by this fruitless labor, I resolved to suspend judgment until things became clear. Yet in the aftermath I've remained impressionable, subject to vapors, sick in spirit, and deeply sad. I haven't felt my friend's loss more keenly than I already had, but my feelings of remorse, which he had soothed with his generous forgiveness, have come to torture me relentlessly. Utterly free to exercise my profession as an artist, I become quickly bored with the frivolous intoxication of success, and then, in this country where people's minds seem as dreary as the climate, and as despotism, added the abbess. In this country where I myself feel dreary and cold, I soon realized that I wouldn't make the progress that I had dreamed about. So what progress do you want to make? We've never heard anyone whose talents come close to yours, and I don't believe that there is a more perfect singer anywhere in the universe. This is not one of Frederick's compliments. I'm just saying what I think. Even if your Highness were right,
which I don't know," said Consuelo with a smile, "for, aside from Romanina and Tessie, I've scarcely heard anyone except for myself. I think there is always much to be attempted and something to be found that goes beyond everything achieved thus far." Well then, the ideal I once had, perhaps I could have pursued it in a life of action, struggle, bold undertaking, shared sympathies, in a word, enthusiasm. But the cold regularity prevailing here, the military order reaching even into the wings of the theater, the calm, continual goodwill of an audience that thinks about its business while lending us an ear, the king's weighty patronage that guarantees us success decreed in advance, the lack of competition and innovation in the troupe and repertoire, above all, the idea of indefinite captivity. This whole bourgeois way of life that we lead in Prussia, with its cool industriousness, dismal glory, and inevitable greed, has stripped me of the hope, even the desire for improvement. There are days when I feel so sluggish, so utterly bereft of that touchy pride that feeds an artist's conscience, that I'd pay someone to boo at me, just to wake me up. But alas, whether I miss my entrance or burn out before the end of my task, there's always the same applause. It gives me no pleasure when I don't deserve it. And it pains me when by accident I do something to deserve it, because then it is very officially reckoned, as carefully measured by etiquette as usual, and yet I feel that something more spontaneous should be my due. You must find all this childish, my noble Amalia, but you wanted to see deep into the soul of an actress, and I'm hiding nothing from you. You explain it all so naturally that I understand as though I were feeling it myself. As a favor to you, I can certainly hiss and boo when I see that you're sluggish, reserving the right to throw you a crown of roses once I've waked you up. Alas, kind princess, the king wouldn't allow either one. The king doesn't want anyone to offend the members of his troop, for he knows that jeers are soon followed by infatuation. So, despite your generous intentions, there is no remedy for my tedium. Plus, with every passing day I more and more regret having chosen an existence so false, so devoid of feeling rather than a life of love and devotion. Especially since that adventure with Cagliostro, a black melancholy has seized the depths of my soul. Every single night I dream about Albert and see him irritated with me, or indifferent and preoccupied, speaking some incomprehensible tongue and engrossed in meditations that have nothing to do with our love, such as he was in that magic scene. I wake up drenched in cold sweat and begin to weep, thinking that, in the new existence into which death has led him, his aching, dismayed soul may be suffering the effects of my disdain and ingratitude. In short, I killed him, and that's a fact. And there's no man on this earth, even having made a pact with all the forces of heaven and hell, who can bring him back to me. So there's no way for me to make amends for anything in the useless, lonely life I'm dragging out, and my only desire is to see it end soon. Chapter 10. Haven't you struck up any new friendships here? Asked Princess Amalia. Among the many intelligent, talented people that my brother brags about having attracted from all the corners of the earth, isn't there anyone worthy of esteem? Of course, madam. Had I not felt inclined to solitude and seclusion, I could have found kindly souls. Lee Cocois. The Marquise d'Argens, you mean? Is that what she's called? You're right to be discreet. So, she's a fine person? Extremely, and basically very kind, even though she's somewhat vain about the marquis lessons and attentions and tends to look down on her fellow performers. She would be deeply humiliated if she knew who you are. The Rudolstadt name is one of the most distinguished in all Saxony, and that of d'Argens is only minor nobility from Provence or Languedoc. And what about Madame de Coquille, what is she like? Are you acquainted with her? Since Mlle Barberini got married,
she has stopped dancing at the opera and lives in the country most of the time, which means I haven't had many opportunities to see her. Of all the women at the theater, she was the one with whom I felt the greatest affinity, and she and her husband often invited me to come for a visit at their estate. The king, however, let me know that he very much disliked the idea, and I was forced to give it up, without ever knowing why. I'll tell you why. The king courted Mlle Barberini, who preferred the Lord Chancellor's son, and the king is afraid that she'll be a bad example to you. But isn't there any man you're close to? I'm very fond of Franz Benda, His Majesty's first violin. There are parallels between his destiny and mine. In his youth he led the life of a zingaro, as I did as a child. Like me, he has very little relish for the splendors of this world and prefers freedom to money. He's often told me that he fled the Saxon court to share the errant destiny of artists on the road, with all its joys and sorrows. Society doesn't know that there are fine virtuosos out there on the streets and highways. An old blind Jew taught Benda what he knows while they were going uphill and down dale. His name was Lobel, and Benda only speaks of him with admiration, even though he died on a pile of straw, perhaps even in a ditch. Before taking up the violin, Franz Benda had a superb voice and sang for a living. In Dresden, he got so bored and depressed that he lost his voice. With the fresh air and freedom of the vagabond life, he found another talent, and his genius took off once again. It was this itinerant conservatory that trained the magnificent virtuoso whose collaboration is welcomed by His Majesty for his chamber music. George Benda, his youngest brother, is also an eccentric genius, Epicurean one minute and misanthropic the next. His quirks make him difficult sometimes, but he's never boring. I think this one will never manage to settle down like his other brothers, who have now all resigned themselves to the golden chains of the king's predilection for music. But George, either because he's the youngest or just can't be tamed, always talks about running away. His boredom here is so wholehearted that it's a pleasure to share it with him. Aren't you hoping that this will result in your sharing something more tender? It wouldn't be the first time that love has been born of boredom. I'm without fear or hope in that regard, replied Consuelo, for something tells me that it won't ever happen. As I've said, dear Amalia, there's something strange going on in me. Ever since Albert died, I love him, I think about him alone, I cannot love anyone but him. This may be the first time that love has ever been born of death, and yet that's what is happening to me. I cannot console myself for having denied happiness to someone who deserved it, and this stubborn remorse has become an obsession, a sort of passion, perhaps madness. It looks a bit that way, said the princess. At least, some kind of illness. And yet one that I understand well and am also experiencing, for I love someone far away whom I may never see again. That's about the same thing as being in love with a dead man, isn't it? But tell me, my brother Prince Heinrich, isn't he a pleasant gentleman? Yes, indeed. A great lover of beauty, the soul of an artist, a hero on the battlefield, a nice, striking face that stops short of being beautiful, a proud, independent mind, an enemy of despotism, the unruly, threatening slave of my brother the tyrant, in short, surely the best of the family. I've heard he's quite smitten with you. Hasn't he told you that? I took it as a joke. And you don't want to take it seriously? No, madam. You're very difficult, my dear. What's wrong with him? One big flaw, or at least one insurmountable obstacle stands in the way of my loving him. He's a prince. Thanks for the compliment,
my sweet. So he had nothing to do with your fainting spell during the performance a few days ago? I've heard that the king was so jealous of the way Heinrich was looking at you that he had him put under arrest as the curtain was going up, and that this sorrow made you ill. I had absolutely no idea that the prince had been put under arrest, and am quite sure that it wasn't because of me. The cause of my spell was something else altogether. Just imagine, madam, in the middle of the piece I was singing somewhat mechanically, as is too often the case here, my eyes drift toward the front row boxes near the stage. All of a sudden I catch sight of a pale figure standing at the back of her Gallican's box and leaning ever so slightly forward as if to see me better. It was Albert, madam. I swear to God, I saw him, recognized him. Perhaps it was an illusion, but it's impossible to have one more terrifying, more complete than that. You poor child. You're having visions, for sure. Oh, that's not all. Last week, after giving you the letter from Herr von Trenck, I got lost in the palace and ran into Herr Stoss at the entrance to the curio collection. I stopped to chat with him, and there I saw Albert again. This time he looked as threatening as he had looked indifferent the evening before at the theater, as he always looks in my dreams, wrathful or contemptuous. Did Herr Stoss see him, too? Very clearly, and he said that it was a certain Trismegistus, whom your highness enjoys consulting in his quality as a necromancer. Good heavens, exclaimed Madame von Kleist, going pale. I just knew he was a real sorcerer. It's always terrified me to lay eyes on him. Despite that handsome face and noble mien, there's something diabolical in his physiognomy, and I'm sure that he, like Proteus, can change his appearance as he likes in order to frighten people. On top of that, he's surly and insubordinate like everyone of that ilk. Once when he was charting my horoscope, he rebuked me point-blank for having divorced Herr von Kleist because he was ruined. It was a terrible crime, he said. I tried to defend myself, and when he became a bit overbearing with me, I began to lose my temper. At that point he got vehement and predicted that I'd get married again, that my second husband would die by my fault, even more wretchedly than the first, but that I'd be well punished by private remorse and public reproach. As he was saying those words, he looked so dreadful that I took him for Herr von Kleist come back from the dead and went screaming into the rooms of Her Royal Highness. Yes, an amusing scene that was, said the princess, who every now and then reverted, as though against her will, to her dry, bitter tone. I laughed like mad. There was no reason for that. Consuelo said artlessly. But who on earth is this Trismegistus? And since your highness doesn't believe in sorcerers, I promise to tell you all about sorcery someday. Don't be in such hurry. For the time being, just know that the seer Trismegistus is a man for whom I have great respect, who will be most useful to the three of us, to many others as well. I'd really like to see him again, said Consuelo. Even though the thought makes me tremble, I'd like to assess in cold blood whether he looks as much like Count von Rudolstadt as I had imagined. If he looks like the Count? Is that what you just said? Well, that brings to mind something I would have forgotten, and it may just give us a terribly trite explanation for this whole great mystery. Hold on, let me think. Now I've got it. Listen, my poor child, and learn to beware of everything that seems supernatural. It's Trismegistus that Cagliostro showed you, for Trismegistus is involved with Cagliostro, and last year they were both here at the same time. It's Trismegistus that you saw in Count Gallican's box at the theater, for Trismegistus stays in his house, and they both take an interest in chemistry or alchemy.
Finally, it's Trismegistus that you saw in the castle the day after, for that was the day, and shortly after I dismissed you, that I saw Trismegistus, and in parenthesis, he gave me lots of details about Trank's escape. For the purpose of bragging that he'd had a hand in it and getting your highness to reimburse him for sums that he certainly didn't spend on that, said Madame von Kleist. Your highness may think what she wishes, but I'm not afraid to say that the man is a crook. Which doesn't prevent him from being a great sorcerer. Isn't that right, von Kleist? How do you manage to have such respect for his skill and such contempt for his person? Well, madam, it all fits together just fine. People are awed by sorcerers, but they also detest them. It's exactly the same thing with the devil. And yet people want to see the devil and can't do without sorcerers? That's your logic, my fine von Kleist. But, madam, said Consuelo, eagerly listening to this bizarre discussion, how do you know that he looks like Count von Rudolstadt? I forgot to tell you. It's something I learned by simple accident. This morning when Supperville was telling me the story about you and Count Albert, everything he said about that strange character made me curious about his looks. Was he handsome? Did his physiognomy match his extraordinary imagination? Supperville took a moment to think, then said, Well, madam, it won't be hard to give you a good idea of that, for you have among your toys an eccentric who would bear a terrifying resemblance to poor old Rudolstadt if he were gaunter, more ashen-faced, and wore his hair differently. I'm talking about your sorcerer Trismegistus. That's what it all boils down to, my charming widow, and it's no more mysterious than Cagliostro, Trismegistus, Saint Germain, and company. You've just taken a huge weight off my chest and pulled a black veil off my head, said Porporina. I feel that I'm being reborn to life, waking out of some painful sleep. I can't thank you enough for this explanation. So I'm not crazy, I don't have visions, and I won't be afraid of myself any longer. And yet, just see what the human heart is, she added after a moment of introspection. I think I regret not feeling weak and afraid any longer. In my folly I had almost convinced myself that Albert really wasn't dead, that one day, after his terrifying apparitions had made me atone for all the hurt I caused him, he would come back to me serene and indulgent. Now I'm very sure about these deplorable certainties. Albert is sleeping in the tomb of his ancestors, he will not leave that place, nor will death release its prey. You were able to doubt that? Well, that goes to show that there is some pleasure in madness. As for me, I had no hope that Trank would get out of his Silesian dungeon, yet it was possible, and now it is so. If I were to tell you, lovely Amalia, all the conjectures going round and round in my poor head, you'd see that they were unlikely, but not all impossible. For example, a spell of lethargy. Albert was prone to it. But it's just too painful to recall these mad suppositions, now that the man I took for Albert is a crook. Trismegistus isn't what one thinks. But he's certainly not Count von Rudolstadt, for I've known him for several years, and during all this time, ostensibly at least, he's been a seer. Besides, he doesn't look as much like Count von Rudolstadt as you think. Supperville is too skilled a doctor to bury a man in a state of lethargy, nor does he believe in ghosts, and he ascertained differences that you couldn't see because you were upset. Oh, how I'd like to see this Trismegistus again, said Consuelo with a preoccupied look. You may not be seeing him for quite a while, was the princess's chilly reply. He left for Warsaw the very day you saw him here in the palace. He never stays more than 3 days in Berlin. But he'll certainly be back in a year. Ah, if he were Albert, said Consuelo, deep in her musings. The princess shrugged her shoulders. Fate has obviously decreed that I shall have nothing but crackpots for friends. This one takes my sorcerer for her late husband Canon von Kleist, and the other one for her late husband Count von Rudolstadt. Lucky for me, I've got a good head on my shoulders, otherwise, I might take him for Trank, and God knows what would happen. Trismegistus must be a poor sorcerer not to take advantage of all these misapprehensions. Now, my lovely Porporina, don't look at me with such fear and dismay. Get hold of yourself. If Count Albert, instead of being dead, had awakened out of his lethargy, don't you think that people would have heard about such an interesting turn of events? Haven't you kept in touch with his family, and wouldn't they have told you about this? I've lost all contact with them, replied Consuelo. The Canoness Wenceslawa wrote me twice in the course of a year to give me 2 bits of sad news: the death of her older brother Christian, my husband's father, who didn't recover the memory of his misfortune before the end of his long, painful life, and that of her other brother Baron Frederick, who died hunting after he fell down a ravine on that fateful Mount Schreckenstein. I made polite replies without daring to offer my sad consolations in person. I had the impression from her letters that her heart was torn between kindness and condescension. She called me dear child, generous friend, but showed no sign of any desire for tender ministrations on my part. So you think that Albert, back from the dead, is leading a calm, secret life inside the castle of the giants without so much as sending you a note and without anyone outside suspecting a single thing? No, madam, I don't think so, since that would be altogether impossible, and I'm crazy to want to have any doubts, replied Consuelo, hiding her tear-streaked face in her hands. As the night went on, the princess seemed to slip back into her usual bad disposition. Her flippant banter about matters so close to Consuelo's heart hurt her dreadfully. Now, don't be so glum, Amalia abruptly ordered. What a fine party! You've told us stories that would make a devil's blood run cold. Von Kleist is white as a ghost and can't stop shaking. She's scared to death, I think. As for me, who wanted to be happy and have some fun, it hurts me to see you suffering, my poor child. The princess said these last words in a kind tone of voice. Lifting her head, Consuelo saw a tear of sympathy running down her cheek, while her lips were still contracted in an ironic smile. She kissed the hand that the abbess held out to her and inwardly pitied her for being unable to be humane 4 hours in a row. No matter how mysterious your castle of the giants, how fierce the canoness's pride, how close-lipped the servants, you can be sure that anything that happens there is no safer from publicity than anywhere else. They did their best to keep the lid on Count Albert's bizarre ways, but soon the whole province knew about them, and they had long been the gossip of the little court of Bayreuth when Supperville was called to treat your poor husband. There is now in that family another secret that they've no doubt been hiding just as carefully, but without preserving it any better from society's malice. I'm talking about the young Baroness Amalia running away with a handsome adventurer shortly after her cousin's death. I didn't know about that for quite a while myself. I'd even go so far as to say that some things do remain secret in this world, for one still doesn't know the name and station of the man who carried off the young Baroness nor where he took her. Indeed, that's what Supperville told me. Well now, old Bohemia is a land of mysterious adventures, but that's no reason for Count Albert. In name of heaven, madam, let's not talk about that anymore. I beg your pardon for having worn you out with that long story, and when your highness wishes me to leave. 2 in the morning, exclaimed Madame von Kleist, shuddering at the lugubrious bells of the palace clock.
"In that case, my dear friends, we must go our separate ways," said the princess, getting up, "for my sister von Ansbach is going to come wake me as early as 7 with all kinds of stories about the wild oats her dear Margrave is sowing. He recently got back from Paris and is madly in love with Lee Claren. My lovely Porporina, while we are the queens in name, you who reign on stage are in fact the queens of the world, and you've got the better lot. When it strikes your fancy, you can just snatch any crowned head away from us, and I wouldn't be surprised if one of these days Mlie Hippolyte Claren, who is an intelligent girl, became the Margravine von Ansbach, in competition with my sister, who is an idiot. Now, get me a fur cloak, von Kleist, and I'll escort the two of you down the hall." "And your highness will return all by herself?" asked Madame von Kleist, who looked very worried. "All by myself," Amalia replied, "and without any fear of the devil and goblins, who have nonetheless been holding plenary court in the castle for the last few nights, or so people say. Come along, Consuelo. We're going to watch Madame von Kleist fly into a fine fright as she goes down the hall." The princess grabbed a candle holder and took the lead, dragging Madame von Kleist, who was in fact quite nervous. Consuelo followed. She too was a bit unnerved, without knowing why. "I assure you, madam, this is the fatal hour," said Madame von Kleist. "It's reckless to venture through this part of the castle right now. What would it cost you to let us wait half an hour more? At 2:30 it's all over." No, replied Amalia. "It wouldn't bother me to run into her and see how she is." "What are you talking about?" asked Consuelo, speeding up to ask Madame von Kleist. "You mean you don't know?" asked the princess. "A woman in white goes round sweeping the palace stairs and halls when a member of the royal family is about to die, and she's been back for the last few nights. It seems to be here that she's been performing her antics, which means I'm the one in danger. That's why you see me so calm. My sister-in-law, the Queen of Prussia, the most feeble head ever to wear a crown, can't sleep because of it, people tell me, and spends all her nights at Charlottenburg. Yet, as she has infinite respect for the sweeper, as does the Queen Mother, who is equally bereft of reason in this regard, these fine ladies have forbidden anyone to watch for the ghost or to trouble her in any of her noble tasks. So the castle gets a good sweep, and by Lucifer himself, which doesn't prevent it from being really filthy, as you can see." Just then a huge cat streaked out of the shadowy depths of the hallway and ran yowling and purring up to Madame von Kleist. She let out a piercing shriek and tried to make a dash for the princess's rooms. The princess, however, kept a firm grip on her, all the while making the air resound with her hoarse, rasping bursts of laughter, even more lugubrious than the wintry wind whistling through the vast palace. Consuelo shivered with cold, perhaps also fear, for the contortions on Madame von Kleist's face seemed to bear witness to true danger, and the princess's forced merriment and swagger did not vouch for a sincere sense of security on her part. "I admire your Royal Highness's unbelief," said Madame von Kleist in a quavering, slightly spiteful voice. "If like me she had seen and heard the woman in white the night before her august king and father died." "Alas," replied Amalia in a satanic tone, "as I'm sure she's not here now to herald the death of my august brother, I'm delighted that she's coming for me. The she-devil knows that my happiness requires one death or the other." "Oh, madam, this is no time to say such things," said Madame von Kleist, her teeth so tightly clenched that she could scarcely get her words out. "In the name of heaven, stop a second and listen. Doesn't that make you shudder?" The princess stopped with a derisive air. Once her silk skirts, heavy and stiff as cardboard,
had stopped rustling, our three heroines, who had almost reached the huge stairwell at the end of the hall, clearly heard the dry, uneven slap of a broom coming up the stone stairs step by step, sounding like a servant rushing through a chore. The princess hesitated a second, then said in a determined voice, "As there's nothing supernatural about that, I want to know if it's a footman walking in his sleep or a page out for mischief." "Pull down your veil, Porporina. You mustn't be seen with me. As for you, von Kleist, go ahead and faint, if that amuses you. I'm warning you, you're on your own. Come on, brave Rudolstadt, you who have faced worse things. Follow me if you love me." Amalia marched confidently toward the stairs. Consuelo followed, not being allowed to hold the candlestick for the princess. Madame von Kleist, no less terrified to be left alone than to move forward, trailed behind, hanging on to Porporina's mantlet. The infernal broom was no longer audible. The princess arrived at the banister and leaned over it with her candle holder in order to see further on down. Perhaps she was less calm than she wished to appear or saw some terrifying object. In any case, her hand slipped, and the vermeil candle holder along with its candle and indented crystal collarette went crashing down into the resounding depths of the spiral staircase. At that point, Madame von Kleist lost her head. Without a single thought to the princess or Consuelo, she took to her heels back through the dark and sought refuge at her mistress's door. The princess, meanwhile, torn between feelings of insuperable fear and shameful defeat, began a slow retreat with Consuelo, then gradually quickened her pace, for she could hear other footsteps behind her, and they weren't those of Consuelo, who was marching along beside her perhaps with a bit more resolve, yet without any swagger. With every passing second these strange footsteps were closer on their heels, echoing in the dark like those of an old woman clattering over tiles in high-heeled slippers, and the broom went on thudding against the wall, now on the right, now on the left. The short way back seemed long indeed to Consuelo. If there is something that can overwhelm the courage of truly resolute, sound minds, it is danger that can be neither anticipated nor understood. She had no use for bravado and didn't turn her head even once. The princess later maintained that she had to no avail turned around for a look in the darkness, and this could be neither confirmed nor denied. Consuelo only remembered that the princess did not slow down or say a single word to her during this forced retreat and that she rushed into her apartment and was so eager to shut the door that she nearly slammed it in Consuelo's face. Yet Amalia would not admit to her weakness. She soon regained her composure and began to mock Madame von Kleist, nearly in convulsions, and to rebuke her for being so cowardly and impolite. Consuelo's compassionate nature was pained by the favorite's violent state, and she managed to revive some pity in the princess's heart. Amalia deigned to see that Madame von Kleist, lying in a faint on the sofa, her face sunk in the cushions, was incapable of listening. By the time the poor thing, still weeping tears of fright, had pulled herself together, it was after 3. Now tired of not being a princess, Amalia no longer cared to undress herself and see to her own needs. Perhaps she had also been struck by some sinister foreboding. She therefore decided to keep Madame von Kleist until morning. "By then we will have found some way to gloss things over just in case my brother hears about this," said the princess. "As for you, Porporina, your being here would be much harder to explain, and I'd hate for anyone to see you leaving my rooms. So you've got to go right now all by yourself, for people are up and around terribly early in this dreadful joint. Come now, von Kleist, calm down. You're staying here with me. If you can make any sense at all, tell us what entrance you used and where you left your footman so that he can see Porporina home." Fear makes people so profoundly selfish that Madame von Kleist, delighted not to have to face the terrors of the hallway once again and quite indifferent to any anxiety that Consuelo might be feeling about making her way alone, recovered all her wits and explained exactly where to go and what signal to use to meet up with her trusty servant in the lonely, sheltered spot outside the palace where he had been ordered to wait for his mistress. Provided with these instructions and very sure not to get lost in the palace this time, Consuelo paid her respects to the princess, who took no pleasure in the idea of escorting her down the hall. The girl set out alone, feeling her way, and reached the forbidding staircase without hindrance. Guided by the light of a lantern burning on a lower level, she went down without any unpleasant encounters, even without fear. Armed with her will this time, she felt that she was fulfilling a duty toward the unfortunate Amalia, and in such circumstances Consuelo was always strong and courageous. At long last she let herself out of the palace by means of a mysterious little door for which Madame von Kleist had given her a key and found herself in a corner of a back courtyard. Once she was altogether beyond the palace, she followed the outside wall looking for the footman. As soon as she gave the signal, a shadow moved away from the wall and came straight toward her. A man wrapped in a huge cloak bowed and respectfully offered her his arm in silence. Chapter 11. Consuelo remembered that Madame von Kleist, in order to make her many secret visits to Princess Amalia even more secret, often came to the castle on foot in the evening, leaning on the arm of her servant, with a black bonnet on her head and a dark cloak over the rest of her. No one there took any notice of her in this disguise, and she could pass as one of those women in distress who covertly beg and receive a bit of help from the generosity of princes. Yet, despite all the precautions taken by the princess and her confidant, their efforts were something of a stage secret. The king took no offense, as it is better to leave some little scandals alone rather than noisily trying to put them down. He knew full well that the two ladies were more interested in trank than in magic. Even though his condemnation of both subjects was nearly equal, he closed his eyes and felt inwardly grateful that his sister's airs of mystery shielded him from responsibility in certain eyes. Playing the fool was fine with him, as he didn't want to give the impression that he approved of his sister's love affair and follies. That meant that the unfortunate Trank had become the target of Frederick's severity, and even then it had been necessary to accuse him of imaginary crimes so that people wouldn't guess the real reasons for his disgrace. When Madame von Kleist's servant offered Porporina his arm, she assumed that he was lending himself to her incognito as he did for his mistress. For that reason she did not hesitate to accept his services and let him help her over the icy cobblestones. Yet she had scarcely taken 3 steps when the man casually inquired, "Well, my lovely countess, in what kind of a mood did you leave your whimsical Amalia?" Despite the cold and the north wind, Consuelo felt blood rush to her cheeks. To all appearances, the servant had taken her for his mistress and betrayed a revolting intimacy with her. Porporina, seized with disgust, withdrew her arm and curtly replied, "You've made a mistake." "I'm not in the habit of making mistakes," said the cloaked man, totally unruffled. "People may not be aware that the divine Porporina is the Countess von Rudolstadt, but the Count de Saint-Germain knows better." "So who are you?" asked Consuelo, dumbfounded. "Aren't you one of Madame von Kleist's servants?" "I belong to no one but myself and serve only the truth," said the stranger. "I've just said my name, but I see that it is unknown to Madame von Rudolstadt." "You are the Count de Saint-Germain in person? Who else could give you the name that no one knows as your own? Now, Countess, twice you've tried to take a step without my help, and both times you've nearly fallen. Please take my arm again. I know very well the way to your place, and I consider it a duty and an honor to get you home safe and sound." "How kind of you, Count," replied Consuelo, too curious to refuse the offer made by this intriguing, bizarre man.
"Now will you kindly explain why you call me by that name?" "Because I want to earn your trust right away by proving that I am worthy of it. For a long time I've known about your marriage to Albert. I've kept it an inviolable secret and shall continue to do so for as long as you wish." "I see that Monsieur Superville has hardly respected my wishes in that regard," said Consuelo, jumping to conclusions about the Count's source of information. "Don't accuse poor Superville. He didn't say a word, except to Princess Amalia, to pay her homage. He's not the one who told me." "So who did?" "Count Albert von Rudolstadt himself." "Yes, I know you're going to say that he died during the final moments of the religious ceremony of your wedding. But I'll reply that there is no death, that no one, that nothing dies, that it is still possible to communicate with the departed, as the vulgar herd likes to say, when one knows their language and their life secrets. Since you know so much, monsieur, you may also be aware that I am not easily persuaded by such assertions. I find them very painful, for they always bring to mind a misfortune that I know to be beyond remedy, despite the deceitful promises of magic. You're right to be wary of magicians and impostors. I know that Cagliostro frightened you with an apparition that was at least untimely. He surrendered to the vainglory of demonstrating his power without giving a thought to the state of your soul or the sublime nature of his mission. Yet Cagliostro is no impostor, far from it. But he's vain, which is why he's often deserved being called a charlatan. The same has been said about you, Count, and yet, as people generally add that you're a man of superior qualities, I'll be so bold as to tell you frankly what prejudices are working against the respect I have for you." Such noble words suit Consuelo, and I'm grateful for this appeal to my honesty, he calmly replied. "I'll prove myself worthy of it and speak to you without mystery. But here we are at your door, and the cold as well as the advanced hour forbid me to keep you out here any longer. If you want to learn matters of the utmost importance, on which your future depends, please allow me to speak to you freely. If you wish to come see me during the day, you'll find me home at the hour of your choosing. I must speak to you tomorrow. And tomorrow you'll have a visit from Frederick, whom I have no desire to see since I have no respect for him." "Which Frederick do you mean, Count?" "Oh, I'm not talking about our friend Frederick von Trenck, whom we managed to spring from his clutches, but the nasty little king of Prussia who was courting you. Now, tomorrow there's to be a grand masked ball at the opera. Be there. No matter how you're disguised, I'll recognize you and see to it that you recognize me. In that crowd we can be safely alone together. Otherwise, my dealings with you would heap great misfortunes on sacred heads. So, until tomorrow, Countess." With these words the Count de Saint-Germain made a deep bow and disappeared, leaving Consuelo petrified with amazement on her doorstep. In this kingdom of reason there is obviously a permanent conspiracy against reason, Consuelo muttered to herself as she was falling asleep. No sooner do I escape one threat to my reason than another one looms up. Princess Amalia explained away the last mysteries and put my mind at rest, but at the same instant we meet or at least hear the ghostly sweeper knocking about this castle of doubt, this fortress of unbelief no differently than she would have done 2 centuries ago. I rid myself of the terrible fright that Cagliostro gave me, and now here's another magician who seems to know even more about my business. I can understand why these seers take note of every little thing about kings and influential or famous people,
but why on earth should a poor girl like me, humble and discreet, find it impossible to keep anything secret from their investigations? This has me baffled and bewildered in spite of myself. Now then, let's take the princess's advice and assume that the future will explain this prodigy as well, and in the meantime, refrain from judgment. But it might be even more extraordinary if the king really were to pay me a visit tomorrow, as Saint Germain predicted.
It would be only the third time. Is this Saint Germain his confidant?
It is said that one must particularly beware of those who speak ill of the master.
I'll try not to forget it.
The next day, at the stroke of 1, a carriage without livery or coat of arms entered the courtyard of the house where Consuelo was living. The king, who just 2 hours before had let her know that she was to await his visit alone, marched in with his cap over his left ear, a smile on his lips, and a little basket in his hand.
"Here's Captain Kreutz bearing fruit from his garden," announced the king. "Evil-minded folks will say it's from Sanssouci and meant for the king's dessert.
But the king, thank God, isn't giving a thought to us, and this humble baron has come to spend an hour or two with his little friend." This pleasant greeting, instead of putting Consuelo at ease, left her feeling strangely unsettled. Ever since she had begun conspiring against him by listening to Princess Amelia's secrets, it had been impossible for her to brave the royal inquisitor with unflinching frankness. From that point on she ought to have humored the king, maybe even flattered him and resorted to clever coquetries in order to divert his suspicions. Consuelo felt that this role did not suit her, that she would do a poor job of it, especially if it were true that Frederick had a taste for her, as one said at court, for fear of belittling the king's majesty by suggesting that he might feel love for an actress. Anxious and disconcerted, Consuelo awkwardly thanked the king for his excessive kindness. His physiognomy immediately changed, now as glum as it had been radiant.
"What's wrong?" he snapped, furrowing his brow. "Are you in a bad mood? Or ill? Why are you calling me sire? Am I interrupting some flirtation?"
"No, sire," replied the girl, with a serenely frank look. "There's neither love nor flirtation in my life."
"That's good. Even so, what would I care? Yet I'd insist that you confess as much." "Confess? Surely the captain meant to say confide? Explain the difference."
"The captain knows the difference." "As you wish, but splitting hairs is no answer."
"If you were in love, I'd want to know." "I don't understand why." "You don't understand at all? Look me straight in the face. You've got a very vague look about you today." "Captain, I think you're trying to ape the king."
"I hear that when he's interrogating a suspect, he stares him right in the eye."
"Believe me, he's the only one who can do that."
"Even so, if he came to my place to try that on me, I'd ask him to go back to work."
"Right.
You'd just say, 'Get lost, sire.'"
"Why not?"
"The king belongs on his horse or his throne. If he dropped in on a whim, I'd be entitled not to put up with any surliness."
"Agreed. But I still don't have an answer to my question. You don't want to confide in me about your next love affair?" "There is no next love affair for me." "I've often told you that, Baron."
"Yes, but you were laughing, because that was the way I asked you the question."
"But if I'm now speaking seriously?" "My answer is the same." "Do you know that you're an odd person?"
"How so?"
"Because you're the only actress who is not taken up with some fine passion or love affair."
You take a dim view of actresses, Captain.
Not so.
I've known some who were very well behaved, but they were aiming to marry money. You, on the other hand, nobody knows what you've got in mind.
My mind is on singing this evening.
So you just live from day to day?
Nowadays. So it's not always been the case?
No, sir.
You've been in love?
Yes, sir.
Seriously?
Yes, sir.
And for a long time?
Yes, sir.
And what happened to him?
He's dead.
But you've found consolation?
No.
Oh. You'll surely find consolation one day?
I'm afraid not.
That's strange. So you don't want to marry?
Never.
And you'll never love again?
Never.
Not even a friend?
Not even a friend, as fine ladies understand the term.
Nonsense.
If you went to Paris, and King Louis XV, that gallant chevalier.
I don't like kings, Captain, and I detest gallant kings.
Ah, I see. Their pages are more to your liking.
A handsome gentleman like Trenck, for example.
I've never given a thought to his looks. Yet you've remained in touch with him. If so, only for reasons of pure, honest friendship.
So you admit that you're still in touch?
I didn't say that, replied Consuelo, fearing that this one bit of information might compromise the princess.
So you deny it?
If it were the case, I wouldn't have any reason to deny it.
But why is Captain Kreutz asking me all these questions? How can all this be interesting to him?
It's apparently interesting to the king, Frederick shot back, removing his cap and slamming it down on the head of an ancient white marble bust of Polyhymnia on the console. If the king were to honor me with a visit at home, said Consuelo, rising above her mounting terror, I would assume that he wanted to hear some music, and I'd sit down at my harpsichord to sing him the aria from Ariadne Abandoned.
The king doesn't like niceties.
When the king is conducting an interrogation, he wants clear, simple answers.
What did you go do at the palace last night?
You can see that the king has the right to come lord it over you at your house, since you go to his house at all hours without his permission.
Consuelo quaked from head to toe.
Fortunately, in all kinds of danger, she maintained a presence of mind that had always saved her as though by miracle. She remembered that Frederick often told lies to get at the truth and was known to drag confessions out of people mainly by catching them off guard. She kept up her defenses, put a smile on her pale face and replied, "That's a strange accusation, and I don't know what one can say to fanciful questions."
"Now you've found your tongue again," the king continued.
"It's plain to see you're lying.
Didn't you go to the palace last night? Answer yes or no."
"Well then, no," she said with courage, preferring the shame of being caught in a lie to trying to clear herself by the cowardly surrender of someone else's secret.
"You didn't leave the palace at 3 this morning, all alone?"
"No," said Consuelo. Having noticed a faint shadow of irresolution cross his face, she felt her strength returning. Now she had the upper hand in the king's little game of catching the other off guard. "That's 3 times you've dared say no," fumed King, his eyes blazing. "And I'll dare make it 4, if your majesty requires," replied Consuelo, determined to stand firm through the storm. "Oh, I know that a woman will hold to a lie under torture the same way the early Christian martyrs held to what they believed to be the truth.
Who on earth can flatter himself on getting a straight answer out of a woman?
Listen here, mademoiselle, up till now I've had respect for you, for I considered you a solitary exception to the vices of your sex, neither scheming nor treacherous nor brazen. Your character inspired in me a trust that went as far as affection.
And now, sire. Don't interrupt. Now I've formed my opinion, and you'll feel the effects.
But listen carefully. If you are so unfortunate as to have meddled in some little palace intrigues, opening your ears to certain untoward secrets and doing certain dangerous favors, I won't be fooled for long, let there be no illusions about that, and you'll be driven out of here as shamefully as you were received with distinction and kindness. Sire, said Consuelo unabashed, as it is my dearest and most abiding wish to leave Prussia, I'm grateful to be ordered out, whatever the pretext for my dismissal or the harshness of your rebuke.
Ah!
So that's how you take it? Frederick roared, beside himself with rage.
How dare you speak to me that way?
He raised his walking stick as though he meant to strike Consuelo, but the air of serene contempt with which she awaited this outrage made him come to his senses. He threw the stick across the room and entreated her, look here, forget any rights you may have to Captain Kreutz's gratitude, and speak to the king with proper respect. Push me too far, and I may punish you like an unruly child. Sire, I know that children are thrashed in your august family, and I've heard that your majesty once tried to avoid such treatment by running away.
A Zingara like me will find that easier than Crown Prince Frederick.
If your majesty doesn't let me go within 24 hours, I'll personally put his mind at ease about my schemes by slipping out of Prussia without a passport. It's fine with me if I have to take off on foot and jump moats like deserters and smugglers. You're crazy, said Frederick, shrugging his shoulders and striding across the room to hide his exasperation and remorse. You'll get out of here, all right, nothing could please me more, but there'll be no scandal and no rush. I won't have you leaving me like this, displeased with me, with yourself as well. Where the devil did you get that sassy tongue? And what the devil is making me go so easy on you? No doubt some quite unnecessary scruple of generosity. Your Majesty feels obliged to me because of a favor that I would have done for the least of his subjects with the same zeal. May your Majesty consider his debt repaid 1,000 times over and let me go as soon as possible. My freedom will be reward enough, and that's all I ask. What's this? There's still more? Will nothing make you change your tune? Asked the king, stunned by the girl's brazen single-mindedness. This is not courage, but hatred. And if it were, replied Consuelo, would your majesty care one whit? Good heavens! What do you mean, you wretched little girl? Asked the king, sounding earnestly pained. You don't understand what you're saying, poor child. It takes a perverse soul to be insensitive to the hatred of its own kind. Does Frederick the Great consider Porporina a being of his own kind? Intelligence and virtue alone raise certain individuals above others. You're a singer of genius. Your conscience ought to tell you if you're a worthy person. But it's saying just the opposite right now, for your soul is brimming with bitterness and resentment. And if that were so, wouldn't the great Frederick have to take some of the blame for kindling these evil passions in a habitually peaceful, generous soul? Come now, are you angry? Asked Frederick, reaching for the girl's hand. But he stopped himself, held back by that awkwardness that a streak of contempt and distaste for women had developed in him. Consuelo had exaggerated her spite so as to drive back into the king's heart some tender feelings that were about to explode in the heat of the moment. Once she saw how bashful he was and realized that he was waiting for her to make a move, she lost all fear. Hers was an odd fate, for the only woman who could hold Frederick in her sway with some emotion resembling love was perhaps the only woman in his entire kingdom who loathed the idea of encouraging these feelings. True, Consuelo's pride and revulsion may have been the main reason why the king felt drawn to her. The despot found her rebellious soul as tempting as the conquest of a new province. Without realizing it or wanting to make such frivolous exploits a point of honor, he felt admiration and instinctive affinity for a hardy nature that he, in some respects, considered akin to his own. "Now then," said he, suddenly shoving into his vest pocket the hand that he had advanced toward Consuelo, "stop telling me that I don't mind being hated, for you might make me think it's true, and I'd find that odious. Yet you want to be feared." "No, I want to be respected." "So it's by means of a good flogging that your corporals inspire your soldiers with respect for your name." "What's this? What are you talking about? What business is this of yours?" "I'm giving clear, simple answers to your Majesty's questions." "You think I owe you an apology for a moment of temper provoked by your folly?" "On the contrary. If you could break over my head the stick that rules Prussia, I'd beg your Majesty to pick it back up." "Nonsense. Given that this walking stick was a present from Voltaire, if I were to caress your shoulders with it a bit, you might become even wittier and mischievous. Look here, I'm very fond of this stick, but it's clear to me that you require amends." With these words the king picked up his stick and tried to snap it in two. Even when he put it over his knee, the stick bent but would not break. "You see," said the king, throwing it into the fire, "this stick is not, as you maintain, the symbol of my power. It's that of faithful Prussia, bending to my will without ever being broken. You'll do well to do the same, Porporina." "And what is your Majesty's will with regard to me? What a fine matter for exercising authority and troubling a great man's serenity." "It is my will that you give up the idea of leaving Berlin." "Does that offend you?" Frederick's keen, almost passionate look sufficiently explained the kind of amends he had in mind. Terror washed over Consuelo once again. She played dumb and said, "I'll never resign myself to that. It's too clear that I'd pay dearly the honor of amusing your Majesty every now and then with my trills. Everyone here is subject to suspicion. The most insignificant, obscure creatures aren't safe from accusation, and I can't live this way." "You're unhappy with your pay," the king continued. "It will be increased." "No, sire. My pay is satisfactory. I'm not greedy, as your Majesty knows." "True. It's only fair to say that you don't love money. One doesn't know, moreover, what you love." "Freedom, sire." "Who is interfering with your freedom? You're trying to pick a fight with me for no good reason. You just want to leave. That much is clear." "Yes, sire." "Yes? Your mind is made up?" "Yes, sire." "To hell with you then." The king grabbed his cap and his stick, untouched by the fire since it had rolled on the andirons, turned his back, and marched toward the door. As he was about to open it, he looked back at Consuelo with such an ingenuously sad face, so stricken with paternal grief, so different, in a word, from the monarch's terrifying brow or the skeptical philosopher's bitter smile that the poor child's heart filled with remorse. Having grown so inured to domestic storms like this with Purpura, she forgot that Frederick had fierce, personal feelings for her that had never entered the chaste, generous, and fervent soul of her adoptive father. She turned away to hide a furtive tear, but the king was sharp-eyed as a lynx. He retraced his steps and raised his stick again, but so tenderly this time, as if he were about to play with a child of his loins. "You detestable creature," he said in a sweet, loving voice, "you don't have an ounce of affection for me." "You're very wrong, Baron," she replied, fascinated by this half-comedy which was so cleverly making amends for the Frederick's real fit of brutal anger. "My fondness for Captain Kreutz equals my aversion to the King of Prussia." "That's because you cannot understand the King of Prussia," said Frederick. "So let's not talk about him. One day, after you've lived in this land long enough to understand its character and needs, you'll be fairer to the man who is doing his best to rule it properly. In the meantime, be a bit nicer to this poor baron who was so thoroughly bored with the court and courtiers, who came here for a few moments of peace and happiness with a pure soul and candid spirit. I was free for only an hour, and you've done nothing but quarrel with me the whole time. As long as you're a better hostess, I'll come back another time and bring along my greyhound Mopsel to amuse you. You behave yourself, and I'll give you a pretty white greyhound she's nursing right now. You'll have to take such good care of it. Ah, I almost forgot. Here's some poetry I've written, stanzas about music. You can set them to a melody, and my sister Amalia will enjoy singing them." After several false starts, lots of gracious chatter, and frivolous cajoleries for the object of his benevolence, the king took a leisurely leave. He could prattle on when he wanted to, even though he was usually pithy, brisk, and very sensible. No one's conversation had more so-called substance, and nothing was rarer in that period than his serious, solid tone and small talk. Yet with Consuelo he had aimed to be pleasant and easy-going, and he succeeded well enough in seeming that way that she was occasionally filled with naive wonderment. Once he had gone, she regretted as usual not having succeeded in giving him a distaste for her and the whim of these dangerous visits as well. The king, for his part, went away half annoyed with himself. He loved Consuelo in his own fashion and would have liked really to inspire her with the affection and admiration feigned by his false, witty friends. He might have given a lot, he who scarcely liked to give, to know once in his life the pleasure of being loved sincerely, without ulterior motives. Yet he realized that this was not easy to reconcile with the authority he did not want to relinquish. Like a glutted cat playing with a mouse ready to bolt, he could not decide whether he wanted to tame her or twist her neck. "She's going too far, and this will come to a bad end," he thought to himself, climbing into his carriage. "If she keeps on being so difficult, I'll have to see that she commits some offense and send her to a fortress for a while. That regime ought to take the edge off that proud courage. Yet I'd prefer to dazzle the girl and hold her in my sway as I do so many others. With a bit more time and patience, I'm sure to get the better of her. What a pesky, intriguing little chore this is. Let's just see. For sure, she mustn't leave right now, for then she'd go around bragging that she got away with telling me off. No, no. She leaves me nice and docile, or else broken." At which point the king, who had many other things to think about, as one can believe, opened a book so as not to waste 5 minutes on idle daydreams, and by the time he stepped out of his carriage, he could not quite remember what had been on his mind climbing in. Purpurina, quivering with worry, gave a bit more thought to the dangers of her situation. She upbraided herself for yielding and tacitly agreeing to give up the idea of leaving, but these meditations were interrupted by the delivery of money and letters from Madame von Kleist which Consuelo was to pass along to Saint Germain, who would get them to Trenck. In addition to this responsibility, Consuelo might also have to play the role of the fugitive's mistress in order to cover up Princess Amalia's secret. She found herself involved in a nasty, dangerous situation, all the more because she did not really trust the mysterious agents with whom she had been put in contact and who seemed to want to meddle in her own secrets as well. She got busy with her disguise for the ball at the opera, where she was to meet Saint Germain, all the while thinking with resigned terror that she was on the brink of an abyss. Chapter 12. As soon as the opera was over, the auditorium was leveled, lit up, and decorated according to custom, and the great masked ball known in Berlin as the Redoute got under way at the stroke of midnight. It was quite a mixed crowd, for blue-blooded princes and perhaps even princesses found themselves mingled with all the local actors and actresses. Porporina slipped in alone disguised as a nun, her neck and shoulders hidden by the wimple, her body enveloped in the folds of the habit. She felt the need to make herself unrecognizable to circumvent any comments about her rendezvous with Saint Germain. She was also eager to test the perspicacity of the man who had vaunted his ability to identify her no matter what her disguise. So all alone, and without even telling her maid, she had arranged this simple, easy costume. She arrived at the ball wrapped in a long fur-lined cloak that only came off once she was in the midst of the throng. Before she had even made her way around the ballroom, something worrisome caught her eye. Not just once but several times a masked figure that was about Consuelo's size, ostensibly of her sex, and dressed in the exact same habit danced up to her and joked about their identities. "Dear sister," said this nun, "which one of us, I'd like to know, is the other shade? And since you look lighter and airier than I, let me touch your hand to see if you're my twin or my ghost." Consuelo repelled these attacks and tried to get to her dressing room to change her costume or some part of it so as to prevent confusion. She was afraid that if the Countess Saint Germain, despite all her precautions, had had some revelation about her disguise, he might speak to her double and fill that one's ears with the secrets he had announced to her the evening before. But she was in no position to carry out that plan. Already a Capuchin monk had begun following her, then willy-nilly seized her arm. "You won't escape me, sister," he said in a low voice. "I'm your father confessor, and I'm going to tell you your sins. You're Princess Amalia." "And you're a novice, brother," said Consuelo, disguising her voice as one usually does at masked balls. "You don't know your penitence at all well." "Oh, it's no good trying to change your voice, sister. I don't know if that is the habit of your order, but you're the Abbess of Quedlinburg. That you can admit to me, your brother Heinrich." As the prince had often spoken to her, Consuelo recognized his strikingly guttural voice. To make sure that her double was in fact the princess, she said no once again, at which point the prince added, "I saw your costume at the tailor's. Since there are no secrets for princes, I found yours out. Come on, let's not waste time in idle chatter. You can't mean to tease me, dear sister, and I'm not following you just to be a pest. I've got some serious things to tell you. Come on over here." Consuelo, who had made up her mind to show him her face rather than to learn family secrets by taking advantage of his mistake, let the prince lead her away. Yet once they were alone in a box and he began talking, she reluctantly pricked up her ears and felt entitled to hear him out. "Beware of going too fast with Porporina," said the prince to his supposed sister. "It's not that I doubt her discretion or noble heart. The most important people in the order vouch for her, and even at the risk of your ragging me again about my feelings for her, I'll repeat that I share your sympathy for this lovely person. But neither they nor I think that you should take any chances with her before we're sure of her frame of mind. An undertaking that seizes upon a fiery imagination such as yours or a mind as righteously indignant as mine can at first terrify a shy girl who has probably never had anything to do with philosophy or politics. The reasons that moved you are not those that will make an impression on a woman from such a different sphere. Let Trismegistus or Saint Germain take care of this initiation."
"But hasn't Trismegistus already left?" asked Consuelo, too fine an actress not to be able to imitate Princess Amelia's hoarse, unsteady voice.
"You ought to know that better than I, since he deals only with you."
"I don't know the man.
But Saint Germain strikes me as the cleverest, the most extraordinarily adept practitioner of the science that interests us. He's undertaken to win over the beautiful singer and keep her out of danger." "Is she really in danger?" asked Consuelo. "She will be if she goes on refusing the amorous attentions of the
Marquis." "What Marquis?" asked Consuelo, dumbfounded.
"Your mind is wandering, sister.
I'm talking about Fritz, the Grand Lama."
"Ah yes,
"The Margrave von Brandenburg," said Consuelo, who finally understood that he meant the king.
So you're really sure that he's got his mind on that slip of a girl?" "I won't go so far as to say that he's in love with her, but he's jealous."
"And then, sister dear, you've got to see how you're putting that poor little thing in jeopardy by making her your confidante."
Now, I know nothing about that, and I don't want to know a thing. But, in the name of heaven, be careful, and don't let our friends suspect that you have motives other than a love of liberty.
We've decided to adopt your Countess von Rudolstadt.
Once she's initiated and bound by oaths, promises, and threats, you'll be safe with her. But until then, I beg you, refrain from seeing her and telling her your concerns are ours.
And you can start by leaving this ball.
It's hardly suitable for you to be here, and the Grand Lama will surely find out. Give me your arm, and I'll escort you to the door, but no further. I'm supposed to be under arrest at Potsdam, and the palace walls have eyes that can see through an iron mask." Just then there was a knock at the door. As the prince did not open up, more knocks followed. "What an impudent rascal to insist on entering a box where there's a lady present," said the prince, showing his bearded mask at the little window in the door. But there he saw a red domino with a ghastly pale face who made a strange gesture and said, "It's raining."
This news seemed to make a great impression on the prince. "Should I leave or stay?" he asked the red domino.
"You must go look for a nun just like this one out in the crowd," the domino replied, while the prince eagerly showed him in. "I'll take care of the lady," he added, gesturing toward Consuelo. After they had exchanged a few whispers, the prince left without saying a word more to Porporina. "Why did you take exactly the same disguise as the princess?" asked the domino, sitting down at the far end of the box. "That exposes her, yourself as well, to fatal errors."
"There I don't see your usual prudence or devotion to others."
"If my costume is just like someone else's, that is news to me," replied Consuelo warily. "I thought it was a carnival prank that the two of you had arranged. Since that's not the case, Countess, and it's merely a coincidence, let's talk about you and abandon the princess to her fate." "But it seems to me, monsieur, that if someone's in danger, those who talk about devotion to others shouldn't stand idly by. The person who just left will look after that august madcap. You're no doubt aware that the matter concerns him more than it does us, since he too is courting you.
You're wrong, monsieur. I don't know him any better than I do you. Moreover, you're talking neither like a friend nor a jester. Let me get back to the ball. First let me have the portfolio you were asked to give me. Certainly not. I don't have anything for anyone. Good for you. That's the way to talk.
But with me there's no need for that.
I'm the Countess Saint-Germain. I don't know that.
Even if I were to take off my mask, you wouldn't recognize me. The only time you saw my face was that night in the dark. But here are my credentials. The red domino gave Consuelo a sheet of music with a sign that she could not fail to recognize. She handed him the portfolio, not without trembling, and took care to add, "Mark my words. Nobody gave me any message for you. I alone am sending these letters and bills of exchange to the person you know."
So you're Baron von Trank's mistress?
Frightened by the grievous lie that this question required of her, Consuelo kept still.
"Answer me, madam," said the red domino. "The Baron doesn't hide from us that he receives help and consolation from a person who loves him. So you're the Baron's friend?" "I am," was Consuelo's staunch reply. "And I'm equally amazed and offended by your questions. Can I be the Baron's friend without exposing myself to such coarse language and false suspicions? The situation is too serious for you to dwell on words. Listen carefully. You're charging me with a mission that jeopardizes my reputation and puts me in all kinds of personal danger. There may be some political conspiracy underneath all this, and that's not something in which I wish to get involved. I gave my word to Trank's friends to help him out with a love affair. Let me make myself clear. I didn't promise to help out with a friendship. The word is too vague, and I find it unsettling. I know that you're incapable of telling a lie. If you positively declare that von Trank is your lover, and let me tell Albert von Rudolstadt. Good heavens! Don't torture me like this, monsieur. Albert is dead. That's what people say, I know. Yet he is forever alive for you and me. True enough, if you mean that in a religious or symbolic sense. Yet materially. Let's not argue. There's still a veil over your spirit, but it will be lifted. The crucial thing for me right now is knowing what you are to Trank. If he's your lover, I'll deliver this portfolio on which his life may depend, for he is utterly without resources. If you refuse to say, I refuse to be your go-between. Well, said Consuelo with a painful effort, he is my lover. Here's the portfolio and see that he gets it quickly. That's enough, said Saint-Germain, taking the portfolio. Now, you brave, noble girl, let me tell you that I admire and respect you. This was only a test of your sense of dedication and self-sacrifice. Come now, I know everything. I know full well that you're lying out of generosity and that you've been faithful as a saint to your husband. I know that, princess. Amalia, all the while making use of my services, doesn't trust me, and that working to free herself from the Grand Lama's tyranny doesn't stop her from acting like a princess, and a tight-lipped one at that. That's her role, and she's not ashamed to expose you, a poor vagabond, as polite society likes to say,
to eternal sorrow, yes, the greatest sorrow of all. That of standing in the way of your husband's brilliant resurrection and throwing his present existence into a limbo of doubt and despair. But fortunately there is always a chain of invisible hands stretching between your soul and Albert's, one working on this earth by light of day and the other laboring in an unknown world, in the shadow of mystery, far removed from the gaze of vulgar humans. Despite her determination to keep up her guard against the specious perorations of so-called prophets, Consuelo was moved by this bizarre language. "Please explain yourself, Count," she said, doing her best to sound cool and collected. "I'm well aware that Albert's role has not come to an end on this earth, that death's chilly breath has not destroyed his soul. Yet any connection between us is shrouded by a veil that may be lifted only when I myself die, that is, if God lets us enjoy a vague recollection of our previous lives. This is a mystery, and no one can abet the celestial influence that brings together in a new life those who loved each other in a past life. What notions are you trying to put into my head when you say that certain sympathies are watching over me and working toward that end? I could only speak of myself and say that having known Albert from time immemorial, when I served under his orders in the War of the Hussites against Sigismund as well as later, during the 30 Years' War, when he was. I know that you claim to remember all your previous lives, like Albert with his sick, disastrous persuasion. Would to God that I had never doubted his sincerity on that score. Yet this belief was so closely tied to a state of delirious frenzy in him that I never believed that this extraordinary, perhaps inadmissible power was real. So spare me the trouble of hearing about your weird conversations with Albert on the subject. I know that lots of people moved by idle curiosity would love to be in my place right now. They'd give you an encouraging smile and pretend to believe the fabulous stories that you reportedly tell so well. But I don't know how to play a role when I don't have to, and I'd be incapable of enjoying what they call your daydreams. They would remind me too much of Albert's, which terrified and tormented me. Please keep your stories for those who can share them. On no account would I want to deceive you by pretending to lend them any credence. Even if they didn't arouse any harrowing memories in me, I wouldn't want to make fun of you. So kindly answer my questions without trying to lead my mind astray with vague words and double meanings. To encourage your frankness, I'll tell you that I already know that you've got particular and mysterious designs on me. You're supposed to initiate me into some forbidding secret, and people of high rank are counting on you to teach me the elements of some occult science. People of high rank sometimes say the strangest things, Countess, the Count replied imperturbably. Thank you for your honesty with me, and I'll refrain from touching on matters that you wouldn't understand, perhaps because you have no wish to understand them. Let me just say that there is indeed an occult science on which I pride myself, in which I am seconded by minds more enlightened than mine. Yet there's nothing supernatural about it, since it is purely and simply the science of the human heart, or, if you prefer, thorough knowledge of human life and its deepest motives and most secret deeds. And to prove to you that I'm not merely boasting, I'll tell you, only with your permission, of course, exactly what has been going on in your own heart since you've been separated from Count von Rudolstadt. Go ahead, replied Consuelo, for there's no way for you to deceive me about that. Well, for the first time in your life you're in love, totally, truly in love. And the man you love, for whom you're shedding tears of repentance, since you didn't love him a year ago, the man whose absence gives you such bitter grief, whose disappearance has made your present life so drab and your future so dreary, it is not Baron von Trenck, for whom you've never felt more than friendship based on gratitude and serene affinity, nor Joseph Haydn, who is just your little brother in the fellowship of Apollo, nor King Frederick, who terrifies and intrigues you at one and the same time, nor the handsome Anzelito, whom you can no longer respect. The man you love is the one you saw laid out on his deathbed, arrayed with the pomp that noble families in their pride put even in the tomb, on the shroud of the departed, Albert von Rudolstadt.
Consuelo was momentarily stunned to hear this revelation of her innermost feelings out of the mouth of a man she did not know.
But then she thought to herself that the previous evening she had told her whole life to Princess Amalia and bared her heart. She also recalled the many hints that Prince Heinrich had just dropped about the princess's ties to a mysterious association in which the Countess Saint-Germain played a leading role. So she ceased to be amazed and ingenuously avowed that it was not much to his credit to know of matters that she had recently confided to a friend with a loose tongue.
"You mean the Abbess of Quedlinburg?" asked Saint-Germain. "Well, will you take my word of honor?"
"I have no right to call it into question," Porporina replied. "So I give you my word of honor," said the Count, "that the princess hasn't said a word to me about you, since I've never had the privilege of talking to her or her confidante Madame von Kleist."
"Yet you have dealings with her, at least indirectly?"
"Which consist in delivering Trenck's letters to her and receiving her letters to him from third parties. You can see that her trust in me doesn't go very far, since she thinks that I'm not aware of the interest she takes in our fugitive.
Anyway, there's nothing perfidious about the princess.
She's merely crazy, like all oppressed people with a tyrannical bent. The servants of truth have placed a lot of hope in her and taken her under their wing.
God willing, she won't make them regret it." "You misjudge an interesting, unhappy princess, Count, and perhaps you don't know her business well. As for me, I know nothing."
"It's no good lying, Consuelo.
You just had a midnight supper with her, and I can tell you all about it."
The Countess Saint-Germain proceeded to report the minutest details of her supper the night before, from what the princess and Madame von Kleist had said to the finery they had worn, the menu, their meeting with the sweeper, etc. Then he went on to recount the king's visit to our heroine that morning, the words they had exchanged, his walking stick raised up over Consuelo, his threats, his remorse, every single thing down to their slightest gestures and the looks on their faces, as if he had been there himself. He ended by saying, "How very wrong of you, you naive, generous child, to let yourself fall for these returns of affection and kindness that the king knows how to show on occasion. You'll come to regret it. The royal tiger will make you feel his claws unless you accept stronger, more honorable protection, something truly paternal and all-powerful that won't be limited to the narrow confines of the Marquisate of Brandenburg, something that will hover over you on the whole face of the earth, even into the wilderness of the New World. As far as I know, God alone exercises such protection and offers it even to insignificant creatures like me," said Consuelo.
"If I'm facing danger here, it's in God that I trust.
I'd be suspicious of any other solicitude whose means and motives were unknown to me."
"It doesn't suit great souls to be suspicious," replied the Count, "and it's because Madame von Rudolstadt is a great soul that she is entitled to protection from God's true servants. That is the only motive for this offer.
As for the means, they are immense and as different in their power and morality from those of princes as God's purposes in their sublimity are different from those of the despots and little lords of this world. If you love and trust divine justice alone, you must see how it works through those good, intelligent people who are the ministers of God's will here below and the executors of His supreme law. Righting wrongs, protecting the weak, repressing tyranny, encouraging and rewarding virtue, disseminating the principles of morality, preserving honor's sacred trust, such is the eternal mission of a glorious, venerable phalanx that has been carrying on under various names and forms since the dawn of history. Look at the crude, anti-human laws that rule the nations, mankind's prejudices and errors,
the monstrous traces of barbarism all over the globe. In a world so poorly managed by ignorant masses and treacherous governments, how can any virtue bloom or truth come forward? Yet it happens, and one sees spotless lilies, flowers without blemish, souls like yours and Albert's rise up in splendor out of the mire. But do you think that they could keep their sweet perfume, shield themselves from the foul bites of snakes and lizards, and withstand the storm without being sustained and preserved by propitious forces, helping hands? Do you think that Albert, that sublime man, a stranger to all vulgar turpitude, so far above humanity that he looked mad to the eyes of the profane, drew all his greatness and faith out of himself alone? Do you think he was an isolated phenomenon in the universe, that he never restored his strength in a circle of sympathy and hope? And you yourself, do you think that you would be what you are if the breath of God hadn't passed from Albert to you? But now that you are separated from him, thrown into a sphere unworthy of you, exposed to all kinds of danger and temptation, you, a theater girl, the confidant of a lovesick princess and the putative mistress of a king worn out by debauchery and chilled by egotism, do you hope to keep the immaculate purity of your pristine innocence if the mysterious wings of the archangels don't spread over you like a celestial shield? Watch out, Consuelo. It's not in yourself, at least not in yourself alone, that you'll find the strength you need. The very prudence on which you pride yourself will be easily undone by the wiles of the evil spirit lurking in the shadows around your virginal bed. Learn to respect the saintly militia, the invisible army of faith that already forms a rampart around you. They ask of you neither commitments nor services. They merely command that you be meek and trusting when you feel the unexpected effects of the salutary adoption. I've told you enough. Now it's up to you to think long and hard about what I've said. When the time comes and wondrous things start happening around you, remember that everything is possible for a community of believers working together, free and equal. Indeed, there are no limits to what they can do to reward merit. If you were to prove yourself worthy of winning from them a sublime prize, know that they could even resurrect Albert and give him back to you. After this speech ringing with tones of enthusiastic conviction, the red domino stood up. Without waiting for Consuelo's reply, he bowed and left the box, where she remained for a few instants, motionless, as though lost in strange reveries. Chapter 13. When at last Consuelo left the box, her only thought was to go home. In the corridors she was accosted by two masked figures, one of whom whispered to her, "Beware of the Countess Saint-Germain." Consuelo thought she recognized the voice of Uberti Porporino, her fellow performer. Grabbing the sleeve of his domino, she asked, "Who is this Countess Saint-Germain?" "I don't know him." But the other masked figure seized her free hand and said, "Beware of adventures and adventurers." As he did not even try to disguise his voice, Consuelo immediately recognized young Benda, the melancholy violinist. And they hurried on, as though wanting to avoid her questions. After all the trouble she had taken to come up with a good disguise, Consuelo was amazed to see how easily people recognized her. Accordingly, she hastened to leave. Yet it soon came to her attention that she was being observed and followed by another masked figure. Because of his size and bearing, she thought it was Polnitz, the director of the royal theaters and the king's chamberlain. As soon as he opened his mouth, she was sure of it, despite all his efforts to alter his voice and pronunciation. She made no reply to his idle chatter, since it was clear that he wanted to loosen her tongue. She finally got rid of him and crossed the room, hoping to throw him off in case he tried to follow her again. There was a crowd, and it was not easy to reach the exit.
At that point she turned around to make sure that no one was watching her and was rather surprised to see Polnitz in a corner having what looked like a confidential chat with the red domino she thought to be the Count de Saint-Germain. Unaware that Polnitz had met him in France, she feared that she had been betrayed by the adventurer and returned home devoured by anxiety, not so much for herself as for the princess, whose secret she had reluctantly divulged to a very dubious character. The next morning she woke to find a crown of white roses suspended over her head. It was hanging from the crucifix that had belonged to her mother, which was never far from Consuelo. At the same time she noticed that the cypress branch that had trimmed the crucifix ever since a certain triumphant evening in Vienna when a nameless hand had thrown it on stage was missing. She searched for it high and low, to no avail. It seemed that someone had deliberately replaced that gloomy trophy with this fresh, lovely crown. Her chambermaid could not say how or when the substitution had been made. She claimed not to have left the house nor let anyone in the previous evening. While turning down her mistress's bed, she had not noticed whether the crown was already there. In short, she was so ingenuously amazed that it was hard to doubt her sincerity. The girl had a most disinterested soul, of which Consuelo had ample proof, and the only fault that Consuelo knew her to possess was a tremendous itch to talk and tell her mistress all manner of nonsense. Had she known anything at all, she never would have passed up the chance to wear Consuelo out with a long tale and the most tiresome details. She went on interminably about how mysterious and gallant it was for someone to have given her mistress this crown. Soon Consuelo was so bored that she told her maid not to worry about it any longer and sent her away. Alone again, she examined the crown with the utmost care. The flowers were fresh as could be, and their perfume summery sweet despite the season. Consuelo heaved a bitter sigh, thinking that such lovely roses in midwinter could scarcely have come from elsewhere than the conservatories of the royal residences, and that her maid was perhaps right to attribute this homage to the king. Yet he didn't know how much my cypress meant to me, she thought to herself. So why would he have it taken away? No matter, a curse on the hand of whosoever is responsible for this profanation. In her chagrin she pitched the crown across the room, at which point a little strip of parchment fell away. She picked it up and read the following message traced by an unknown hand: "Every noble act deserves a reward, and the only reward worthy of great souls is the homage of sympathetic souls. Let the cypress be gone from your bedside, generous sister, and may these flowers wreathe your brow, if only for an instant. They are the tiara of your betrothal, the pledge of your eternal union with virtue and the assurance of your admission to the communion of believers." Consuelo, flabbergasted, pored long and hard over every letter, her imagination trying in vain to discover some vague resemblance with Count Albert's handwriting. Despite her suspicions about the sort of initiation to which certain parties seemed to be beckoning her, despite the repulsion she felt for the promises of magic, then so widespread in Germany and every part of Europe touched by the Enlightenment, despite the warnings from her friends about keeping up her defenses, the last words of the red domino as well as the expressions in this anonymous note fired her imagination with that lovely curiosity that could sooner be called poetic expectation. Without much understanding why, she obeyed the cordial command of these unknown friends, placed the crown on her tousled head and fixed her eyes on a mirror as though she expected to see a beloved ghost appear at her back. The short, sharp ring of a bell startled Consuelo and roused her out of her daydream. She was informed that her von Buddenbrock had something to say to her on the spot. These last three words were enunciated with all the arrogance that the king's aide-de-camp put in his words and manners when out of his master's sight. "Mademoiselle," he said when she joined him in the parlor, "you're following me to the palace at once. Hurry up, no one keeps the king waiting." I'm not going to see the king in slippers and a bathrobe, Porporina replied. I'll give you 5 minutes to make yourself decent, said Buddenbrock, pulling out his watch and waving her off to her bedroom. Consuelo was frightened, yet determined to take upon herself all the dangers and disasters that could engulf the princess and Baron von Trenck. She got dressed in less than the appointed time and reappeared apparently calm before the king's aide-de-camp. Buddenbrock had thought that the king seemed put out while ordering him to bring in the delinquent. At that moment the king's anger became his own, without his knowing what it was about. But seeing how unruffled Consuelo looked, he remembered that the king had a great weakness for the girl. He told himself that she might just win the upcoming battle and bear a grudge against him for mistreating her. He saw fit to lower his tone, thinking that there would always be time to crush her once her disgrace had been consummated. With a clumsy, stilted attempt at courtesy he offered her his hand and helped her into the carriage he had brought, sat down cap in hand opposite her, put on a subtle, discerning face and said, "Well, mademoiselle, what a magnificent winter morning." "Indeed it is, Baron," Consuelo mockingly replied. "Magnificent weather for a little drive outside the walls." With these words Consuelo was thinking with stoic cheer that she might just be spending the rest of this magnificent day on the road to some fortress. Yet Buddenbrock, who could not understand the serenity of heroic resignation, thought that she was threatening to have him disgraced and imprisoned if she got the upper hand in the stormy ordeal facing her. He blanched, tried to be pleasant, failed and sank back, bothered and bewildered, anxiously wondering what he had done to offend Porporina. After being deposited in a small room, Consuelo had time to admire its rose-colored furniture, faded, sprinkled with snuff, frayed by the little dogs that were always sprawling on it, filthy, in other words. The king was not there yet, but she could hear his voice in the next room, and it was a dreadful voice when he was angry. "I tell you, I'll make an example of these scoundrels and purge Prussia of this vermin that's been eating away at her for too long a time," he exclaimed, making his boots creak, as if he were wildly pacing round the room. "And your majesty will render a great service to reason and the kingdom of Prussia," another voice replied. "But that's no reason why a woman—" "Oh yes it is, my dear Voltaire. Don't you know that the worst schemes, the most infernal plots are hatched in those little brains? A woman, sire, a woman. Will you never stop repeating yourself? You love women, Voltaire. You suffered through the reign of a petticoat, and you don't know that they've got to be handled like soldiers or slaves when they meddle in serious matters? But how can your majesty believe that there is anything serious in this whole business? It's tranquilizers and shower therapy that should be used with miracle workers and alchemists. You don't know what you're talking about, Voltaire. What if I were to tell you that La Mettrie, the poor wretch, has been poisoned? As can happen to anyone who eats more than his stomach can take. Indigestion is a form of poisoning. I'm telling you, it wasn't just his gluttony that killed him. He was served eagle pâté and told it was pheasant. Prussian eagle is very deadly, I know, but it strikes with lightning, not poison. Now. Spare me metaphors. I'd bet 100 to 1 he was poisoned. La Mettrie fell for all their nonsense, poor devil, and to anyone who wanted to listen he'd say in a manner half serious, half joking that they'd made him see ghosts and demons. He had been so incredulous, so flip, and they addled his wits. Once a friend to Trenck, he turned his back on him, and they punished him in their own way. Well, I'll punish them in turn, I will. And they won't forget it. As for those who mean to hide behind these vile hoaxes to weave their plots and thwart the vigilance of the law. At that point the king shut the door that had been left slightly ajar, and Consuelo heard nothing more. She had to agonize for 15 long minutes before Frederick finally marched in, looking dreadfully old and ugly in his wrath. Without saying a word to her or giving her so much as a glance, he carefully closed all the doors, and when he turned to her, there was something so diabolical about him that for a second she thought he meant to strangle her. She knew that in his fits of rage he reverted, as though despite himself, to his father's savage instincts, that he thought nothing of kicking the shins of his public officials black and blue when he was displeased with their conduct. La Maître would laugh at these cowardly acts of cruelty, asserting that they were excellent exercises for gout, from which the king prematurely suffered. Yet La Maître would no longer make the king laugh nor laugh at his expense. 2 days earlier the man, young, nimble, plump, and fresh-faced, had dropped dead after gorging himself at table, and some dark fancy made the king relish the suspicion that either the hateful Jesuits or the scheming sorcerers then in fashion had engineered his death. Without admitting as much to himself, Frederick too was in the grip of that vague, childish terror that the occult sciences inspired all over Germany. "Listen up, you," he said, looking daggers at Consuelo. "You've been unmasked, you are lost, there's only one way for you to save your hide, and that's confessing everything at this very instant, without beating around the bush or holding anything back." As Consuelo was about to say something, he pointed at the floor and shouted, "On your knees, you miserable creature, on your knees. You can't confess such things standing up. Your forehead should already be in the dust. Down on your knees, I tell you, or I won't listen to a word." "Since I have absolutely nothing to say to you, you don't have to listen," said Consuelo icily. "And you'll never get me down on my knees." For a second the king considered knocking the crazy girl to the floor and trampling her underfoot. Consuelo unintentionally glanced at Frederick's hands and saw them convulsively reaching in her direction. His nails seemed to be getting longer and longer, arching out like the claws of a cat about to leap on its prey. But the royal claws immediately drew back. Although Frederick could be petty and mean, he was too noble-minded not to admire courage in others. He masked his feelings with a disdainful smile. "You poor child," he said with a pitiful look, "they've managed to make a fanatic out of you. But listen. Every second counts. You can still redeem your life. In 5 minutes it'll be too late. I'm giving you the 5 minutes. Use them well. Make up your mind to reveal everything, or prepare to die." "I'm all prepared right now," replied Consuelo, indignant that he was making an idle threat to frighten her. "Be quiet and think hard." The king sat down at his desk and opened a book with an affectation of calm that betrayed a hint of painful, deep emotion. Consuelo, all the while remembering her von Buddenbrock's grotesque imitation of the king when, with watch in hand, he too had given her 5 minutes to get dressed, decided to do as prescribed and use that time to draw up a plan of action. The thing most to be avoided, she felt, was the clever, probing interrogation that the king would throw around her like a net. Who could dream of confounding such a criminal judge? She risked falling into one of his traps, thinking that she was saving the princess while consummating her ruin. So she nobly resolved not to try and justify herself, not even to ask about the accusations lodged against her. She would instead exasperate the judge by her cheek until he wound up pronouncing his verdict without reason or justice, a barato. 10 minutes later the king had not lifted his eyes from his book. Maybe he wanted to give her time to change her mind, maybe he was absorbed in his reading.
Have you come to a decision? He asked, finally putting down the book. He crossed his legs, keeping one elbow on the table. There is nothing for me to decide, replied Consuelo. I am under the rule of injustice and violence. My only option is to endure the consequences. Are you accusing me of being violent and unjust? If not you, then the absolute power you wield. It corrupts your soul and leads your judgment astray. Bravo! Now you're passing judgment on me, forgetting that you've only got seconds to redeem yourself from death. You have no right to dispose of my life, I'm not your subject. If you violate human rights, so much the worse. As for me, I'd rather die than live another day under your laws. You genuinely hate me, said the king, seeming to understand what she was up to and foiling her plan by arming himself with cool contempt. I see that you've been well trained, and this role of the Spartan virgin that you play so well exposes your accomplices and reveals their hand more than you think. But you don't know much about human rights and the law of nations. Every sovereign has the right to put to death anyone who comes into his territory to conspire against him. What? You think I'm conspiring against you? Consuelo exclaimed, carried away by the conscience of the truth. Too indignant to try and exonerate herself, she shrugged her shoulders and turned her back as if she meant to leave, scarcely knowing what she was doing. Where are you going? Asked the king, struck by her air of irresistible candor. To prison, to the scaffold, wherever you like, provided that I be spared hearing that absurd accusation. You're really quite angry, the king snorted sardonically. You want me to tell you why? You came here determined to drape yourself in the virtue of ancient Rome, and now you see that I'm amused by your performance. There's no greater mortification, especially for an actress, than falling flat in a role. Consuelo did not say a word. She just crossed her arms and stared at the king with an assurance that nearly disconcerted him. To dodge her mounting anger, he had to break the silence and resume his devastating derision, still hoping that he could so work the accused that she would drop her guard and attempt to defend herself. Oh yes, he said, as in reply to the silent language of that proud physiognomy, I'm well aware that you've been led to believe that I was in love with you, that you think that you can defy me and get away with it. This whole thing would be very funny were it not for the involvement of certain people who mean a bit more to me than you do. You were so vain about playing a fine scene that it went to your head. Yet you should know that minor confidants are always sacrificed by those who use them. They're not the ones I intend to go after. They're so close to me that the only way that I can punish them is by writing roughshod over you right in front of their faces. It's up to you now. Are you going to undergo all this pain for people who have betrayed you and blamed everything on your indiscreet, ambitious zeal? Sire, said Consuelo, I don't know what you mean, but the way you're talking about confidants and those who use them makes me tremble for you. Meaning what? Meaning that you would make me think that while you were a tyrant's prime victim, you would have turned Major Cat over to your father's inquisition. The king went pale as death. It is common knowledge that after having tried to run away to England in his youth he had witnessed his confidant's head being cut off on his father's orders. Locked up in prison, he had been marched to a window and forced to watch his friend's blood running over the scaffold. That horrible scene, in which he was as innocent as possible, made a dreadful impression on him. Yet it is the fate of princes to follow the example of despotism even when they have been subjected to its cruelest effects. Suffering turned Frederick gloomy, and after a wretched youth in chains, he ascended to the throne imbued with the principles and prejudices of absolute power.
There was no bloodier reproach than the one Consuelo pretended to aim at the king so as to remind him of his past woes and make him aware of his present injustice. He was wounded to the quick, which had no more salutary effect on his hardened soul than had Officer Cat's execution so many years before. He got up and said in a strange voice, "That's enough, you may go now." He rang and, for the few seconds before his servants arrived, reopened his book and pretended to dive back into his reading. But his hand twitched nervously and made the page that he was trying to turn rustle. A footman came in, the king gestured to him, and Consuelo was taken to another room. One of the king's little greyhounds had been keeping an eye on Consuelo, wagging her tail and prancing about at her feet in order to get a nice pat, and when she left the room, the dog tried to follow her out. The king, who felt fatherly love for these little beasts alone, had to call Mopsel back as she went trotting through the door on the heels of the condemned woman. The king cherished the idea, strange but perhaps not unfounded, that his dogs could instinctively divine the feelings of those who approached him. He was suspicious of the people who always made them growl and felt sure that he could trust the ones the dogs fancied. Despite his inner turmoil, Frederick had noticed Mopsel's pronounced affection for Porporina. When the greyhound came back to him, her head cast down in sadness, he pounded on the table and said to himself, "And yet the girl means me no harm." "Your Majesty called?" asked Buddenbrock, appearing at another door. "No," replied the king, indignant about the courtier's eagerness to seize his prey. "Out. I'll ring for you later." Hurt to be treated like a footman, Buddenbrock withdrew. While the king took a few seconds to meditate, Consuelo was kept under watch in the Gobelins' room. At last the bell rang, and the mortified aide-de-camp promptly raced back to his master. Now the king looked mellow and talkative. "Buddenbrock, what an admirable girl she is," he exclaimed. "In Rome she would have deserved a triumphal procession, a chariot with 4 teams of horses and crowns of oak leaves. Get a post-chaise hitched up, drive her out of town yourself, and put her under good escort to Spandau, where she'll be locked up and treated as a prisoner of the state, and not according to the mildest regime. You understand?" "Yes, sire." "Just a minute. Get into the carriage with her to go through town and give her a scare. It will be good to make her think that she'll be handed over to the executioner and flogged at all the crossroads as was done during my father's reign. While you're telling her all these tales, bear in mind that you're not to touch a single hair on her head, and you'll put on a glove before giving her your hand. Away with you now, and while you're admiring her stoic sacrifice, see how one ought to behave towards those who honor you with their trust. It won't do you any harm." Chapter 14. Consuelo was driven home in the same carriage that had taken her to the palace. 2 sentries were posted at every door of her apartment inside the building. In his habitual imitation of the master's rigid punctuality, Herr von Buddenbrock gave her, watch in hand, an hour to do her packing and warned that her bags would be searched at the fortress where she was going to live. In her bedroom, Consuelo found all her possessions in picturesque disarray. During her conference with the king, the secret police had come on orders to force every lock and seize all her papers. Consuelo, who had no manuscripts aside from music, felt sad thinking that she might have seen the last of her precious, dear composers, her only treasure. She had far fewer regrets about a few pieces of jewelry that various dignitaries in Vienna and Berlin had given her in return for her evenings of song. On the pretext that there might be seditious emblems or rings with secret compartments for poison among them, the whole lot had been taken. The king never knew a thing about it, and Consuelo never saw them again. The men who did Frederick's dirty work shamelessly indulged in such honest speculation. They were paid a pittance and knew that the king preferred to close his eyes to their plundering rather than to raise their salaries. Consuelo first looked for her crucifix, and seeing that they had not thought to grab it, no doubt because it was not worth much, she whipped it off the wall into her pocket. The withered crown of roses was lying on the floor. She picked it up and was alarmed to see that the parchment strip with its mysterious encouragements was gone. That was the only thing that could be used against Consuelo to prove her involvement in an alleged conspiracy. But this feeble clue could give rise to how many interpretations? While her eyes were anxiously sweeping the room, she put her hand in her pocket and found it there, where she had automatically stuffed it when Buddenbrock had come for her an hour before. With her mind at rest on that point, and sure in the knowledge that nothing in her papers could compromise anyone at all, Consuelo got busy packing what she needed. She did not hide from herself that she could be away for a very long time. There was no one to give her a hand as her maid had been arrested for questioning. Standing among the heaps of clothing that had been torn out of the wardrobes and strewn all over the furniture, she felt upset and a bit disoriented as well. All of a sudden something whistled through the air and dropped into the center of her room. It was a little note stuck through with a fat nail. The words were few and to the point. Do you want to escape? Show yourself at the window. In 3 minutes you'll be in safety. Consuelo's first impulse was to dash to the window. Halfway there she stopped, for it occurred to her that running away would amount to an admission of guilt, and that, in a case such as hers, never fails to raise the question of accomplices. Oh, Princess Amalia, she said to herself, if it's true that you betrayed me, I won't do the same to you. I'll repay my debt to Trank. He saved my life, if need be, I'll sacrifice it for him. Revived by that valiant notion, she fixed her mind on packing and was ready to go by the time Buddenbrock came for her. He seemed even meaner and more hypocritical than usual. Servile and haughty at the same time, Buddenbrock was jealous of his master's affections, like those old dogs that bite all the family friends. Still smarting from the lesson the king had meted out to him while prescribing the victim's torture, he was more than willing to take it out on her. I'm greatly distressed, mademoiselle, to have been given such harsh orders. It's been a very long time since Berlin has seen the like. Indeed, not since the time of King Frederick Wilhelm, the august father of His Majesty now on the throne. It was a cruel example of the severity of our laws and the dreadful power of our princes. I'll remember it my whole life long. What example do you mean? Asked Consuelo, starting to think that her life was in jeopardy. Nothing in particular, replied Buddenbrock. I was referring to the entire reign of Frederick Wilhelm, which from one end to the other was an example of rigor never to be forgotten. Back then neither age nor sex mattered when there was a serious crime to be punished. I remember a very pretty, well-bred, and lovely young lady who occasionally received a visit from a certain distinguished person against the king's wishes. She was handed over to the executioner, flogged, and driven out of town. I know that story, said Consuelo, torn between terror and indignation. The young lady was pure and virtuous. Her only crime was making music with His Majesty now on the throne, as you say, and then the crown prince. Has this same Frederick really suffered so little from the catastrophes he's brought down on others that he now wants to horrify me with threats of some equal infamy? I don't think so, Signora. His Majesty does only great and righteous things. It's up to you to know if your innocence will shield you from his wrath.
I'd like to think so. Yet a little while ago the king seemed perhaps angrier than I've ever seen him.
He exclaimed that he'd been wrong to want to rule with indulgence, that never would a woman have been so bold while his father was alive. His Majesty uttered a few other words that make me fear that he's got some degrading punishment in mind for you, which one I don't know.
I don't want to try and guess. My role in this is very painful. I was ordered to take you straight to Spandau, and if we were to learn at the city gate that the king had given other orders, I would hasten to withdraw, as it would be beneath the dignity of my position to watch.
Seeing that the desired effect had been produced, that poor Consuelo was about to faint, her von Buddenbrock stopped. At that instant, she came close to repenting her devotion to others and could not help calling in her heart upon her unknown protectors. Yet, while staring at Buddenbrock with a haggard eye, she detected signs of a liar's hesitation on his face and began to feel less alarmed. All the same, her heart was pounding hard enough to rupture her rib cage when a policeman appeared at the city gate to have a word with Buddenbrock. Meanwhile, one of the grenadiers riding alongside the carriage approached the opposite door and hurriedly whispered, "Don't worry, Signora, there would be a lot of bloodshed before anyone puts a hand on you." Consuelo was in such a state that she could not make out the features of that unknown friend who promptly withdrew. The carriage went galloping off toward the fortress. An hour later Porporina was incarcerated at Spandau Castle according to all the usual formalities, or rather the few formalities required by absolute power. The citadel, which was then considered impregnable, sits in the middle of the lake formed by the confluence of the Havel and the Spree. The day had turned dark and foggy, and Consuelo, having consummated her sacrifice, experienced that listless exhaustion that follows acts of energy and enthusiasm. Without so much as a glance at her surroundings, she was led to the dreary abode assigned to her. It was scarcely midday, yet she felt so drained that she threw herself down on the bed fully clothed and fell fast asleep. Her fatigue was accompanied by that delicious sense of security that is the fruit of a good conscience. Even though the bed was very hard and narrow, she enjoyed the best sleep.
Consuelo had only been half asleep for a while when the citadel clock told midnight.
A musician's ears are so sensitive that the bells roused her altogether. Sitting up in bed, she understood that she was in prison and that she would have to spend her first night there doing nothing but thinking since she had slept all day long. The prospect of such insomnia and idle darkness was far from pleasant, and she told herself that she had no choice but to resign herself to the fact and start getting used to it right away. Amazed not to feel cold, she was at least glad not to be suffering that bodily discomfort that paralyzes the mind. Outside the wind howled mournfully, the rain beat down on the panes, and through her narrow window Consuelo could see nothing but a dense network of iron bars against the murky depths of a cloudy, starless night. The poor captive spent the first hour of this new and unfamiliar torture for her in a very lucid mode, her thoughts imbued with logic, reason, and philosophy. Yet bit by bit the effort wore her down, and the night started to feel gloomy. Her positive reflections became vague, weird reveries. Assailed by fantastic images, painful memories, and frightening anxieties, she found herself in a state that was neither waking nor sleeping, where all her thoughts took form and seemed to float through the darkness of her cell. Sometimes in her mind she was on stage singing an entire role that exhausted her, that gripped her memory obsessively, without her being able to get rid of it. Sometimes she saw herself in the clutches of an executioner who was flogging her, tearing her bare shoulders to shreds, in front of a stupid, curious mob while the king threw her wrathful looks from high in his balcony and Anzelito snickered in a corner. At last she fell into a kind of torpor where the only thing before her eyes was Albert's ghost lying in his tomb and vainly struggling to get up and come to her aid. Then that image vanished, and she thought she was sleeping on the ground in the Schreckenstein cave while the sublime, heartrending strains of Albert's violin sang an eloquent, plaintive prayer farther on back. Consuelo was in fact half asleep, and the sound of the instrument caressed her ear and calmed her soul. Even though the music was faint and far away, it went on so steadily, with such distinct modulations that she, without feeling any surprise, thought it was real. It seemed to her that this fantastic concert went on for over an hour, then began imperceptibly fading away. Consuelo had fallen back asleep, and it was dawn when she opened her eyes.
Consuelo's first concern was to examine her room.
The day before she had not even given it a glance since her inner life had so totally absorbed her sense of physical existence. The cell in which she found herself was totally bare, but clean and well heated by a brick stove that was lit from outside and provided no light within. Yet it maintained a very tolerable temperature. Although a single arched window was the only source of light, the room was not too dark. The walls were whitewashed and rather low. There were 3 knocks, and the jailer bellowed through the door, "Prisoner number 3, get up and dressed. Your cell will be visited in 15 minutes."
Consuelo hastened to obey and tidy up her bed before the jailer returned.
He brought her bread and water for the day, looking very respectful. With the starchy bearing of a butler in a fine house, he set the frugal prison fare down on the table as neatly and carefully as if he were serving an exquisite meal.
Consuelo studied the elderly man, finding nothing repulsive at first sight in his fine, kindly physiognomy.
He had been designated as the women's attendant on account of his high morals, good manners, and unfailing discretion. Schwartz was his name, he said. "I live down below," he said. "If you become ill, just call out your window."
"Don't you have a wife?" asked Consuelo.
"Indeed I do," he replied. "And if you absolutely require her care, she'll be at your service. Yet she's forbidden to communicate with the lady prisoners except in case of illness, and that's up to the doctor. I also have a son who'll share with me the honor of serving you."
"I have no need of so many servants."
"If it's all right with you, Herr Schwartz, I'll just deal with you or your wife. I know that my age and appearance reassure the ladies.
Yet my son is no more to be feared than I am.
He's an excellent boy, very pious, sweet, and firm." The jailer pronounced the last word in a clear, meaningful way that the prisoner understood very well. "Herr Schwartz," she said, "you'll have no need to be firm with me. I'm here almost of my own accord, and I have no intention to try and escape. As long as I'm treated decently, as one seems disposed to do, there'll be no complaints from me about the prison regime, whatever its rigors." With these words Consuelo, who had eaten nothing for 24 hours and suffered pangs of hunger all night long, broke the dark bread and began gobbling it down. Then she noticed that her resignation had made an impression on the old man, who looked both amazed and disgruntled. "Your ladyship doesn't find this coarse fare repugnant?" he asked, somewhat abashed. "I won't hide from you that in the interests of my health I'd eventually like something more substantial. Yet if this is all that's available, I can make do."
"But weren't you used to living and eating well?"
"Of course."
"Well then," asked Schwartz with an insinuating look, "why don't you have yourself served proper food here, at your own expense?" "Is that allowed?"
"Certainly," exclaimed Schwartz, his eyes sparkling at the prospect of working out one of his little deals with her. He had feared that she was either too poor or too temperate to assure him this extra income. If your ladyship took care to conceal a bit of money on her person upon arriving here, I'm not forbidden to provide her with the food she likes. My wife is a very good cook, and we have a very nice silver service. How very kind of you, said Consuelo, more disgusted than gratified to discover how greedy Schwartz was. But the question is knowing if I indeed have any money. I was searched when I got here. I know that I was left a crucifix that means a lot to me, but I didn't notice if they took my purse. Your ladyship didn't notice? No. Does that surprise you? But your ladyship no doubt knows what was in her purse? Very nearly, said Consuelo, checking out her pockets, which she found completely empty. Herr Schwartz, she announced with good cheer, they cleaned me out, from what I can see. That means that I'll just have to content myself with the usual regime. So you mustn't get your hopes up. Well, madam, replied Schwartz, visibly straining himself, I'm going to give you proof that my family is honest and that you're dealing with people worthy of respect. Your purse is in my pocket, and here it is. He flashed the purse in front of her eyes, then imperturbably put it back in his waistcoat pocket. May it bring you profit, said Consuelo, stunned by his cheek. Hold on. Schwartz continued, no less greedy than meticulous. My wife is the one who searched you. She is under orders not to let the women prisoners keep any money, lest they try and corrupt their jailers. Yet when the jailers are incorruptible, that's a useless precaution. For that reason she didn't consider herself duty-bound to turn your money over to the commanding officer. Yet, since one must in conscience obey the letter of the law, your purse cannot be returned directly to your care. So keep it, since that's your pleasure, exclaimed Consuelo. Indeed, I'm going to keep it, and you'll wind up thanking me. I am the trustee of your funds, and I'll use them, as you see fit, to satisfy your needs. You'll have meals to your liking, a well-tended stove, even a better bed and all the linens you want. Every day I'll draw up a bill and pay myself out of your purse for that amount. Well done, said Consuelo. I see that one can bargain with the powers on high, and I have all due respect for the honesty of Herr Schwartz. And when this modest sum runs out, you'll help me replenish my purse? I beg your ladyship not to put it that way. That would be a breach of duty, to which I'll never stoop. But there'll be no problem, for your ladyship will let me know with whom she deposits her funds, in Berlin or elsewhere, and I'll settle up with him on a regular basis. My orders don't forbid that. Very good. You found the fix for that regulation which is most inconsistent, since it allows you to treat us well, yet deprives us of the means to make you decide to do it. When my gold ducats are all gone, I'll see about arranging to have you paid. You can start by bringing me some chocolate. For dinner I'll have a chicken and vegetables. During the day you'll get me some books and at night provide me with light. Your ladyship will have her chocolate in 5 minutes. Dinner will be no trouble at all, and I'll add a good soup, some little delicacies that please the ladies, plus coffee, which always helps against the humidity of this residence. As for the books and lamps, there's no way. I'd be fired immediately, and my conscience won't allow me to disobey orders. But aren't fancy food and delicacies prohibited as well? No. Humane treatment for the ladies, particularly your ladyship, is allowed in all matters relating to health and well-being. But boredom is just as detrimental to one's health.
Your ladyship is mistaken. Eating well and resting the mind always fatten them up here.
I could cite you a lady who arrived here just as slim as you are.
20 years later she left weighing at least 180 pounds. Thank you very much, Herr Schwartz. I have no desire to get so dreadfully fat, and I hope that you won't refuse me books and light.
I humbly beg your ladyship's pardon, but I won't commit any infractions against duty. Besides, your ladyship won't be bored, for she'll have her harpsichord and music here.
Truly? Do I owe this consolation to you, Herr Schwartz? No, Signora, those are His Majesty's orders.
I also have instructions from the commanding officer to let these objects in and have them brought to your room. Consuelo, delighted to be able to make music, did not think of asking for anything more. While Herr Schwartz arranged the rickety bed, the 2 straw-bottomed chairs, and the little pine table that were all her furniture, she merrily sipped her chocolate. Your ladyship will need a chest of drawers, he said with that sweet look of people willing to lavish us with kindness and attention in exchange for our money. And then a better bed, a carpet, a desk, an armchair, a washstand. I'll take the chest of drawers and the washstand, replied Consuelo, wanting to spare her resources.
There's no need for anything else. I'm not delicate, and please bring me only the things I've requested. With a look of surprise bordering on contempt, Herr Schwartz wordlessly shook his head. When he got back to his most worthy wife, he said, "It's not mean, but it's poor. We won't make a lot off this one."
What do you want it to spend? Asked Frau Schwartz, shrugging her shoulders. This one's no great lady, but an actress, from what I hear.
An actress? Schwartz exclaimed.
Well, I'm delighted for our son Gottlieb. Shame on you, said his wife with a scowl.
You want her to turn him into a circus performer? You don't understand, wife. He's going to be a pastor. I'll never change my mind about that.
He's done the necessary studies, and he's made of the right stuff. Yet he'll have to preach, and as he hasn't shown any signs of great eloquence so far, the actress will give him speech lessons. Not a bad idea, as long as she doesn't want to deduct her fees from our bills.
Don't you worry about that.
She's utterly witless, replied Schwartz, sniggering and rubbing his hands together.
Chapter 15.
The harpsichord, the same one that Consuelo had been renting at her own expense in Berlin, arrived during the day. She was delighted not to have to risk getting acquainted with a new instrument, perhaps less pleasing and reliable. While issuing orders that the harpsichord be sent to the prison, the king, who always tended to the tiniest details, asked whether it belonged to the prima donna. Learning that it was rented, he notified the owner, a violin maker, to say that he would guarantee the instrument's return, while the prisoner remained responsible for the rent, whereupon the violin maker pointed out that he had no recourse against a person in prison, especially if she were to die there. Herr von Polnitz, who had been put in charge of this important negotiation, retorted with a laugh, "My dear man, you don't want to wrangle with the king over such a trifle.
Besides, it won't get you anywhere.
Your harpsichord is under arrest and will be locked up this very day at Spandau."
Porporina's manuscripts and scores arrived as well.
While she was amazed at such amenity in her prison regime, the fortress commander came to explain that she would be continuing as the female lead singer at the Royal Theatre. "Such is His Majesty's will," he said. "Each time your name is put on the program at the opera, a carriage under escort will convey you to the theater at the appointed hour and return you to bed at the fortress directly after the performance. These journeys to and fro will be conducted with clockwork precision and all due respect to you. I hope, mademoiselle, that you won't attempt an escape, thereby forcing us to augment the rigors of your captivity. In accordance with the king's orders, you've been given a heated room and permission to walk on the rampart you see there whenever you wish. In short, we are responsible not only for your person but for your health and voice as well. The only rub is that you're to remain in solitary confinement, without communication of any sort with anyone inside these walls or out. As there are just a few ladies here and one jailer serves the whole wing, you'll be spared the unpleasantness of being tended by boors. Herr Schwartz's honest face and good manners ought to ease your mind in that respect. So, a little boredom will be your only hardship. Given your age and the brilliant situation you enjoyed. Don't worry, Herr Commandant, said Consuelo with a touch of pride. I'm never bored as long as I can keep busy. Just one favor, please. May I have some writing materials and light for making music in the evenings? That's altogether impossible. I'm desperately sorry to turn down the sole request of such a courageous person. Yet in compensation I can authorize you to sing whenever you wish, day or night. Yours is the only inhabited room in this isolated tower. True, the jailer lives below. Yet Herr Schwartz is too well bred to complain about hearing such a lovely voice, and I'm personally sorry to be out of earshot. This dialogue, with Herr Schwartz looking on, ended in many deep bows, after which the elderly officer took his leave. Judging from the singer's composure, he felt sure that she had been sent to Spandau for some breach of theatrical discipline and for a few weeks at the very most. Consuelo herself did not know the reason for her arrest, whether it was for suspicion of complicity in a political conspiracy, for the simple crime of doing Frederick von Trenck a good turn, or merely for being Princess Amalia's discreet confidant. For 2 or 3 days our captive felt more restless, disheartened, and bored than she wanted to admit to herself. The long nights, still 14 hours in that wintry season, were particularly unpleasant while she clung to the hope that Herr Schwartz would deliver her from the dark with a supply of light, pens, and ink. But she soon learned that the obsequious Schwartz was endowed with inflexible tenacity. He was not evil, nor was he sadistic, like most of his kind. He was even pious and devout in his way, believing that he was serving God and saving his soul as long as he fulfilled every professional duty that could not be shirked. True, these reserved sins were few in number, generally situations where he stood a greater chance of putting his job in danger than making a dime on the prisoners. What a simpleton, he said to his wife about Consuelo, thinking that I'd risk getting myself fired just to earn a few groschen a day on candles. You be careful now. No more dinners, not even a single one, when her money runs out, ordered Frau Schwartz, the Egeria of his greedy inspirations. Don't worry. She's got savings, she told me, and they're deposited with Porporino, another singer at the theater. That's a bad debt, his wife went on. Take another look at our Prussian law code and you'll see an article with regard to actors, which absolves any debtor from all claims on their behalf. Watch out that her depositary doesn't invoke the law and hold back the money when you show him your accounts. I'll just have her salary attached, since prison hasn't broken her engagement with the theater. And who says she's going to be paid? The king knows the law better than anyone, and if he sees fit to invoke it. You think of everything, wife, said Herr Schwartz. I'll be on my guard. No money? No hot meals, no heat, just regulation furnishings.
Everything strictly by the book. That is how her and Frau Schwartz discussed Consuelo and her fate. As for the prisoner, once it had become clear that the honest jailer was incorruptible in the matter of candles, she made the best of it and arranged her days so as not to suffer too much from the long nights. She stopped singing when it was light, saving that activity for the evening hours. She even tried to refrain from thinking about music and entertaining herself with musical reminiscences or inspirations until after dark. She devoted mornings and afternoons to meditations on her present plight, memories of the past and dreams about the future. That way she soon succeeded in splitting her life into two parts, one altogether philosophical and the other altogether musical, and she recognized that with painstaking care and perseverance a person can to some degree make the capricious, bulky charger of fantasy, the odd muse of imagination function on a regular basis and subject them to her will. By living soberly, despite her Schwartz's prescriptions and insinuations, and getting lots of exercise, even without pleasure, on the rampart, she managed to feel very calm at day's end and made pleasant use of those dark hours that prisoners, forcing sleep to escape boredom, fill with phantoms and fidgeting. Allotting herself just 6 hours in bed, she was soon sure of peaceful slumber every night, without excess sleep one night ever compromising the next night's repose. By the end of a week she was already so thoroughly used to her prison that it felt as if she had never lived otherwise. Her evenings, so forbidding at first, were now her favorite time, and the darkness, far from scaring her as she had expected, revealed treasures of musical conception that she had been carrying around inside, never finding a chance to put them to use and formulate their elements because of her bustling singing career. When she felt that improvising and singing from memory would fill her evenings, she let herself devote a few hours of daylight to noting her inspirations and studying her composers even more carefully than she had been able to do in a whirlwind of emotion or under the eye of an impatient, systematic professor. At first, she wrote music by taking a pin and pricking little holes between the lines, then by using little splinters of wood from her furniture that she blackened against the stove when it was good and hot. As both methods took a lot of time and her supply of ruled paper was very limited, she saw that it would be better to exercise her robust memory more and to file away there the many compositions that each evening brought forth. After getting them all down, she learned with practice to skip from one unwritten piece to another without mixing them up. Yet, as her room was very warm, thanks to the extra fuel that her Schwartz added at no cost to the usual allotment, and the rampart where she walked was always raked by an icy wind, she inevitably went hoarse for a few days, which deprived her of the pleasure of going to sing in Berlin. On the very day that her von Polnitz, with the king's consent, had aimed to bring her back before an audience, the prison doctor, under orders to see her twice a week and report on her health, wrote to the Baron that she had lost her voice. Her outing was thus delayed, and without the slightest twinge of disappointment on her part. She had no desire to breathe the air of freedom until prison had become such a familiar routine that she could return without regret. For that reason she did not nurse her cold with all the love and care that a singer usually lavishes on her precious throat. Refusing to give up her walks on the ramparts, she had a slight fever for several nights and experienced a little phenomenon familiar to us all. Anyone with fever undergoes illusions that are more or less unpleasant. Some imagine that the angle formed by the walls of the apartment is closing in on them, getting tighter and tighter, finally squeezing and crushing their heads. Then, little by little the angle opens up, setting them free and returning to its original position. Then it starts tightening up again, and the whole cycle of distress and relief goes round and round again. Others take their bed for a wave that sweeps them up high as the canopy, then throws them down, then sweeps them up all over again, doggedly tossing them about. When the narrator of this true story is feverish,
he has the bizarre illusion of a huge black shadow spreading out horizontally over a brilliant surface with him in its middle. The dark spot swimming over the imaginary ground never stops contracting and expanding. It dilates until it entirely covers the brilliant surface, then immediately shrinks down to a tenuous thread, after which the same process starts up over and over again. The dreamer would find nothing unpleasant about this vision, were it not for a sickly feeling rather difficult to explain that he himself is this obscure reflection of an unknown object restlessly floating over sands burnt by the rays of an invisible sun, and to such an extent that when the imaginary shadow contracts, he feels himself getting small and thin as the silhouette of a hair, and when it expands, he feels the substance of his being distending in space like a mountain's shadow reaching over a valley. Yet there is neither mountain nor valley in this dream. There is nothing but the image of an opaque body performing in a sunny reflection the same exercise as a cat's black pupil in its transparent iris, and this waking hallucination turns into one of the strangest tortures. We could cite several cases. One person sees the ceiling come crashing down at every instant when he has a fever, another thinks that he is turned into a globe floating through space, and two others take the space between their beds and the wall for the edge of an abyss, one falling off to the left and the other to the right. But each reader could furnish his observations and the phenomena of his own experience, which would not advance the question nor explain better than we can why every individual, over the course of a whole life or at least for a long period of years, has his own particular dream every night, why every attack of fever produces the same hallucination and the same anguish. This is a matter of physiology, and we think that a doctor might find a few signs that relate not to the source of the obvious problem, revealed by other symptoms no less obvious, but to the seat of a hidden problem deriving from a weakness in the patient's constitution, and that it is dangerous to provoke by certain reagents. Yet this is beyond my scope, and I beg the reader's pardon for having dared broach the topic. As for our heroine, the hallucination brought on by her fever was naturally of a musical sort and involved her hearing. Slipping back into the dreamy state, awake or half awake, through which her mind had drifted during her first night in prison, she imagined hearing Albert's violin with its plaintive wail and eloquent phrases, sometimes loud and clear as though the strings were resonating in her cell, sometimes faint as though the music were coming from the edge of the earth. There was something strangely distressing about the rise and fall of the imaginary sounds. When Consuelo thought that the vibration was drawing nearer, she felt terrified. When it appeared to reach its climax, an explosion of sound would hit her like a bolt of lightning. Then the volume would taper off, but without affording her much relief, for it was such an ever greater strain to try and hear the music fading away into the distance that she would soon fall into a faint and seem to lose all sense of hearing. Yet, the incessant return of the harmonious blasts sent a thrill through her, made her shudder with terror and burn with unbearable heat as if the vigorous stroke of the ghostly bow had set the air on fire and unleashed a hurricane around her. Chapter 16. Yet Consuelo was not alarmed by her condition and changed almost nothing in her regimen, which meant that she was soon back on her feet. Her evenings were once again filled with song and followed by nights of deep, peaceful sleep. One morning, the 12th of her captivity, she had a note from Herr von Pollnitz with the news that she would be going out the following evening. "I've received permission from the king," he wrote, "to come fetch you myself in one of his carriages. If you give me your word not to fly out a window, I even hope to spare you the escort and let you reappear at the theater without those gloomy trappings. Rest assured that you have no friend more devoted than I, who deplore the rigorous, perhaps unjust treatment you are undergoing." Porporina was somewhat surprised by the Baron's sudden affection and delicate kindness. Up until then, in his many dealings as theater administrator with the prima donna, Herr von Pollnitz had been quite chilly and curt. The old rake was not fond of virtuous women, and several times he had even mocked her decorum and reserve right to her face. It was well known at court that the elderly chamberlain was the king's stool pigeon, but Consuelo was not privy to court secrets, nor was she aware that one could ply this loathsome trade without forfeiting the privileges of apparent social respectability. Yet a vague instinct of repulsion told Consuelo that Polnitz was more to blame than anyone else for her plight. So she watched her tongue when late the next afternoon she found herself alone with him in a carriage speeding to Berlin. "Well, my poor recluse," he said, "that's one devilishly tight spot they've got you in. Those stiff old guards are simply ferocious. On the pretext that I didn't have permission, they wouldn't let me into the citadel. It's no fault of yours, but for 15 minutes I've been freezing out here waiting for you. Here, wrap up in this fur I brought along to save your voice, and tell me a bit about your adventures. What the devil happened at the last carnival ball? Everybody's wondering, and nobody has a clue." Several strange characters who to my mind weren't doing any harm seemed to have vanished into thin air. The Count de Saint-Germain, one of your friends, I believe, plus a certain Trismegistus, whom you may know as well, who was reportedly holed up at her von Gulliken's place. 4 people say you're on the best of terms with all these children of the devil." "Have they been arrested?" asked Consuelo. "Either that, or they've fled. Both versions are going round town. If they don't know any better than I the reason for their persecution, they'd have been wiser to sit tight and wait for time to do them justice. Or for the new moon which may change the king's mood. That's still the surest bet, and I advise you to sing well tonight. That'll have more effect on him than fine words. How the devil could you ever be so clumsy as to get yourself packed off to Spandau, my pretty friend? You stand accused of mere trifles, and for that the king would never have uttered a condemnation so discourteous to a woman. You must have acted high and mighty with him, cap down over your ear and hand on the hilt on your sword, like the mad little thing that you are. So what's your crime? Come on, tell me. I bet I can fix things up for you. Take my advice, and instead of going back to that damp old mousetrap of Spandau, you'll sleep tonight in your pretty little apartment in Berlin. Come on, tell me everything. I've heard you shared an elegant supper in the palace with Princess Amalia and amused yourself in the middle of the night playing ghost and fooling around with a broom in the hallways to scare the wits out of the Queen's maids of honor. Several apparently had miscarriages, and the babies born to the most virtuous of them will have little broom-shaped birthmarks on their noses. I've also heard that Madame von Kleist's planetary told your fortune and that Saint Germain revealed to you the mysteries of the politics of Philip the Fair. The king just wants a good chuckle with his sister over these follies. Are you foolish enough to think otherwise? Besides, the king has such a childish weakness for the abbess. As for seers, he only wants to know if they take money for the nonsense they utter, in which case they are asked to leave the country, and that's that. So you see that you're deluding yourself about the importance of your role, and had you been willing to answer a few trivial questions, you wouldn't have spent such a dreary carnival as a political prisoner. Consuelo let the old courtier babble on without interruption, and when he urged her to say something, she persisted in saying that she had no idea what he was talking about. Sensing a trap beneath that amiable frivolity, she held safely back. Then Polnitz changed tactics and said in a serious tone, "Good. You're suspicious of me, which I don't hold against you. On the contrary, I set great store by prudence. This being the case, I'll go ahead and speak openly. You're clearly trustworthy, and our secret is in good hands. I want you to know, Signora Porporina, that I am more your friend than you think, for I'm one of yours.
I've thrown in my lot with Prince Heinrich's camp.
So Prince Heinrich has a camp? Asked Porporina, curious to learn in what plot she was involved.
Don't pretend ignorance, the Baron went on.
They're suffering a lot of persecution just now, but the cause is far from desperate. The Grand Lama, or Monsieur le Marquis, as you wish, isn't all that steady on his throne, and it wouldn't be impossible to topple him. Prussia is a fine old warhorse, but it mustn't be ridden too hard.
So you're conspiring, Baron?
Never would I have suspected that.
Who isn't these days? The little tyrant is surrounded by ostensibly devoted servants who have sworn to bring him down.
How very careless of you, Baron, to confide in me this way. If I do so, it's with the authorization of the prince and princess.
What princess? You know which one. I don't think the others are conspiring.
Except maybe the Margravine von Bayreuth, whose nose is out of joint about her paltry position, and she's been furious with the king ever since he took her to task for her secret dealings with Cardinal Fleury. That's already an old affair, but there's no end to a woman's spite, and Margravine Guillemette is no ordinary mind. One, how does she strike you?
I've never had the privilege of hearing a single word out of her. But you've seen her in the Abbess of Quedlinburg's rooms.
I've been just once to see Princess Amalia, and the only other member of the royal family whom I saw there was the king.
Never mind. Prince Heinrich told me to tell you. Truly, Baron? Asked Consuelo in a scornful tone. You'll see that I'm not joking.
He'll have you know that things have not gone wrong for him, as they want to make you believe. None of his confidants has betrayed him. Saint-Germain is already in France working on an alliance between our conspiracy and the one that will very soon have Charles Edward back on the throne. The only one under arrest is Trismegistus, but the prince will arrange his escape. In the meantime, he knows that Trismegistus will keep his mouth shut. As for you, the prince begs you not to let yourself be intimidated by the Marquis' threats and, above all, not to trust those who would pretend to be on your side to make you talk. That's the reason for the little test I gave you a moment ago, which you passed with flying colors, and I'll tell our hero, our brave prince and future king, that you are one of the staunchest champions of his cause.
Consuelo marveled at her von Polnitz's aplomb and could not choke back a laugh.
When the Baron, stung by her contempt, inquired about the reason for her untoward burst of hilarity, she could only say, "You are admirable, sublime, Baron." In spite of herself, Consuelo once again started to laugh. She would have laughed while being thrashed with a stick, like Monsieur Jourdain's Nicole. "When this attack of nerves is over," said Polnitz, unperturbed, "perhaps you'll be so kind as to explain to me your intentions."
Do you wish to betray the prince? Do you really think it was the princess who delivered you up to the king's wrath? Do you consider yourself freed from your oaths? Watch out, mademoiselle. You may soon be sorry.
Before long we'll turn Silesia over to Maria Theresa, who still has certain designs in mind. From that point on she'll be our powerful ally. Russia and France will surely reach out to Prince Heinrich. Madame de Pompadour hasn't forgotten how Frederick snubbed her.
A strong coalition and a few years of war can easily topple this proud sovereign who is moreover hanging only by a thread.
With the new monarch's love you can expect great wealth.
At the very least, the Elector of Saxony will lose the Polish throne, and Prince Heinrich will go reign in Warsaw, and so.
So, according to you, Baron,
There's a conspiracy to make Europe wallow in fire and blood all over again, and all for the pleasure of Prince Heinrich? And to satisfy his ambition, the prince would stoop so low as to betray his country into foreign hands? I have a hard time believing that such despicable things are possible. If that's unfortunately the truth, I'm deeply ashamed to pass as your accomplice. Let's put an end to this comedy, I beg you. For 15 minutes you've been doing your clever best to make me confess imaginary crimes. I've heard you ought to learn on what pretext I'm being kept in prison. I still don't know what I've done to deserve being pursued by such vile, relentless hatred. If you wish to tell me, I'll try and prove my innocence. Until then I can only say this: I'm amazed by all the fine things you're telling me, and I have no sympathy for such projects. If that's really all you know, mademoiselle, said Polnitz, greatly mortified, I'm stunned that the prince would be so careless as to tell me to speak plainly to you, before making sure that you were a party to all his projects. I repeat, Baron, I know absolutely nothing about the prince's projects, but I'm very sure of this one thing. He never told you to say a single word to me about them. Please forgive me for flatly contradicting you, but I don't believe it. While I respect your age, I cannot help despising the hideous role you're playing with me just now. I'm scarcely wounded by the absurd suspicions of a woman's mind, he replied, finding it impossible to back away from his lies. One day you'll do me justice. Persecution is upsetting, and prison necessarily inspires gloomy thoughts, so it comes as no surprise that you've suddenly lost your discernment and insight. In conspiracies one must always expect such vagaries, especially from the ladies, for which you have my pity and forgiveness. Besides, it may be that in all this you're nothing more than Trank's devoted friend and an august princess's confidant. These secrets are of such a delicate nature that I don't want to go into them with you. Prince Heinrich himself closes his eyes to them, even though he knows that his sister joined the conspiracy only because she hoped that Trank would be rehabilitated and might marry her. I don't know anything about that either, Baron. And if you were truly devoted to an august princess, I don't think you'd be telling me such strange things about her. When the racket of wheels on cobblestones put an end to this conversation, the Baron, at wit's end, was greatly relieved. They were entering the city. Two sentries who did not mean to let Consuelo out of their sight escorted her to her dressing room and through the wings. She received a rather chilly welcome from the other members of the troupe. They loved her, but none of them felt the courage to protest by any outward signs the disgrace decreed by the king. They were sad, stiff, and seemingly stricken by the fear of contamination. Preferring to attribute this behavior not to cowardice but compassion, Consuelo read on their drawn faces that she was going to spend a long time in captivity. She did her best to show them that she was undaunted and stepped out onto the stage with pluck and self-assurance. At that moment something rather odd happened in the auditorium. As Porporina's arrest had created a great stir, as every person in attendance was devoted to the king out of conviction or position, they all stuffed their hands into their pockets to resist applauding the disgraced singer out of desire or habit. Every eye was on the monarch, who was sweeping an investigatory gaze over the crowd, seeming to impose utter silence on them. All of a sudden a crown of flowers came flying out of nowhere and landed at Porporina's feet. At one and the same time several voices said loudly enough to be heard in various parts of the auditorium, "It's the king! The king's pardon!" This remarkable assertion flew from mouth to mouth with the speed of lightning. Convinced that they were doing their duty as well as obliging the king, the audience began clapping, and a storm of applause, such as no one ever remembered hearing in Berlin, burst forth from every seat in the house.
For several minutes Porporina, speechless and overwhelmed by such a bold protest, was unable to begin her role. Dumbfounded, the king turned around and gave the audience a dreadful look that was taken as a sign of support and encouragement. Buttonbrock himself, who was not sitting far from the king,